Yeah, I mean, if every billionaire gave $1 million a year, which is not a lot of money when you have $1 billion. You're making more on that on interest. You have every billionaire give $1 million a year, and every millionaire give $10,000 a year, and everyone with $100,000, everyone that makes $100,000 give $100 a year. So I don't know, just chop it up so everyone just chips in.
Here's a problem, yeah. The people that pay for election campaigns, presidents, people that actually fund someone being righteous enough to be one of our presidents, they're the same motherfuckers that don't want the shit we're talking about. They like it. The rich stay rich. Not just that, if the shit that you say goes down, they are gonna lose out on a lot of money. They are rich as fuck. They don't pay taxes right now.
No, not really, because if they had these little homes and me and my wife went and moved into one, and we're sitting there and we're chilling, do you know how much more stuff we're gonna buy off Amazon? Bezos would get filthy rich off that. I'd probably buy a Tesla. Elon Musk would be filthy rich. Think about it. You put all the struggling people in the homes, and they don't have to pay rent. They now have $1,000 a month freed up.
But I
What
mean,
do you think they're going to do with it? We go buy big screen TVs and everything we can get our grubby little hands on Amazon.
Jeremy, here's the thing, right? If you get put in a situation where everyone's just chilling, and you've got no reason to want big screen TV, but no reason to show off in front of anyone. Nothing like that. Why the fuck would you want one?
We still want the little comforts in life. We still want to watch a big TV, and we still want to take the kids on a vacation. We still want to drive cars and buy shit off Amazon that we need.
I guess what I'm saying is I would say about 90% of the things that you think you want are just because you see other people that have them. You don't need.
Regardless, I'm always going to want a TV. I'm always going to want bicycles for the kids. I'm always going to want all that goofy shit Amazon sells that you need for the house.
Why do you want a big ass TV?
It doesn't have to be that big, but I'm always going to want a TV. I'm always going to want to watch a TV. I'm always going to want a cell phone.
TV. Bloody hell. Come on.
Yeah, I came up off a 13-inch black and white TV in the fucking 80s, bro. I'm not. I don't even need anything fancy. Like any normal 40, 50-inch TV from Walmart is good. I don't need the 100-inch, $10,000 TV.
Fucking TVs though, the ones that were they didn't even have channels. You had to fucking just tune in. Did you ever have one of those?
You know how cheap TVs are now? You can get a bloody 200-inch TV for $100. It's cheap as chips.
Fuck yeah, man.
Dude, if you're Bezos, you want to do whatever it takes to get as much money in the hands of the common people as possible, because we've already seen what happens when those people get money. They spend it all at fucking Amazon. Amazon bubbled once they started giving stimulus checks out. Amazon went through the fucking roof, bro. Because what do they do? They go buy shit with it. If you're Bezos, this should be your number one goal. My number one goal as Bezos would be how do I get as much money as I can in the hands of the common people?
You guys remember when the word Amazon meant books?
Gee, that's going back a while now, Branch.
People don't even know that. I think I told my wife that, or somebody that the other day. Or I think it was a coworker. She's like, I'm going to sell books on Amazon. She's like, can you sell books on Amazon? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, You're completely right, Jeremy. Whatever the fuck you were trying to say. You sounded right.
I'm always right
That's what I was saying.
on some rumpus shit. No, seriously, if I was Bezos, I'd be starting this idea I have right now with the homes and shit. If I was Bezos, I would be starting that shit because it'd be worth Bezos to chip in his $1 million or his $100 million or whatever towards this because he's going to get that back a millionfold if you start freeing up people's money like that. Like, let everyone have an extra $1,000 a month to spend just off the stimulus checks he bubbled, and that wasn't even a recurring thing. That was like a couple times. If you start giving everyone $1,000 a month, you know they don't have to pay their rent. Now they have $1,000 a month freed up. He's gonna fucking bubble crazy.
Oh, man. Nick
Jeremy,
Nackhead. That's what it'll be.
Jeremy, like his business is worth a shit ton of money, right? Because they sell a lot of shit back and forth, right? You know what's really valuable today, though, is that because of the way that he's got this shit figured out, he knows people's buying trends. He's now able to predict what people are going to be buying 3 years from now. That
Well, you know how Amazon really got big.
is more gold that Amazon has.
You know how Amazon really got big is they would see what products were selling a lot of, and they would just start making that product, and then they would remove the other product from the list. Like say you sell a charging wire for a cell phone. Amazon's like, wow, they sold 100,000 of these fucking charging wires last month. We're going to start making these charging wires, and then we're just going to sell them. We're going to put them on the front page above everyone else's shit, mark it as Amazon's bestseller. And if we have to, we'll just take the other one right off our website. We don't have to let these people sell stuff on our website.
That's true.
That's how they bubbled. All those Amazon bestseller things that Amazon actually, not that they make it, but they buy them and resell them or whatever. But
What they did
they
is
may make them.
they
may
took
make them. I don't know.
control of the supply chain, the logistics behind it all. Like, where do you go for something? You go to Amazon, right? From point A to point B. They supply the logistics for the supply chain itself. And once you've got control of that, you just dominate. You absolutely dominate. When people only think of you. Sorry, Jeremy.
There's a convenience store that's near me,
Mm-hmm.
and what they did was, they sell milk, ice cream, soda, all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do? They're like, well, we are selling a shit ton of milk by a farm. Start being the ones that make the milk.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, we're spending a shit ton of money on shipping stuff
Mm-hmm.
all over the place. We're just going to buy trucks. So they just bought everything down from them. Like they bought the trucks, they bought the milk, they bought the fucking place that makes the ice cream. You know what I'm saying? They make they make soda, they make tons of their own shit now because they're like, why would we buy it for $1 and sell it for $1.50 when we could make it for 50 cents and then sell it for $1.50?
Mm-hmm.
There's a word for that. I forgot what it is, but companies do it a lot. Like if you're a company that's spending, $100 million a year on shipping, you might want to think about getting your own ships or trucks or whatever. Or if you're a company that makes ice cream and you got to buy fucking 8 zillion gallons of milk a year, it's time to start thinking about, hey, maybe we should just buy a cow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. From woe to go, you own it all, and every every part of that process you make profit off. Every part of that process.
Yeah, like, oh, we got to be. I'm an ice cream manufacturer. I need a
Yep.
lot of milk and sugar. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
let's buy some farms and let's buy some sugar cane, whatever sugar comes from.
Yep.
But yeah, man, if you're Bezos, you want the thing that me and Bob and everyone's, these homes. You want that to happen if you're Bezos, because that's going to free up $1,000 a month. He would be by far the richest man in the world probably if that ever happened. Like if people all of a sudden had $1,000 extra a month to spend. Now, granted, they might not spend it all at Amazon, but even if everyone just spent $100 of that with Amazon, they'd be filthy. Like if I was Bezos, I'd be feverishly trying to think about how to make sure everyone has mad money. Like you want everyone, because even if we get an extra $1,000 a month, that ain't hurting him. He's still got his $1 million with his yachts and his chauffeurs and his maids and butlers and shit. Like it ain't no sweat off his back if we all got $1,000 a month extra. Like I said, it's going to be going right back to him anyways. Because what do? We just buy shit.
Yeah, he'll get it. He'll get it back tenfold.
Oh,
Tenfold.
fucking millionfold.
Yeah. Which is what he's probably there. They're working towards that anyway.
We'll see what happens when automation rolls out.
Oh, damn.
Be
What is
exciting.
gonna? It is exciting to see the advancement of technology, undoubtedly.
Yeah, but this is going to be something else, though. This ain't going to be like nothing you ever seen before.
Mm, mm. It's going to be like the Jetsons. That's what it's going to be like. Everything. Yeah, like even fast food chains now are looking to automate. Yeah. Oh,
Dude,
excuse me.
anyone with a human wants to knock the human out of the loop because we're just a fucking liability. We call it sick or expensive. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You got to have workman's comp. You got to have good working conditions. If you have a robot, you don't need good working conditions for a robot.
Uh-huh.
You don't even need lights. They don't even need lights or heat. You know, I mean, I guess you do got to temperature regulate it a little bit, but you don't have to have it, at a comfortable temperature for a robot. It could be fucking freezing.
But then, like if you automate everything, which they, obviously, they're working their way towards automating, as much as what they possibly can, um, and have it as a labor efficient as possible. Because if you take man out of it, it's more efficient. Obviously, more money. So then, the question is then posed. Well, then, what do actually people do then? You know, what do they do? How do they earn uh, a living? What do they do for a living? Is there too many people at the moment?
Oh, there's never too many people. That's not even a real thing. The too many people thing is absurd. There's never going to be too many people on Earth. We have an near infinite amount of resources.
Okay, but if you automate everything, Jeremy, if you automate everything, all right,
Yep.
which is fine. So now you have all these things, and people want their knickknacks, all right. So they want to log on to
Yeah, we
Amazon
need
and
knickknacks.
they want to be able to buy their knickknacks. Where do they earn their money to be able to buy their knickknacks? Or
Oh,
is it
bro,
just
the capitalistic money system that we use now, that ain't gonna last. I've been telling people that forever. This capitalism, this money system, all that shit, this shit's not gonna work out. As soon as that automation hits, heavy, bro, we're gonna have a serious issue. And these people don't realize they're fucking themselves. Like you want to make more money. You want to make more money and automate everything and get rid of your workers, which is the right move. We shouldn't be doing these mundane jobs that you could automate. I felt for the last 20 or 30 years, they haven't been automating shit on purpose just to keep us busy. I got a friend that works for a major court system in America, and he's a programmer, and he brought something to his boss. He automated like 3 people's jobs. And his boss goes, "Why would you ever automate something a human can do?" Which is totally ass backwards. Why wouldn't you automate something? Why do you want people doing shit that could easily be automated? It's dumb.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
well, yeah, it's dumb. But now, what do those 3 people do, Jeremy?
Who cares? They can ponder the existence of reality, whatever. Like we don't need to be working just to work.
I'm
Like
not.
just to get money to.
Yeah, look, and I hear what you're saying. But you know, and it would be
I
ideal.
hear
There
what
would
you're
be,
saying too.
yeah,
I hear what
it,
you're
it,
saying. Where's the money?
yeah,
Where's the money going to come
yeah,
from? They gotta be able to pay their bills and shit. I hear you. Once
yeah,
everything's automated, you're going to need a new system. You need
Jeremy,
a new system.
Jeremy, you say that we need a new system, right? And then a second ago, I was telling you that the core problem is the divide of wealth within America right now. So if you consider that we need something new, and even if you consider when we do start getting the situation where things start getting automated, isn't that divide just going to get bigger and bigger? Isn't the core issue still always just going to be that divide of wealth that we have in America?
I mean, it's not an issue. The divide of wealth is an issue as long as there's not people on the bottom straight struggling. Like we're on like the 300th platform right now. These guys are all at the top and are eating all the food and pissing on it and shit, and we're at the
yeah.
bottom starving to death.
That's true, dude. The poor guys at the bottom, they get leftovers.
Dude,
If
some
They
of
any,
don't
us,
even
some
get
of
left. They don't even get leftovers. The people on the bottom.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
great fucking movie, but
You know.
yeah, like it's not an issue. It's not an issue as long as there's not people struggling. Like these people can still have their billions and their yachts, fine, But don't let us be struggling every day, day to day, week to week, month to month, worrying about, I can't buy raspberries at the grocery store because my fucking food bill is too high. Like that's nuts, dude. Meanwhile, they're fucking throwing 8 pounds of raspberries out a week, probably or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, bro.
But yeah, once everything's automated and shit, that whole the whole something's got to change drastically. Like, where's the money going to come from? Are those corporations going to have to just are those corporations just going to have to pay a heavier tax to pay for a universal basic income? It's almost cheaper to just keep the employees at that point.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, right? But what software's been doing many fucking years is actually taking people out of the workplace, taking the skill level needed away from people. So basically, what I mean is like, sometimes in certain positions, you may need a very skilled motherfucker to know how to time shit out, to make sure shit gets out on time and all that type of crap. But even before automating, just with the use of computers, that motherfucker that had great timing and shit, he became obsolete because now everything is being timed by computers. And any old Joe can do his job. That's the same shit we're going through right now. There's no real big difference.
You one of these silly people, Branch, that thinks you can get an angle with a straight line and a curved line.
No, you've never seen a paradigm shift like this before. Like, yeah, the Industrial Revolution was close. It did not, automate a lot of shit. But we're talking about fully automation where you don't even need the person there at all. You know what I'm saying? Or if you do, it's like one person that can now run a whole McDonald's instead of 10 people.
Come on, Branch, spice it up in here. Come on.
But yeah, where's the money going to come from when everything's automated and no one's earning the salary anymore? Like who's gonna pay the people?
Well, I think Branch has a good point. Like the divide's just going to get wider, Jeremy.
It
Really.
might, but yeah, it probably
Yeah.
will. But like, that's not even the issue. The issue is where's the money even going to come from for the people? You can't have us all. You can't just have. They get nervous when the unemployment rate goes up like 0.5% or something.
Mm-hmm.
What this automation we're talking about is like a 50% increase in the fucking unemployment rate. Like people would be right if you don't do something. If you don't do something, to solve that, there'll be fucking rioting in the streets. You ain't gonna have to worry about Bezos's butlers and maids. They'll be fucking, there won't be any because they'll automate the shit and they'll be rioting right along with us.
Well, A, they don't care about money, or they'll either A, just print more, or B, digitally, they'll just produce more. Well, they don't care about how much is out there. Like, there's nothing to back up money these days anymore. Once upon a time, your currency used to have to be backed up, right? You had to back up with a gold reserve. That's how money was supposed to work. It's not done like that anymore at all. Like, your currency isn't backed up by anything as a country. Um, they don't care about these things. They just print more and more and more. They demand more and more and more. And the Federal Reserve, just give it to them, right? Because it's all a big scam in the first place, right? Because they're getting their interest on more money that is printed and more money that is loaned out to the governments and all that sort of stuff. They don't give a rat's ass about how much money is out there and what the actual worth of the dollar is at all, because they're still getting their interest on everything that's lent out to the governments. It's an insane system we live in. It really is, and they don't care really at all. Um, and the gap is growing wider and wider and wider. I'm blessed that I live in Australia with our health system compared to America's. Right? I don't know anything. Like my sister lives in California. She's been there for about 11 years thereabouts, and she pretty much says that the health system sucks over there. If they didn't have private health insurance, she said it's absolutely woeful. Things that I see, like I'm only speaking from an outsider's point of view. Some of it may be okay. Here in this country, our health system seems to be, one part seems to be pretty good. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
Just took the kid to the dentist. The lady's like, "Do you want to schedule an appointment, or do you want to still let your wife do it?" I'm like, "You better let my wife do it, because only she's gonna know when it's the most inconvenient time for me. Like, I won't know." So people aren't really conversationalists anymore. Like, they don't talk like they used to. You used to be able to make small talk with everyone, and now, like, you can just tell people aren't into it at all. Spend too much time staring at a cell phone, not engaging with people.
You're all verified, Nate. You're unmuted, yo.
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 How are everybody?
Better.
Hey, Nate. What's going on, man? This new account. What's going on?
I had to make a new one, man.
Why did you get
My,
flagged?
yeah, my other account got compromised.
They got compromised. The CIA, the CIA got into it.
Yeah, they watching me, man.
Damn.
Who is
Yeah.
PR
How you
originally?
been?
Yeah,
How
good,
you
mate.
been there? So,
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Life is good in the hood. What about
good in
you?
the hood?
Yeah.
I'm alright, man. I'm alright.
What was
I'm
the
alright,
other
bro.
account you had?
What's he asking?
I'm just wondering what your previous account was called, so like I know who I'm talking to.
Oh, it was called Lease or
Least.
Moved by Pressure. I think that's what it was called on here.
Ah, okay, I don't think I remember who that was.
It's cool, man. Who am I talking to?
It
Who's
sucks
this?
that you got hacked, man. Martin.
Yeah. Oh, alright. What's up, man?
It's
How you doing?
generally always been Yo, I think. So why do you think your account got hacked, or did you maybe just forget the password, or?
No.
I don't know.
Uh,
I have no idea.
I mean, quite a lot of people have that problem on Discord. I guess it's too easy maybe to do.
I had to be a
Yeah.
whistleblower. I blew the whistle on Nate. He was.
Yeah. And so it ratted me out. No, I think
Yeah,
it's
I
because
did.
of the It's because of the servers I was in.
Oh, really? Do tell. What
Oh,
servers were you in, mate?
were you in like
Come on.
Nazi? Were you in Nazi
That's
servers?
interesting.
Huh?
Come
I
Were you in
don't
like
know. I think I was.
Nazi servers? National
Yeah,
Socialist.
yeah, kinda.
That will do it.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I mean, I wasn't even
You
active
know,
in
the
those
fucking
servers.
Jews,
I
they're
was
all like
just. Yeah, I was just in there to be in there. I wasn't doing anything in there. I
that.
don't know.
Maybe you can do what I did. I was in one just to try and like have conversations with people, and like everything got taken down, right? So I asked Discord like, hey, I was in there to change people's mind. And that's the only reason I was in there, and I got my account back.
Nice.
That works.
Nah, yeah, it might work, but I don't really care that much. It's just an account, and I can always just make a new one, you know.
Man, you can make 100 new
Sure.
ones in about 5 minutes. It's that
Exactly.
easy.
Yeah.
That easy. That's what my kids do with Stan or Netflix or whatever, because they have all these free trials, and they just make a heap
Oh.
of dodgy emails, and they start off at blah blah one, right, and they sign up, and they just keep on going blah blah two, blah blah three, blah blah four, and just make all these accounts. They're all
Oh
over
my
it.
god.
They don't pay for anything if they don't have to. They don't have to.
That's it.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. That's pretty smart.
Yeah. Well, I already pay for enough for them, so I go, "Don't get a stand." Okay, get a job.
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, I would like. I used to do that as well, man.
Yeah. Oh, who hasn't?
Yeah.
Who hasn't really?
Yeah.
I don't really watch enough to kind of warrant it. Whatever I can get, I can stream off the internet one way or the other. It's pretty easy to get
Exactly.
sites
Yeah.
to stream stuff. So
Mhm.
bit dodgy some of the sites, I must say. But anyway, you can
Like what?
still
Which sites do you use? Go
oh,
movies.
there's that one. What else have I got? I've got
1, 2, 3 movies.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. There's a few. Generally, my kids give them to me. What's the one that I'm using now? It is Watch Free. Watch Free is the one I'm using.
Okay. Could you send me the link to that?
I can.
If you have it.
Let me open it up, mate. The trouble is though, like with a lot of these free sites, you where are we? Bookmarks. Every time you hover over something, a bloody pop-up comes along. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what you. But you just gotta have like an ad block or something in your browser.
Probably. I think I had uBlock or something.
Okay.
Where are we? I shall send you the link now. Where are we? Copy. Where are you? You're in here somewhere.
Yeah, EPR.
Do you think? Do you guys? Do you guys think that Asians perceive the Earth as more flat than we do?
The who?
The
Asian.
Asians.
Do you think that
Oh,
the
why?
Asians?
Whoa. I think
Well,
I know where you're
well,
going
their
with
eyes are
this.
like slits, right?
Oh,
Yeah, I doubt it.
I tell you what, a lot of these and doofuses all over it again too. They have a lot of problem with this refraction topic, Nate.
What do you mean?
Right?
Well,
I can tell a lot of people here do.
I know a lot of people have a problem with refraction, like they don't know how it works, right? And
Yeah, no, it's very. You could argue that it's complicated, but some would probably disagree. But
I would say the underlying mechanism is well understood. The problem is it doesn't give us the best levels of predictability. Even if you know how refraction works, it's very hard to use that mechanism to really predict how light's going to work because we have no control
because you have to know,
over the weather. Yeah.
the medium. It depends on the medium that it's going through. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and that
Like, for
medium is
example,
affected by weather conditions.
not necessarily.
There's one big thing that you're forgetting with that medium, Nate. One huge factor, right? Because what you do is you take all your things that you know about refraction, right, and how you've tested refraction, okay, and all these tests seem to be, from what I can gather, pretty much in planar environments, Nate. Right? You know, the old sugar water test, these sorts of things. You can find plenty of these tests that demonstrate how refraction is, but they're not tested in a curved density gradient at all. They're not
Yeah.
done. They're not done. And to say that you think that
I would disagree with that.
okay, then you pull up for me because I have been looking for over a month now, right, to show some practical tests of light and how it acts in a curved or spherical, but I'll put the spherical to one side, in a curved density gradient.
Can I ask why it matters whether it's curved or not?
It makes a huge difference because you are talking about light and how light travels, right? And they say that how we see things is because light is traveling from that particular object right to our eye, and it is traveling through that density medium, that density gradient, and various forms of that density gradient, right? So it has to travel through that before it gets to our eye. Now, the angle at which the light hits that density
a curvature would only.
Come on.
I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this. But I believe a curved surface would only magnify or how do you say it, make something smaller or bigger. You know, like a like a flashlight, for example. That's a really small light bulb, but it has a curved glass that makes that can make the light even bigger or smaller, depending on, you know. And our eyes are, for example, curved, so the light is going through that medium curved.
Yeah. But we're talking about how light travels, right, from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
that's what I'm trying to say. I believe
Yep.
the curve. If you have a curved medium, it will just make the light source either smaller or bigger, depending on which direction the curvature is, or the light is hitting the
Yeah,
curvature.
that's cool.
Does
I
that make
believe we
sense?
will. Yeah, no, I believe we'll see Barney if you do that.
Exactly.
Fuck. The
Exactly.
problem is nobody gives a fuck what I
Barney.
believe or what you believe. The
Exactly
point
right.
is,
But
we
can
want
I
to
say
see.
what I think is very interesting? Something very interesting. If you have, for example, like a gloss thing that has many edges, I don't know what you would call it, but like, let's say a diamond. If you shine a light into diamond, because it has so many angles, like the light can come out of many different directions, which is so interesting how a medium can do that to light.
Mm-hmm.
Better get your
Exactly.
fucking loop out because we're trying to look at this a little more closely. This whole refraction or curvature thing, right? We're trying to see what's really going on. So get your fucking loop out and let's
What do
check
you
it
mean
out.
loop?
It's a,
What loop are you referring to?
It was a joke. This is what they use to look at diamonds. You know that little thing they put in their eyeball?
Yeah, is that called a
You
loop?
know yeah, it's called a loop.
Here we go.
A loop.
There we go.
Okay, I would just call it a magnifier, or I don't know what.
Called the jeweler's loop or something. It's not important. It was a joke. The point is, we're trying to get to the nitty gritty of this and see what's really good.
Exactly right. Because this light is traveling through this gradient, and Nate, right? And depending on the angle at which the light hits that gradient and those particles, those bits and bobs in that density gradient, it is going to affect what happens when it comes out of it and what angle it refracts, diffracts, mirrors, and does whatever it does. And this is going to intensify every single time because it is constantly going through a curved density gradient, right? Which this has not been practically demonstrated. It has been theorized about. They have written papers on it. They have drawn diagrams on it. They have put it into computer modeling, but they have not taken
Can you rewind a
to
little
the.
bit? I'm not trying to interrupt, but I didn't understand the first part you said. One more time. Could you repeat that?
They have theorized about how light works in a curved density gradient, right? They have drawn pictures in regards to how light behaves, right? They have done computer modeling, right? But they have not taken it to the next step to try and actually test to see if their papers, their drawings, their computer modeling actually marry up to reality, right? They can do these things in a planar, right, environment where they'll fill up a fish tank full of sugar water, make a gradient in it, and they'll shine a light through it, and bang, here's what it does. But they do not do it in a curved or spherical. Put the spherical to one side. Just do it in a curved density gradient, right? If nothing else.
And so you
that's
better make sure. So you better make sure it's analogous to Earth, though. If they're going to show you over a curved gradient, you're going to want it to be hotter on the bottom, or on the top.
Hotter on the
That's
bottom.
what we have.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're going to show
bottom.
you that thing with that thing over the propane tank with whatever gas they use. That's colder on the bottom and hotter on top.
Exactly.
Not analogous.
Exactly.
The exact opposite.
Exactly. And they fall short every single time, Jeremy. They've got nothing practically to back up what they say. And I keep on asking for it, but all they keep on doing is sending diagrams, and they'll send diagrams of a curved lens. This is what it does on a curved lens. Well, a curved lens isn't a curved density gradient. They are two entirely different things. Not even close.
Yeah, and if you're going to use a lens, use a lens,
curved
we're going to use short like fucking midget skydivers.
How about like a marble? You know, like a glass ball. Would that work, Banso? Because I
Midget
remember
skydivers was way better of an analogy.
Exactly
But
right.
I mean, your example that you gave last time you talked to me about this was balls made of Jello. Wouldn't a marble do the same thing? Or
No, what I spoke about last time was getting slabs of jelly. Someone suggested ballistics gel, right? I don't really care what it is, but we have to have different density gradients. So you can have different dense jelly and you make a slab of it, right? You put it in a big tray, argument's sake, right? And then you can lay those slabs of jelly over a curved surface and shine a light through it and see what it may do. See what it may do. And I don't even know why I've got to come up with this idea. To me, these Andrew Thomas Young's people, these are the ones that should have come up with this idea, not little old me.
Yeah, good on you, man.
But
I mean,
Yeah.
what's the problem though? I don't understand quite. What is the underlying?
the underlying problem, is that you say that this is how light performs, right? And you say it refracts
Who's
this
saying that?
much. People in general
Globus.
when they're talking.
Yeah,
When I
every
say
Glober says they know
that's
how
right.
refraction works.
Yeah. When
Every
I
Glober,
say
I've never heard of.
Yeah. When I say yo, I mean the royal you. I mean like everyone that talks about this
Sure.
particular topic. I'm not necessarily
Okay, I just needed to make
directing it
sure
at you.
I wasn't being blamed for something I couldn't.
No.
relate to.
You'll know when I blame you for something. Trust me, you'll know exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
You'll be under no illusion. But when they
Bandsaw, straw man, bandit.
yeah, that's right. But when they generally talk about it, right, they are only talking about things that come from diagrams and words and computer simulation. They are not talking from real life experience. And they say that their real life experience is real life. Well, you haven't tested it. You haven't put the experiment, a planar experiment,
hang on.
next to a curved experiment to show what the difference could
Wouldn't
be.
you say that if you have a flashlight, that's a curved surface, so they know how that works?
No.
Bandsaw, even if you get them to do it in a curved surface, you're still not dealing with the atmosphere,
No,
right?
we're
Because
not.
there's different effects that can happen long term through the atmosphere that might not happen over a foot or two. Picture us trying to measure water curving in a fish tank. We're over 10 feet. Like, what are you nuts? That's not long enough.
Yeah, we
It's
need a
the
lot of
same
water,
thing for
but
us. It's the same thing for us
But
with
you
this refraction
can,
thing.
Jeremy, I know
but
this.
what you can do is if you have ever.
They've got to start off small first and then work their way up. So they can start off with a foot, go to 10 foot, go to 10 meters, right? But you start off small first to test your theory, and then you work your way up from there. But you got to start somewhere. You just can't start at nowhere and throw your hands up in the air and go, oh, you know what? The diagrams prove it all.
Now you
I
go
just
big or
don't
go
think
home,
you guys are aware of. I don't think you guys are aware of like you know when you're in water, right? You have all hopefully had goggles underwater and seen light, like you know roughly where the sun is, and when you see underwater, the light is bending in a certain direction towards the ground. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, we've seen it. You know what else I've seen? A laser beam shooting through a fish tank with a denser medium on the bottom, and the light bends down. And then you know what I've seen? I've seen the laser beam lower, not higher, lower.
Yeah, it should be lower, right? If the densest was on the bottom.
Yeah, you're saying we'd see things lower, right? Light bends down, we see
Sure,
things
I'm
lower.
a little bit unsure what you're referring to, of course, so I can only perceive what I'm
We're talking about the bending of light. We're talking about the bending of light and what we see and what happens.
Exactly right. And how is being in a swimming pool looking up at the sun analogous to looking horizontally across the earth over a curved plane? How is that even analogous to the same situation?
The light is going in a straight angle and then it's being bent when it's hitting the water.
No, but we're talking about looking across a horizontal plane, right? Which apparently is curved. It's curved. It has a curved density gradient.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say, well, if you're taking it from the perspective of the sun, when the sun is hitting Earth, it's hitting it horizontally, from that perspective. You know, horizontal is
yeah.
relative to what your horizontal is.
Yeah, but you're also looking through a planar density, being a swimming pool, which is all the same, right? It's all the same, so it's not even close to being analogous to what is being suggested when you're looking across the Earth, right? Because the claim is the Earth is spherical, and the surface that we look across is curved, and the density gradient that we look through is also curved as well, right?
Okay, yeah, sure. But
Well,
are you trying to say that
these
light
are the
is going
claims.
horizontally? Yeah, but are you saying that light is going horizontally? I'm not sure what you're actually like. I still don't understand what the issue is.
Well, when we look at something in the distance, the light is coming from that particular object to our eye. Yes?
No, the light is coming from the sun. It's hitting the object, and the refraction of
Yeah.
the object is hitting you.
So the light doesn't travel through.
Unless, of course, unless it has its own light source, of course.
Right. So light doesn't bounce off objects and travel to our eyes.
But that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. I said light from the sun can hit it, but let's say it's night. Let's say it's a boat. They can still have lights on the boat, which will hopefully reach you.
Yeah, and that light also too is traveling through a curved density gradient. So whether or not it is the light
but it's
bouncing
very
off that
small.
object, it doesn't make any difference. Whether or not the light is bouncing off that object into my eye,
the
or
size
the
of
light is
something makes
actually
a
coming.
difference.
No. It's still light. It's all light, regardless.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the light. I'm talking about you're talking about a curved medium, right?
Yeah, of course. That the light travels through.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not very dense. It's not like the atmosphere. You can take your hand through it and wave it. It's not stopping light in a big way.
That's not up for a debate, of course. It's not like water. I know
But
this.
if you go
Everyone knows this.
If you go in water, for example, it will bend more because it's a thicker medium. It's like denser.
Of course. I'm not
So
arguing that
the
at
impact
all.
will be higher.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay. I still don't understand what we're arguing about.
Well, when we're looking at images, all right, say, and I don't like to bring it up, but I'll bring it up, the black swan, for argument's sake, all right?
A black swan?
Yeah, the black, you know the picture I'm talking about.
Actually, sorry, have anybody actually seen a black swan?
Me, yes, and I've seen a pink one too.
Really?
Yeah, I have.
I gotta search that up. Black swan.
Yeah. But anyway.
I've only seen like white ones here in Norway.
Yes. But the whole
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. And it's even got a red beak. That looks surreal.
Yeah, sorry. With the black swan is refraction, right? And what that light is doing between the object and our eye or the camera, and how it is performing, right? That's the argument. Okay, I've got no problems with that. But if you're gonna have the argument in an honest way, right, at least you have to put your theories to the test, right, and say that yes, we have tested our theory that light is going to do this and behave this particular way in a curved density gradient medium, right? This is how it's going to react, because everything is being based off planar. The experiments are planar. Every experiment is planar.
Didn't we discuss that like a curved surface will only either magnify the light source or make it smaller, depending on how the light is bending? So, for example, light hitting Earth, because it's curved in one direction, it will seem bigger. So even on the North Pole, you can kind of still see the sun, even though it's mostly shining at the center. So it's like bending wider. Like if you take it's the same as a flashlight, right? It will come out really, really wide, even though it might be smaller. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but how is a flashlight reflector or a lens analogous to the gradient itself that it is traveling through, or the medium
curvature?
It is traveling
the curvature.
Through? No.
Because you're asking about a curved medium.
Of course. I'm not talking about what light is reflecting off. I'm talking about what light is refracting through.
Through. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying too. I want to go back to the black swans because they look amazing. You say you had seen a pink swan? Pink swan.
You know, I've got a photo of
Not a flamingo, right? Oh my god! That can't be real now. That's gotta be like a filter or something.
No. Hold on, where are we?
Oh, that one looks just fucking died. Who would do that? Poor swan. That looks like a pink swan. Could be a flamingo. It's hard to say really in this picture, but
There you go. There's one for you.
yeah, that's the
I
one I'm
think
talking about. It looks like a
yeah.
filter.
Yeah, I think it is actually. But anyway,
It's hard to say though.
Yeah, whenever anyone, when people are talking about it, I generally post it just for shits and giggles.
But you guys, do you have a problem with genomes and that stuff? Because if not, I just want to say it's amazing how genomes can determine coloration of skin or feather and different stuff. It's amazing what kind of different stuff you can acquire. For example, there was a guy who had a blue skin, a human, but I think it was more related to a disease rather than the genome. But it could be a genetic disease, of course.
Wasn't there
Have you
something?
seen the guy? No,
there
actually,
was
he
somebody-
ate a lot of pennies. Or
Yeah,
something.
he ate something that turned him blue. I can't remember.
Right,
what it
right.
was
I
now.
can't remember
Yeah,
what he ate.
Yeah,
Not odd. Looked like a Smurf.
yeah, and he did actually. Some old dude. That was years ago. That.
Yeah. I wonder if that affected his lifespan or not.
Who knows?
If you could choose your skin color, what would what would you choose?
Caucasian.
Okay. I think I would go see-through. Just be really creepy,
See
dude.
through. Yeah, no, that'd be.
Yeah, I can imagine. You see the heart pumping through the invincible chest.
Oh, gross.
That's not a color.
And
That's
you a
an
guy?
actual color.
Yeah. That's right. That's true. See-through color. I knew a guy who had I don't know what it was called medically, but he had like an indentation in his chest, so it was like you could put your fist pretty much in where like right in the middle of his chest. Looked really weird, really strange. I think he was missing a bone or something. Genetics, man, it's the new thing, bro. It's so funny. I want to learn everything about genomes. If you guys could change your transhumanism or whatever. If you guys could change your genome to be like different, what would you do? Would you give yourself wings? I mean, what would you do? Increase lifespan?
Your genome's not transhuman. Your genome's not transhumanism. That's just biological. Transhumanism is integrating robotics with humans, with
I think
biology.
you're right.
I'm always right. I'm always right. Check the rumpus.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't say that. It says transhumanism is a way of thinking about the future that is based on the premise that human species in its current form does not represent the end of our development, but rather a comparatively early phase. Transhumanism leaves the development gradually over the past decade, from the defenses, the intellectual cultural movement. It's about improving the human condition, which you can do genetically. So I would say, though it's usually referred to in technology relations, I think you could also say that changing your genes would be transhumanism.
I've just verified you, yo.
With
So
this,
when you come in, you don't have
Oh,
to
sure.
unmute it all the time. So.
Oh, thank you, man.
Behave.
Transhumanism can be viewed as an extension of humanism, which... But yeah, if you could change your genome.
Go to the hold on. Go to the whatchamacallit, terms and conditions, and please agree to the stuff.
Terms and conditions.
Or the guidelines. Just agree to everything there.
I think I have, but I'm not sure. The platform below to gain access. Type agree. I think the reason why I got muted last night. I think it was because someone asked me a question, and I was reading a definition, and then someone stopped me and said, you know, you put the words in the wrong what do you call it? In the wrong order or whatever, and
Yeah.
I was disagreeing, and I was saying no, I was reading it straight from the dictionary, and tried to read it again, and then I got muted because I was trying to read what people were interrupting me.
What happened, yo? Because I was the one that muted you actually.
Okay,
The room was going crazy, right? And I muted
Yeah.
a couple of people just to get control
Okay,
of
so
the
it wasn't
rooms
just me?
again. No. I muted a couple
nice.
of people, and then you actually checked out of the room pretty quickly.
Yeah, when I get muted,
so-
I get kind of pissed off because
Yeah,
I feel
no,
like I shouldn't be
Yeah,
muted for.
it
Someone asked me
wasn't.
a question, I was reading the
Yeah,
definition, and yeah, anyways.
it
But I have no
wasn't
hard feelings.
personal.
I understand.
No, it
No,
wasn't
I
personal.
get it.
It was just trying to get control of the room, as you've got to do sometimes. And sometimes people do get
course.
caught up in the crossfire at
The heat of
times.
the moment, yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much, yeah.
No, but I don't admire like no, I admire. What do you say? Like I understand your position is difficult because you have to keep a control, and you have to also how do you say it? Keep the people who are on the side that you're on happy, as well as trying to please the people who disagree, and it probably becomes difficult trying to make everyone happy at the same time while keeping the integrity of what you believe.
That's right. Well, you're never going to get everyone happy at the end of the day, but anyway, we try our best, and I think we do.
No, absolutely not.
On the whole, so. But
Yeah.
Anyway, you don't have to worry about being unmuted anymore. Anyway, when you come back in, it's all taken.
No,
Unless
I'm
you
expecting
leave when
to
you're
be muted
muted.
eventually.
If you leave when you're muted, unmute you. We can only mute or unmute people that are in the room. So if the room goes crazy and you get muted for a second, it's usually only a temporary mute. So don't get too worried. We'll unmute you.
I know.
Yeah. If you leave
Every
while you're
time I've
muted,
been
we
muted,
can't unmute you until you...
Sure. Every time I've been muted, I've been unmuted as soon as I get into the channel, pretty much, or if I ask and people know this, and yeah. So I have no hard feelings. But it is annoying when you're reading off of a dictionary, and people are like, no, that's not the right da 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 da, and then you're like, no, let me read it again, and then fuck, I get muted for that. But I understand. I mean, 5 people were talking on top of each other, and so I realized it wasn't just me. It was a problem generally.
Yeah.
Well, another thing is, you need to be able to hear people while you're talking. So
yeah,
you can't have your thing set up. Some people have it set up so where they're talking, they can't hear anyone else talking. That does not work for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make sure.
I think it also.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You got to make sure that you can hear. Hold on a second. You got to make sure that you can hear people also talking. That way, if another person's talking, stop, because you can't. Obviously, 2 people can't be talking at once.
Sure. I was just trying to say, but sometimes people's voices cut out, like it just did now while you were talking. It cut out like 3 times. So sometimes it's not on purpose.
Yeah, I'm having some fucked up mic issue. I know.
Right.
I think it's Discord maybe, because Discord often has problems.
It's definitely Discord. I just went 2 years with AirPods, and they worked fucking flawless. And now all of a sudden, I've been having trouble the past couple of weeks. They had an update or something.
Well, it's a CIA. They don't want you to speak. They don't want you to be truther.
Or it was just a Discord update and something weird happened.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, anyways. But I don't think anybody answered. Like, what would you do if you could change your genome into whatever? What would you change?
Dude, there's so many things you could do. You could have us regenerate in limbs like iguanas do tails. You can make one eyeball.
Like a good one.
That's dope as fuck. You can make our eyeball. You can make like one eyeball. See like how cats could see in the dark, or eagles or something, and then just the other eyeball could just be like a normal eyeball.
Or like snakes that can fucking see thermal heat. I wonder how they discover that though.
How
Gotta
do
give
they
You could
credit
have
to
some
a
predator
scientist. It
vision.
is amazing. Yeah. Fucking predator.
how do they actually know
It's
what a
gotta be.
snake sees? Is the question. How do they actually know?
I'm assuming they. I'm assuming they
Or
dissected either the brain or the eye, and like they figure out that it has similar receptors to what a heat-seeking camera or whatever would have. I'm not sure. I don't. I mean, if you're gonna try to figure out everything, you're gonna be fucking on Google forever, I guess.
1, 2, 3, 4. When did you guys hear me start counting at?
One. At one.
1, 2, 3, 4. How many niggers are in your store?
Oh,
Yo, don't do that, bro. Come on,
don't,
man.
No,
Don't
I was
drop
just
any.
quoting a video.
That's not a
Nah, no.
quotable quote.
My mom's black, so does it make it
doesn't
okay
make
then?
any. No, it does not.
Some would argue that it does, though. I disagree with them personally, but I'm also for freedom of speech. So I have this. It's
Depending on where you are, it's socially acceptable to say
Sure,
the
sure.
N word, but not
Discord
here.
has a
This
no-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do not
They have a
have
no,
freedom. You do not have freedom of speech here.
Not on Discord, no.
Not
Generally.
here. Other channels maybe, but not here.
Yeah. I was
this
saying
is a fucking
I think
communist.
most Discord servers are.
Yeah.
Are you guys saying that because it's going out to YouTube?
Yeah,
going on
and
YouTube?
Discord's new
Wait, we're
TOS.
always live streaming.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to know why it wasn't you saying it.
Who's playing the harmonica?
It was Yo.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
He's been deliberately annoying. He's wanting himself to get muted again. He's begging to be muted.
No, it's just live. So if it's live streaming, I wanna get famous, you know. So I gotta play that harmonica.
Yeah.
Well, but you must do that on a live stream where there are a lot of people watching it.
Oh.
Isn't there anybody watching this?
Usually
And,
no.
Where's it live?
The morning shift has begun. Enter Bacon. Damn. Hey, how you going, Bacon?
I love
What?
bacon.
Well, thank you. I
On my
love you
bacon
too.
YouTube. Where's it being live streamed to? Is it YouTube?
Yep.
YouTube,
How do
Twitch,
I
everywhere.
find it?
Search
is
Earth
there-
Awakenings. Earth Awakenings in YouTube.
Is it on Twitch as well?
Yep.
Twitch,
I don't know, man.
YouTube, where else? I don't know.
Oh, dude. It's like the first one that pops up when you type in Earth. That's popular, bro.
I don't know how it's popular. Subscribe to
Going
us,
by
will ya?
the
We need subscribers. Hit that subscribe button.
Yep.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna subscribe. Dude.
Got all my sock accounts subscribed.
I'm currently hot micing on the stream.
So what do you got for us today, Bacon?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I got nothing.
Nothing?
Dude, I hate my voice, bro.
Popular. Subscribe to us, will ya? We need
Can you
subscribers. Hit that subscribe
turn
Yo,
off
you're
the-
hot,
I
Mike.
hit that, man.
You're hot, Mike.
Dude, can we create a feedback loop? Can I just turn up the volume and let it
No,
run
you're
through?
hot, Mike.
No,
feedback
I'm
loop?
serious. You're testing my patience. All right, and I know you're doing it deliberately.
No, I'm not. I'm just being me.
Well, then don't be you, please.
Okay, I'll have a sex change operation.
Well, you're still gonna be you, just with a different sex.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I could change my name. Wouldn't that help? How would you define you? What's you?
You're not gonna change. You can't change you. No matter where you go, there. You are. You're always gonna be you everywhere you go.
What if you manage to get your how do you say it? If you upload your brain to the internet, would that still be you?
They've actually been talking about doing that. That's the ultimate transhumanism, by the way. You can say transhumanism is replacing an arm or putting a chip in your brain so you can access the internet. The ultimate is uploading your brain. IBM's been trying to do this for decades now. I don't know if they gave up or they're still trying, but they've been trying to upload your brain for forever because it's the ultimate. You're immortal at that point, as long as they keep the electricity on and the computer running or whatever. Like, you're immortal. Imagine having a Tesla.
I don't believe that would be really you, though.
Musk,
No.
Elon Musk did I'm pretty sure it was a TED talk, Jeremy, on this exact thing, where he is trying to tap into the brain on monkeys and trying to upload them into computers and stuff.
I think he's
Yeah,
starting on humans,
IBM's
too.
literally been
It's
trying
like
to do it for
a whole-
decades. The problem is there's so many connections in the brain and so many things happening that it's not easy.
I think we don't have the amount of computational power that would be required to simulate a whole brain yet.
Yeah, there's too many. It's some kind of function. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a trillion different things can happen at once, and the computers can't handle it.
Yeah. The
Have
way
you guys invested
computers
into Tesla yet?
No, but I was going to say, imagine if we had a Tesla brain inside a computer this whole time, helping us evolve humanity technologically, whatever. We'd be way far ahead. We might have flying cars by now. That's all we need is one generation. We need to get one generation to live to be like 200-300 years old, and we'll be blasting into the
Well, I know that-
future. Because every time you cut
I
out
know
or something, I don't know.
that
Oh, go
Elon
ahead.
Musk made something. Am I cutting out?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Have you anybody here invested into Tesla or any companies related to Elon?
No, this might be a good time though, because I heard Tesla's going to do a 5-way split soon.
Yeah, he is hoping for $4,000 per stock at this time, and it's about 1,000. So he thinks it's going to go to 4,000. So you could 4x your money. I mean, that's pretty good. It's more than double your money. That's like 4 times.
Go for it.
I would definitely. Yeah, I definitely would advise doing it because, like, I remember I bought a couple of stocks a while back for like $200, and it like after the split, suddenly if you had 2 stocks, then you would have 10 because it was like 1 to 5 or whatever, and it immediately jumped up to $400 each stock. So if you had 2, now you have 10, and they're all double the money. So you're going from like $100 to $1,000 easily, right? And that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
I get
So if
mad.
it's gonna get
My favorite thing to do with stocks is to get a dividend stock, get a bunch of dividend stocks, and then let it go up a little bit, and then you sell off just enough to get your money back, and you now have dividend stocks ticking money in, potentially for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of dividend stocks rarely gives dividends, though. Is it just me?
They literally all give dividends. Otherwise, it's not a dividend stock.
Yeah, but I don't think they're required to give dividends.
Yeah, if it's a dividend stock, it's definitely going to have dividends. That's the whole reason why they call it a dividend stock, is because they give dividends.
Yeah, but like I looked up dividend stocks, right? And I tried to buy quite a lot of them. They still haven't given me any dividends.
Well, which ones did you buy, and how long has it been? Because some of them only do it quarterly. Oh, a couple of years. You should have been, guys.
Sure.
My favorite dividends
And
are the monthly ones.
Like if you take an example like Amazon, right? They never take any profits; they just reinvest them, so they don't actually have to give it dividends. Because I think you only have to give dividends if you have any, what you would call it, cash flow, or like fuck, I can't remember the words right now. But I know Tesla's making a phone and they're making robots, and if you think that a lot of the workforce is going to get replaced by Tesla robots, then the Tesla stock is going to go sky high. So invest in Tesla stocks.
Oh yeah, the whole
I would advise
dude,
it.
the future of thanks. This is not financial advice for anyone listening. We're not financial advisors. This is not financial advice. But yeah,
it is
for
though.
anyone thinking, no, this is not financial advice. It's not financial advice.
Disclaimer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but yeah, definitely the future of the workforce is absolutely going to be robots and automation. No question. That's definitely that's not even an option. It's absolutely going to be automation coming through soon.
It already is to a certain degree.
Oh yeah, and they're coming up with the shit they're coming up with now. Like they have two different ways to clean a restroom without any human involved. One of them is like sprayers come out and the toilet flips through the wall like a secret door. It's actually like two toilets. It's like when you go in the bathroom, there's a toilet, but then when you leave the stall, that toilet flips into the wall and the clean one comes out, and the one you just used gets sprayed and disinfected and shit, all automatic. And the floors will come out and spray some. There'll be some spray stuff on the floor with a drain. Like it's all automated. This thing will clean the whole thing. And there's another way to clean a restroom. And there's one more way to clean a restroom. The last one is like a Rosie to Jetson robot comes in, cleans it all up, cleans everything down, goes back, refreshes its fluids, dumps the dirty fluids, and boom, recharges.
Hey Jeremy, remember? Just imagine the movie scenes you're gonna see in the future, right? A guy is just sitting on the toilet, and it's time for the switch up or whatever. So the toilet just flips you backwards into the wall, right? And you're behind there getting cleaned up.
Yeah. No,
It's
it doesn't like
hilarious.
flip. It does like horizontal. It stays on a horizontal plane, but it does like a 180.
So it would
Like
be
the toilets,
above you?
the two toilets are back to back, and then it just swings out. I mean, the best way to do it is just have a tiny cubicle that you go in and pee and poop in, and there's a sink in there, and then when you walk out, the whole thing fucking sprays down with antibacterial shit, and they turn like a UV light on. That disinfection. That'd be the best way to fucking do it.
I think it would be cheaper to just have like a robot that is about knee high, that just goes in, sprays it down, and then dries it off.
Yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that is. It's not knee high, but that is one of the things. Is a robot goes in to the restroom, cleans it all up, goes back, refreshes its fluids, dumps the dirty fluids, whatever it's got to do, recharges, and waits to go clean it again. The future is definitely going to be.
It's amazing how much of the.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
Just saying, it's amazing how much of the Amazon, how much of the workforce is now robots. You know, like delivering whole sections of packages around in the building to their areas. You have seen those,
with
right?
drones,
the Amazon robots?
with pretty soon with drones, they're not even gonna. The drone's gonna go into air. Like, okay, there's gonna be an Amazon distribution center. There's gonna be a fucking launch pad with drones. There's gonna be all the machines are gonna box it up, pick your order, box it up. Then they're gonna fucking bring it to the launch pad where a drone. Now they hand it off to a drone. A drone fucking lifts off in the air, delivers it to your house, flies back, recharges, whatever it's got to do. And there's not going to be a person involved between, like, China delivering the package to Amazon or wherever they get it from to getting to your house. Like, all these people driving around in these Amazon trucks these days, that shit's coming to an end.
I bet in the future a robot will just marry your wife for you.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other thing. The sex robots, we can't wait for those.
No, nobody can wait for those. But do you think that in the church they will just just be a bunch of robots in the church? Like even the audience watching the robots getting married for the people. Like everybody send a robot instead.
You ever seen that movie Bicentennial Man?
Yep.
It was a good fucking movie right there.
How do you write that?
What's up?
How do you write that? Bicentennial.
Bicentennial.
No, bicentennial. Bicentennial. Because he lived for hundreds of years.
It's your accent, Jerry.
From 1999.
Bloody Yankee accent.
Starring Robin Williams. No way.
Yeah, Robin Williams. Robin Williams is fucking awesome, bro. Fucking awesome.
Why do you think he killed himself?
I didn't know that he killed himself. I knew he died. I didn't know he killed himself.
Didn't he do that?
I don't know.
Something happened.
Wasn't it a suicide? Robin. Like death. Could be wrong, of course.
It wouldn't surprise me if you were wrong.
Yeah, died by suicide after being misdiagnosed with Parkinson's. What? I thought he died of drug overdose, but it says no illegal drugs or alcohol were found in the system, only therapeutic levels of prescription drugs. So what's the difference between a prescription drugs and a drug?
Not much. Some of the prescription ones are probably way more dangerous than just like a street drug. Like marijuana, yeah. No one's ever died from marijuana.
But crocodile. Have you heard about that shit?
Yeah, I heard about that.
What the fuck is crocodile?
Fucking eat your...
It's some weird
shit. Dude, yo, motherfuckers are arm and shit.
Huh?
Sorry, yeah.
It's big in Russia. It like it starts like decomposing your body. Like you're basically like a zombie, a walking zombie. It's called like crocodile tears or crocodile or something. Yeah.
What? And this is
big in Russia.
This is a drug that people willingly put into themselves, is it?
Yeah, because it's real cheap.
It's
real cheap. It's real cheap.
Damn.
Maybe
I think it's some shit you can make for like. Yeah, it doesn't matter. These people are like, most of them are like came off heroin or meth or something. It's because it's so fucking cheap.
Yeah.
That they don't care. They don't care if they live or die. So they're like, fuck it.
What's your guys' opinion? Should heroin addicts get methadone? Because that's what we do here in Norway.
Well,
no, they need to get fucking. Oh, go ahead, Vanta.
Well, it's the same as fucking heroin, isn't it? Really?
It's just now they're just prescribing. Now the big pharma just gets the money instead of the drug dealers.
Exactly.
That too.
It's not solving any problem.
But but hang on. I just want to explain the logic, because we do that a lot here in Norway. If someone has a drug problem, we often give them methadone. The reason is it's less addictive. So the idea is they will get their high and not be addicted to it, so they can slowly weed them off of it.
Well, that's the theory, that it's less addictive.
No, it's not a theory. It's shown. It has less addictive substances. Like, for example, coffee is not as addictive as, for example, heroin. Of course, it depends on your genome as well, but it's not like you get a physical...
Well, you couldn't do the same. Well, you could do exactly the same thing with heroin. You could take less and less and less and less and less off of it and slowly wean yourself.
Yeah, but it's hard. But it's harder because it's so addictive. So even though people want to get off of it, some people are not able to. But methadone, they don't get that dependency, so they can get high and then not feel dependent upon it. So if they go longer without it, they don't feel like they're craving for more methadone, which is interesting.
To me, it's just a way that the government and pharmaceutical companies can once again profit off people's misery.
Yeah, but often they give it away for free, so it's not like they're profiting. It's just a way.
Dude, there's nothing free. Dude, what do you think's free? You think there's a pharmaceutical? I know. Go ahead, Manta.
I was just going to say it's not free.
I'm talking about Norway.
It's not free. Who do you think pays for it? You think these pharmaceutical companies are pumping out methadone and giving them to the pharmacists and say, here, Mr. Pharmacist, take this methadone for free. You don't owe us anything.
I'm assuming.
No, that's not how it works.
I'm
It
assuming
doesn't work like that.
I'm assuming. Sorry, I'm assuming the government pays for it.
Of course. So it's not free. Nothing is free.
No, I'm not saying it's free in your country. I'm talking about Norway.
It is not free in your country either.
It's not free in Norway. Yeah, where do you think the government gets money?
Hang on.
Okay,
it's
so the
free
government.
for the person taking it. I understand it's not. I understand people have to pay for it. I'm just saying it's free for the person taking it.
Very misleading saying it's free, but okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's free for the person who is ingesting it. It's paid for it's paid.
And all the rest of us pay for it. It's free for them, but I pay for it.
Yes, the oil money pays for it. Here in Norway, we have the government owns all their oil fields, so no private person is getting billions. So we have like $1 billion to just throw on different experiments that will hopefully lead to good solutions.
Yeah, you guys do be doing some cool shit over there. I got to give it to you. One of those countries over there. I don't know if it's Sweden or Finland or something. They actually.
Norway.
What's up?
Norway.
What's up?
I'm saying Norway. It's like right next to Sweden.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
Sorry, I thought you were saying what's up.
Norway,
yeah,
Sweden,
cool
Finland.
thing,
No
like,
stupid farmers. We know, man. We know where Sweden is and Norway and shit. The point is, one of those countries over there, they don't send people to prison. They send people to live with Amish people. Another one of those countries over there by you. Another one of those countries. Another one of those countries.
That's a good way
one
to
of those
put
countries
it,
over by you. Go ahead, man.
Oh,
no, sorry, am I cutting you out?
Hold on.
I'm not doing.
Yeah, no, you gotta kind of back off the mic a little bit when someone's talking. Right,
yeah, no, but his voice is dropping out, so I can't always hear when he's talking.
Am I?
Not really.
Because it looks like I'm lighting up instantly. Yeah.
It could be for the country.
Another one of your countries over there, one of those. Go ahead, man.
Yo.
You want to go or what? Well, go ahead. You have something to say?
No, it's a delay. Dude, it's a delay.
Okay, so another one of those countries over there made it illegal for places to charge for private schools. So all the public schools, which meant that all the rich people had to mix their kids in with all the poor people. So what they do? All the rich people invested a lot of money into the public schools, and now they have a great school system over there.
Damn right. I think that's Finland. Is
that Finland?
But don't you agree? Probably. I'm not sure, but I think it is because they have a very, very good school. Like even like the fifth graders will start doing businesses inside the school, selling merchandises or food or whatever.
Yeah, because
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. No, because the rich people had to, instead of the rich people investing in private schools that only the rich kids go to, they had to invest in the public schools because they don't want their kid going to a shitty school. So they just had to, pony up and invest. So they got a real good school. They're definitely doing shit out of the box over there with we're in your area.
Dude, that would be interesting. Should we have a pro and con having public and separate schools and whatnot? I think that would be interesting. Did you hear me?
I mean, that's just a great idea right there. Get rid of the private schools, make them shits illegal. I don't know though. I don't know. Who knows?
I'm mixed on it. I don't think you should,
because then the government runs.
Make it.
Go ahead. My bad.
No. I stopped. Go ahead.
I know, but I overtalked you that time. My bad. Go ahead.
No. Go right ahead.
I was going to say that's if your government's running shit correct, then that's a good idea. But our government in America has never ran anything successfully, so I don't know if we would want to do that. Hand them over all the schooling. Like that just doesn't seem like a good idea. Now that I said it out loud. But if your government's doing the right shit, it's okay.
I think a lot of Americans are too hard on the government. I understand they fuck up in a lot of ways, but it's been the inspiration though for so many countries. So I think it's both yes and no. Where they fuck up big time. But they also do a lot of shit right, I guess.
The
Like, for example, you have
government's never.
freedom. You have a lot of freedoms. We don't have that here in country. Like,
They're trying to pull the noose tight on our freedoms as we speak. Just slowly but surely, they're chiseling and chipping away at it.
Well, what freedom don't you have, Yo? What freedom are you jealous of that, say, America have? When you say that they have more freedoms, like what freedoms are you talking about exactly?
That is a good question, because I feel like
I asked it.
I feel like it's only like the bad parts. Like, we can't, like, I know in America it's technically illegal to say whatever you want as long as it's not implicated in a murder. Like, you can say, I'm gonna murder this and this guy and I'm going to do it. Like, that's pretty much the only thing. But I think the only difference is, like, you can't say something racially insensitive. I believe, I could be wrong, but I do believe you're not allowed to, like, scream out nigger, for example.
Well, you can. It's just people.
Which I do believe is legal in America.
Dude, stop saying the N-word. That's your last warning. Last warning. That's it. It's it's a wrap after that. Stop saying the N-word, bro.
Yeah, but if I say N-word, you know what I mean.
I don't care. Stop saying the word, dude.
Yeah, you're being warned.
So
okay.
I missed.
Yeah, but I'm not doing it to someone. I'm just.
You said the U.S. government does do some things okay. Can you name one?
I do believe the government protects everybody's right of freedom of expression, but then again, I don't miss that in our country, for example.
Does it protect the freedom of expression of all the people in Iraq or Afghanistan or Panama?
No, but that's not in America.
But our government is not in America going around and
not our job
up
to
people's
protect
lives.
their freedoms, dude. That would be their country's job, their government's job.
Yeah. Can I say what I think America gets wrong instead? I think that would be easier, to be honest.
Well, no. Well, I know we could make it. We could spend 16 hours coming up with a pretty good list of all the things that America does badly. You said that they do some things really good, and I was just wondering which one thing.
Okay.
Other than instigating war and strife.
Though. Let's do it comparatively though. A lot of government in the world. I know it's probably in the minority, but a lot of governments do restrict speech. They restrict what you can do. They restrict what you can say. Like in some countries, females couldn't even drive. Like in America, that's not even an issue. For example, even though most countries have started to move in the right direction.
They can't drive for shit here either. I don't know where you're from, but.
No, I'm saying that it's legal. It's not like a law prohibiting you.
Yeah, it should be. It should.
Okay.
I think a good rule is always to compare. Okay. Let's always compare.
No, but what's the one? If the best thing the government does is allow females to drive, and that's like the one defining or saving grace.
Not
for
allowed,
the government.
But not prohibiting.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. They're not even not prohibiting. Yeah. They're just not. Yeah. Okay. So, but anything else that they do real well?
You have in America, at least in the past, like the taxes has been really low, and anybody can pretty much set up a business, and it's much easier in America than it is in a lot of countries.
Okay. I
guess
we'll just go with
what's the taxes here in? Sorry.
It's bad.
What's the taxes in America right now?
It's awful. And everything that we go to pay for taxes is used to fuck everything up.
Hell, my property.
Okay, that's what I want to get into.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's talk about the bad things. Like in America, I know a lot of the taxes go to the military, right? And
no, we don't have to talk about the bad things because we can, like Fuzzy just said, we can talk about that ad nauseum probably for 7 days straight. Really, to be honest with you, because you did say that they do some good things, and I did ask you, okay, then what are the good things that the American government does, or the Australian government, or whatever governments that you think are good? And the good things,
don't bunch our government up. Don't bunch the American government up with the Australian government, please.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
What is
Okay, I'll say what I think is the greatest thing about America, but you guys might disagree with it, given your belief though. It's the fact that you're so invested in space, for example. I know it's a very small amount of the budget, like it's like 1%, not even. It goes to NASA,
knew that was
and I think
coming up.
NASA has developed a lot of great things
It was a matter
for
of
everyone.
time.
Such as what is NASA developed that's great for everybody?
You want me to
Velcro.
pull up a list?
Velcro. Oh,
Yeah. What have they done?
a pen that writes upside down, Fuzzy, instead of using a
Yeah.
pencil.
Oh, that's true. I do
think that
have
was-
one of those.
Wasn't
Yeah.
that Russia?
Yo, they made a new pen. Hold on, real quick. They made a new pen that doesn't even use fucking ink. It has something to do with there's like a certain kind of metal in the thing, and it never
I'll
runs
list
out.
them.
Never
Yeah,
runs out.
There's a couple
bro.
of things.
It's not a pen. It's more of a
Dude,
pencil,
dude.
and it's yeah. I have one of those too.
Please,
Go.
here's a couple of
Fine.
things: memory foam, anti-corrosion coating, adversarial vision, cochlear implants, scratch-resistant eyeglass, remediating environmental, blah, 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 insulin pump, life shares, charging, charge couple devices, water filters,
And so- and
extremely.
Really,
Yeah.
NASA invented
So,
the water filter.
Yes.
and
Nobody
none of those
filtered water before NASA.
before NASA. Yeah, and
No,
none
they
of
had water.
these
They had to boil
inventions-
it.
None of these inventions could have been done. They had to be in space in order
They
to invent
could
these
have.
things.
It could have. But NASA got there first because they had an incentive.
They invented them on the ground. They didn't invent this shit in space. It was on the ground they invented it. And first of
Because they
all,
invented in
half
space,
of
they
your
can be
list
used
was
in
bullshit,
space.
by the way.
No. Memory foam, anti-corrosion coating, arterial vision, cochlear implants, scratch-resistant eyeglass lenses, remedying the environment, emulsion zero-valent iron is hard to pronounce, insulin pump, life shares, charge couple devices, and water filters.
Well,
some
first of all, on your water
just 10.
filter, right? NASA did not invent the water filter.
Yes.
Right? So, Google it.
Back in the day.
Google it.
I did.
Google who invented the water filter and tell me what you find.
I mean, you can filter water with sand and charcoal. You don't need to go to space. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, but in space, it's kind of hard to bring a bunch of sand and charcoal. You can, of course, but it weighs a lot.
Yeah, right. But the whole
That
point
might be
here
what
is
they're
that yeah. So nobody could figure out how to filter water except NASA.
I'm not saying nobody could figure it out. I'm saying they
Let me go
did.
next.
So people were able to filter water without NASA. If NASA was never part of the world, we'd still be able to filter water, right? They don't need $50 million an hour.
Some
Yeah, let me go next, Fuzzy. Yo, so if we had thrown $50 million a day at just trying to invent things, do you know how much bigger that list would be?
That's not what the 50 million went to, though.
I know, but if we did just if all we're basing this on is what they've given us so far, we could have thrown $50 million a day and gotten way more shit than that list got us.
Okay, I can keep going though. Satellites, GPS. You want me to keep going? Like, how useful is GPS? We're using it in every country.
NASA invented GPS, did they?
Probably not directly, but indirectly.
Ah.
Like they send up the satellites. That's a big part of it.
They send them up, but they didn't invent GPS. Right, so
Well, they
we're
didn't
talking about
they didn't invent the steel that is used on them either, or the fucking the bronze that is used in the wiring. But they did send up these satellites. Of course, now SpaceX is doing it. They can do it cheaper, but I don't see why you're minimizing the incredible achievements of NASA.
Like I said, we could have got a lot more done with that money if we had just put it towards advancing humans' technology or whatever. Like,
yeah, but that is
NASA didn't really.
I mean, memory foam is used in almost every bed. Like, you can't say that it wasn't useful.
Yeah, memory foam's useful, no doubt. We would have invented memory foam with
I use
3
memory
days.
foam when I drive. It's good for my back.
I know, it's great. Memory foam's great. Do we want to maybe make another statement about how good memory foam is?
It's good for the neck. But why don't you guys like America? Like, can you give me something I can
Listen,
try and,
we love America. America's number one. We are the number one country when it comes to putting people in prison, right? We are great at putting people in prison.
yeah.
No
I
one
agree
can
with
fuck
that.
with us. We are the number one. We are the number one user of cocaine in the world. Number one all day. We're number one at
USA, USA, USA.
Okay. Being allowed to protest. If you file for being allowed to rent out the park for a day, you can go and protest whatever you want to protest, whatever it is.
Okay, it seems like there's a misunderstanding here. You're mistaking things that the people haven't allowed the government to take away as things the government is doing well. That's not the same thing. The government isn't doing a good job by not infringing on free speech or our right to bear arms or our right to protest. That's not the government doing a good job. That's the people doing a good job of making sure the government hasn't gotten too strong.
Both yes and no. I mean, remember that the government is trying to be a representation of the people. Of course, it has later in the years become more lobbyists. I understand that. Like, don't get me wrong. But they still put in laws that prohibit the government from being allowed to stop people from protesting, even though I would agree that they probably have stopped it more later.
The government, it being a lack of the worst thing it could be is not it being a good thing or it being like excellent at its job. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay, let me put it in perspective. Would you rather live in North Korea or America?
In America.
What's wrong with North Korea?
Of course, right?
But that's not because of the government. That's your problem. You seem to be making an equivalence between the values of the United States of America and what they are and the government itself. Those are not the same thing. I want to live in the United States because of the values that are enshrined in the Constitution that limit the government and don't allow it to do the things that you're saying are bad. That's not the government doing a good job. That's the government being controlled and stopped from doing a bad job.
Yes, but that's the point. Your government is actually controlled by the people. Instead of in North Korea, where they pretend like the government is controlled by the people, when it's actually not. It's controlled by the
equivalent of the government doing a good job. That's not what that is. That's the people keeping the government in line. That's not the government doing a good job.
The government can only do its job while working within the confines of the law. So they could probably do a better job if they had more power. But then you would lose some freedoms. So, like the relationship between wanting a freedom. Sorry, what?
You have nothing to back that up with. That they could probably do a better job if they had more power. You have nothing to show.
Yeah, yes, I can. Because here in Norway, the government has more power than America, and they do some things better. They also do something worse.
No, they don't.
So my point. I'm trying to make a point here. It's just that your government is not too intrusive when you compare it to some other places.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'm fine with that. Not too intrusive. Like that's an argument you can certainly make. That's different than our government is good at things.
Yeah, they're good at not being intrusive.
Yeah, not being a thing isn't the same as being a thing. You're saying there's a lot of
here we go again.
Somehow a thing that they're doing well.
But sometimes not being a thing is better than being a thing you don't want.
Listen, somebody isn't doing a good job if they don't steal. That's not how that works, okay?
That's a good job.
They aren't excelling at not stealing, okay? That's not a thing. It's just they're not doing a bad thing.
Yes, it is. If you live, hang on. If you live in a country, if you're living in a country where the government steals from you, then you can argue that a government that doesn't steal from you is doing a good job of being a good person, of not stealing.
No, that's not how that works. You don't get the praise for not doing the evil thing, just being neutral, just not doing bad. You don't get praise for that. That's not how that works. You don't get a medal for not like you're not in the race, so you didn't lose, so you get a medal. No, that's stupid.
And non-participation
Right.
award.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
you weren't in the race, so you didn't lose. Good job. Like, what? No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
I don't think Bob understands it, to be honest. The real Bob, though.
This is just them not understand. Go ahead.
Like the whole conversation is whether America is good or bad. I mean, we can find tons of reasons of it being bad. I'm trying to argue that it's bad.
No.
As being a hang on, Bob, you're interrupting me. As being a non-American, I can see a lot of good things about the government in America. Of course, if you want me to go about the bad things, we can do that all day. But if I'm going to say what's good about the American government, I'm allowed to say that not infringing on people's rights is a good thing. You can't say just because they're not infringing, they're not doing a good job, because you're not supposed to do it anyway. But people in other countries don't have that privilege of the government not intruding on you, because they will. So I can totally argue that not intruding is a good thing.
So here's the problem with what you said. You started off with the whole conversation is about whether America is a good place, and then you started talking about the American government.
Oh, the government.
Those aren't the same thing. The American government is not America. You can say America is a good place or a better place. That's fine.
No, but the
That's
government
different
is in
than saying
America.
the United States government is good at what they're doing.
I understand what you're saying, but you're misunderstanding me here. The American government is in America, so when I'm referring to the American government, I might call it America. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, but the lack of them infringing on rights is not them doing a good job. That's just them not infringing on the rights. That's all. That means
they're doing a good job not infringing on rights.
Yeah, that's not a good job. That's them not doing the bad thing.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah, that's a lack of action. You don't get a reward for a lack of action like that. That's absurd.
Let me put it in perspective. If I wanted to kill you, right? If I withheld my ability to kill you, I'm doing a good job at not killing you. Do you understand that concept?
Oh, yeah, so absolutely. Sure. Okay, yeah, here's the problem. The government shouldn't be having the urge to infringe on rights. If they're having that urge, they're doing a bad job, even if they're stopping themselves. Because the government isn't a person, okay? It's a thing designated for a specific job, which means if it at any point it has the urge to do something other than its job, it's doing a bad job, no matter how much it withholds itself.
Yes, you can give credit where credit is due. If they're not infringing on your rights, they're doing a good job of doing that. Exactly.
No, they're not. If they have
not.
the urge to infringe on rights, they're doing a bad job, even if they stop themselves. Because that's not what the system of government is for.
This is why I wanted to complain about it in government instead, because it seems more easier, because you will all just agree then.
What, Jeremy?
No, this is just one more time they don't understand the word not. When you put the word not in front of something.
That's top 10 ways to get a globe to spiral. Mention the word not.
Yes, it definitely seems to get some people going.
There's no way.
Maybe not.
Yeah, you kill them with the word not. Every time the word not gets brought up, it's crazy.
Bob Dole comes out of the shadow.
Let me give another example. Is the police in America allowed to take away your guns?
No. I mean, well, I guess
they're in Norway.
There might be certain situations where they've where it would be considered legal to do so. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have the right to do so.
Yeah, that's why Waco happened.
What someone is. Okay, I'm addressing this to real Bob Dole. You understand that the premise of what someone is not allowed to do is relative to where you live. right?
Are you talking about allowed by the government or allowed in general, like the universe and everything?
Just let's say it's general, okay? You're not allowed to do something, okay? In some countries, you are allowed to do that very thing.
Okay.
And who says you're allowed to do it? Well, in that case, it might be the government, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so far we're on the same page. So, if your government
You're not.
has accepted the terms and conditions that they're not allowed to do something, where in another country they are allowed to do something, they're doing a good job of upholding that rule that you're not allowed to do something, which in another country they're allowed to do.
Okay. Yes, I'm okay with you saying they're doing a good job of upholding a certain principle. Sure, if you want to say that. If you think that they're doing a good job of upholding a principle, fine. Because that's a positive.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That's not a lack of a thing. That's them determining to do a thing and then following through with it.
Very great. That was all I was saying.
Okay.
I'm saying in America, they're good at doing something that they're not supposed to do, but in other countries, they would be allowed to do.
Okay. But here's why you're wrong if you say that about America and something like, let's say, our freedoms like freedom of speech or the right to bear arms. They're trying to take those things away, clearly. So they're not upholding that principle. Therefore, they are bad at upholding that principle. But because the people are so good at keeping them in check, they still haven't succeeded in doing the bad thing that they're trying to do.
I don't really believe that they're not doing something
for years now.
Just because the people have put up enough of a fight doesn't mean that they're doing a good job. The people have stopped them from doing a bad thing. That doesn't mean they're doing a good job at not doing the bad thing. If I stop a rapist from raping, he wanted to rape and he tried to rape and I stopped him, that doesn't mean he did a good job at not raping.
You're giving way too much credit to the people here. I mean, honestly.
No, you're not giving enough credit.
Hang on. You're interrupting me.
You guys are having so much trouble.
You're interrupting me.
It's because you won't give yourself. You guys are giving.
You were interrupting me.
Credit, and yourself not enough.
As I was trying to say, the government is not. How do you say it? It's multi. It has many sides. There's many people working in your government. It's not one person following all the rules. So you have people who would agree that it's a good thing to take away the guns from the people, for example. But a lot of people in the government would disagree with that. So your government is made up of not a single entity controlling all the rules. It's made up of a lot of people who would disagree on certain subjects.
And as I said, if at any point the government has the urge to take those things away, the government is failing. They're not doing a good job. They're doing a bad job. Even if there's people that are stopping them, they're still doing a bad job.
No. If the government wanted to take away your guns, it would be very easy. They have tanks, they have a lot of riot police, they have better weapons, they would be able to do it. The reason why they're not is not only because of the people, it's also because of people within the government who disagrees with that.
100% false.
There's a lot of people in the government that would disagree.
Do you know how many main battle tanks, choppers, and fighter jets we have? Do you know how many they have?
A lot.
No, not a lot. Less than 20,000.
Yes, a lot.
All three of them together, less than 20,000. Even if they wanted to, even if they convinced every single active duty and reserve member of the United States military, which they wouldn't be able to, but even, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say they got 100% of them, that's only 3.1 million people. Let's say only, 10% of the United States owns a gun. That's still 30 million people. That's still 10 times as many as they have, and not even close to 100% of them are able to drive a tank, fly a chopper, or pilot a jet. There is no possibility in any amount of logical, intelligent, reasonable thinking that the United States military would be able to do crap all if they decided to take away people's guns in the United States. That's the thing. No people making that argument are ignorant, idiotic, or both.
Dude, you have drones. It would be not a problem for the government to uphold their
It would be a problem.
laws. It would just be a death toll of a lot.
Honestly, though, with the bumblebee drones, it's almost doable because of the way that they can operate them and shit.
Because the only way to take out tanks and
you'd
drones
have to kill everyone now.
Yo,
yes, that's my
there's
point.
a reason they convinced the people to give up the guns instead of trying to take them away. Okay, there's a reason that they're doing that in other countries. They can't take the guns by force. It won't work. Otherwise, they would have done it. They've already tried to get the laws passed and take away the weapons. They can't seem to do it.
Here's a fun fact. Here's a fun fact. I think America has about 5% thereabouts of the world's total population in America itself. Yet that 5% of the world's population owns about 50%
of the guns.
of the world's privately owned guns. Yeah, is owned by 5%.
Right.
Yeah, it's insane.
And that is kind of my point here. It's like the government is doing a very little job to prohibiting guns. Like in Norway, for example, in my country, to own a gun, you have to have no criminal record, pretty much. I could not own a gun because I've been stopped for marijuana. Like you have to be, and it's very restricted what kind of guns you can own. You have to have.
They're trying to take our gun rights. They're trying to take our gun rights. Just recently, in recent history, the governor of New York passed the SAFE Act. They're trying to limit our rights. But go ahead. My bad if I cut you off.
That is what some of the news media is saying to you, right? But the reason why the news media is saying to you is because they want to protect that right.
No, it's not what the news media said. The governor passed the SAFE Act.
I mean, we can make this very simple. This is very easy to understand.
I watch American news, and I know a lot on American news would state exactly what you said, Jeremy. And here in Norway, you would hear none of that talk. There would be, like, the news media is, you have 2 channels that are the most watched channels. They're all owned by the government, technically speaking.
Dude, all the people I have
in America, anybody who wants can make a news channel.
Hold on. I have news for you. All the media is owned by the same people. In your country, in my country, and everywhere. Bob, show me the clip.
Argue?
Okay, hold on, though. Hold on. I want to say this. If the bank installs a brand new security system that's very good at stopping bank robbers, and so the bank robbers aren't able to get in and steal the money, that doesn't mean the bank robbers are doing a good job of not stealing the money. That's not what that means at all. The United States people have set up a security system in the government to stop the government from taking away our rights. Just because the government hasn't succeeded at taking away our rights doesn't mean they're doing a good job at it. It means that the security systems in place are working well.
The real Bob Dole, you're not getting the full picture of other countries' perception of the issue.
I am.
Remember, you have grown up in the system, so you take it as for granted. So in some countries, this is not like something you can take for granted. Like you're amazed by the fact that other countries even have those restrictions in place.
Saying that the other countries are worse is not the equivalent to ours doing a good job. That's not the same thing.
That is not what I'm doing. I'm saying someone in the previous government has put those laws in place. I'm not necessarily referring to the current government. I'm talking about previous governments. It's still the government.
No, it wasn't government.
Yes.
It's typically documents that...
He wasn't a real president back then. That's what you're saying, real Bob. Your mic is getting kind of muffled sometimes, so I can't hear what you're saying.
It is specifically documents specifically stop the government from doing those things. It's not the government itself. The documents are above the government. They control the government. They are required. The government is required to go by what those documents say. It's not the government stopping itself. It's those documents stopping it.
But the real Bob Dole, the government could change it.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't. That's the whole.
Yes, they can.
That's the whole point. Even if they tried to listen. Even if they tried to, even if they literally wrote down the words and got everyone to sign it, it would be null and void the instant they tried to make it into reality or into law. It wouldn't work. It doesn't count. It doesn't matter if they get everyone in the government to sign their name. It doesn't count because it's not able to be changed because they didn't put it in place to begin with.
But who decides that? The government is...
The people.
Is what? It's beholden. Yes, it's beholden to the people. In some governments, they are not. They don't need the yes or no from the people. In your government, they do, but they could change that law.
That's why you guys are doing so cool monopoly in this department. That's why you guys. That's why you guys control.
Sorry, but sometimes your mouth is muffled, so I can't hear everything you're saying.
That's why
is it only
things
me?
are happening in those places. That's why they don't have their guns.
It's not only me, right?
Is because they think the way you do. They think that their government doesn't have to answer to them. They think that they, as people, aren't strong enough or can't do things. That's why. It's not. We don't have like special human beings in our government that are so much better than everybody else's human beings. We just have to pick the best human beings ever in the whole world to be our government.
Okay,
no,
I just wanna. Can you just stop for 1 second?
I think people in general think that the governments have all the power instead of the people themselves, Bob. Right? People are.
It's not necessarily.
People are under this illusion that the governments control their lives, and that's the way because they don't know what their rights are, and that they have actually all the control. That is the problem with any government, right? The control of any government is in the hands of the people.
Can I just interject real quick? I just want to say, am I the only one who cannot always hear what he's saying?
No. He does cut out a little bit. You are cutting out a little bit, Bob. But,
so I don't want to come across as not responding to what he's saying. If I can't hear what he's saying, then I have to like ask again or whatever.
Yeah, no. It's not just
you. But I understand the premise of the people have the power. But the people have the power is predicated on what you have been taught, and the government does teach you to believe that you have the power. I mean, the government can, in some ways, change the curriculum, even though you're allowed to set up private schools.
That's not what it's based on at all.
Hang on, I gotta take a piss. I've been holding it for an hour, dude. Sorry. It's been fun, but I'm gonna
come
back.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Come back. Yep.
Thanks for the chat, guys. Be right back.
At some point, children become adults, which there's a point where it's no longer, you don't get to keep blaming the government schooling for all of the problems in the world because they taught them something like the people don't have the power. At some point, you have to be an adult and look at things yourself and make decisions.
It's all their fault. We need to play the blame game.
You
can't play it on myself. That's not even. Yeah, come on, Bob.
But like, I think that's probably a core idea that because of the way our country is set up, because this idea that our government does a better job or is a better government because they aren't infringing on those rights. It's absurd. It's because of the things that are in place that stop them. They want to do it. They want to take control because that's what human beings do, right? Whenever they have the hint of power, they think they can get power, is they want to gather control. It's not that they're doing a good job of not infringing on rights. It's that the security systems in place are doing a good job of keeping them from succeeding. And they've continued to do that throughout time, and who knows if they'll continue to do that or not. But for now, we still can use our guns. We still can speak how we want to. We can still worship without being threatened physically by the government.
They have been trying to take our guns, though, because, I mean, they're not going to come to your door with the army and take your guns. But that thing you were talking about with the army and the National Guard, you wouldn't even be able to get people to do that.
No.
To go against their own people.
Even if you give them the benefit of the doubt, the total of our army is like 3.1 million, and not all of them are going to know how to drive a tank or fly a chopper or pilot a plane. And even if they did, there's less than 20,000 if you add. I Googled it to find the numbers for our military. Even if you add the attack choppers, main battle tanks, and jet fighters all together, it's still less than 20,000. There's no way you're going to lock down the United States of America with that few of those tools.
Listen, I got one word for you.
Even if you get 100% on board.
Even if you could, you then have to get those people, Bob, to point guns and missiles and bombs at their people.
Brothers, sisters, moms, dads.
You have to get all the governments to agree.
At the house my son's in? Oh, go ahead, Bob.
You have to get all 50 states governments to agree that this is this course of action that they want to take. try to get California and Texas to agree on a course of action when it comes to military on United States soil. I challenge you to get them to agree.
The thing is, you
What did I
couldn't do
miss?
that, and even if you could, all those I got one word for you: bumblebee drones. One word.
One word. Bumblebee drone.
Bumblebee.
No spaces.
What are we on about?
Bumblebee drone.
I missed. Right.
Talking about just now, we were talking about the idea, the absurd idea that the government could take the guns if they wanted to, and that like people will say, like, well, you're not going to fight the whole army by yourself with your little guns. It's like that's not at all what would take place.
Definitely not.
In fact, the idea that the United States of America is all one whole thing, even it's right there in the name. It is the United States of America. And the second you pull something that ridiculous out of your rear end and try to force it on the rest of the United States, pretty sure it's just going to be the divided states of America. You're not going to convince everybody to do it.
Yeah, but then the countries would be fractured. It would become one country become like 2 or 3 countries.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's just a community divesting itself of the members who don't agree with their way of life. That's perfectly legitimate.
It's honestly, it's a little bit sad that I, as an outsider, have to defend your own government for you. Like, I disagree with America more than probably anybody, but I can still see the value in your laws. I understand that the government might want something, but they still are reluctant to break rules that they're obliged to hold.
I think you're not what I'm saying, though. I'm
not giving credit. Sorry, I can't hear you, dude.
I'm not saying that America is bad. I think that it is the best country on earth, literally the best country on earth. But it's not because of the government; it's because of the people that are in it.
It's good. It's not the best place on earth. That I can disagree with.
You're not going to change my mind.
But it has some I would agree with you. No, it has some fundamental ideas that I think is an inspiration to many countries and have made other countries change to try and become a copycat in many ways.
But those ideas don't come from the government, and they're
no. I'm not saying that. But dude, you must remember the government has can choose. They have 2 choices: agree to the wishes of the people or disagree. If they agree, they're doing a good job. If they're disagreeing, they're doing a bad job. And for the most part, for most of the years, the government that has been in place have mostly agreed with people's wishes, though they sometimes disagree on certain issues. But mostly they try and agree.
Going back to my previous example, if I point a gun at the rapist and he decides, okay, I won't rape right now because you have a gun, that doesn't mean the rapist did a good job of not raping. That means that he was stopped, and that's what's going on in the United States. It's not that they're agreeing or disagreeing with us. They disagree. They want to violate it, but we have a gun to their head, and so they aren't.
But you're giving the people more of a power than we really have. I mean, if the government has immense amount of resources, enough to take over the other countries, if they use those forces within their own country, they will be able to stranglehold you.
Do you really think that if the United States government right now had the power to take over all other countries, that they wouldn't have already tried? You really think they would have stopped them?
No, I'm talking about America. I thought you were going to say.
You said they had the power to take over every other country. They don't.
In so many countries, the government has enough power and resources to hold the people down by their necks, right? In America, they don't do that.
That might be true.
Because
them being bad is not the same as the United States being good.
Dude, okay. Let's put this in a very simplistic way. If you have children, right, and you say to your children, okay, you're done eating, you have to say thanks for the food, and they say thank you. They're being good children. In the same way, your government is doing what the parents are asking them to do.
Yeah, here's the problem with that. Right? That's a positive action. That's an actual action that's being taken. That's being enforced on them. That's not the same as not doing
enforced on them.
If you tell the child you don't hit your siblings and they don't hit them, that doesn't mean they're doing a good job of not hitting their siblings. That means that they're just not hitting their siblings.
Okay, let me put this in perspective. Russia used to be a monarchy, right? The king would say to the people, "Don't fucking try and take over our country," right? And the people would say, "Fuck that. Get rid of you. Here's the Soviet Union," right? In America, they could do the same thing. The only reason why the people is not overthrowing the government is because the government is more or less trying to do what the people want, and that is staying more or less, how would you say it, pacifists.
No, that's not why.
Yes, it is. If the government was encroaching, as you said, the people would take over, right?
The reason that they're not doing it is because it's working well enough right now. That doesn't mean the government isn't trying. It means that they're failing.
That is what I'm saying, dude. The government is upholding what they promised to do, and that is respect the wishes of the people. In other governments, they don't do that.
Denied the ability to do so. The robbers are not upholding the law to not steal by being thwarted by the security.
If they're not stealing, if they're not stealing, then they're doing it.
Yeah, but they're not good at not stealing. They're being thwarted every time they try. Security system stops them.
That's not what I'm saying.
They're doing a good job.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay. America's government is the worst, dude. Okay, let's just agree with that. Okay, it's the worst, and we should all hate the American government.
Worst.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if it's but that's not.
I don't know if we're arguing what you really believe, bro.
We're arguing about whether or not it's a good job.
I think you're just unhappy with the American government, which I can understand. I mean, we can never get it perfect.
Well, I mean,
but at least at every 4 years,
about it. But at
least at every. Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying right now. But every 4 years, you have to change the president. At every 4 years.
Well, they can get reelected once.
Yeah, twice. They can get reelected twice.
No, they can get reelected once. They can get elected once and then reelected once.
Yeah, once. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. They can be elected twice. They can be reelected once.
Right.
Yeah. That's gone correct. That's sure. But in some countries, they don't have a minimum. So if the government has a lot of control, they can just re-elect the same president, even if the people don't want it, and just fake the numbers.
Okay, let's add some banks to the analogy here. Let's say there's 3 banks. One bank has a really good security system. The other 2 have no security system at all. All right. Mm-hmm. The robbers try to steal from one with the security system. They fail. The robbers try to steal from the other 2. They succeed every single time. That doesn't mean the robbers that are trying to steal from the security system one are doing a good job of not stealing. What it means is that the security system keeps thwarting them, keeps stopping them, keeps preventing them from doing the thing they're trying to do.
Can I say I find it very interesting that every time we're like if we're talking about the American government, you have to put them in this spotlight where they are the criminals and trying to rob the people or the banks or whatever.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, that's exactly where they belong. Where they need to be. Always 100% forever, never anything else. Yes.
Yeah, they're just criminals.
They should be treated always as being potential criminals because of the fact that they're a government, which means they inherently are going to be granted certain power, which means they always have to be looked at as to go bad in 2 seconds, and we need to make sure that they're treated like it's going to go bad because that's what humans do.
Real Bob Dole. Your government says innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. They're not
citizens, not for the government.
They're okay. Yeah, but they're made up of people with the same rights as you, so they are innocent.
That's right. The individual people have the same rights. The government doesn't. Corporations.
I'm glad I'm not working in the American government.
Corporations are not people. Governments are not people. That's not how it works. The individuals do have those rights, just like everyone else. Everyone that's a citizen has those same rights. The government itself, as an entity, does not. The government is guilty until proven innocent, and it needs to perpetually prove itself
hold on.
every single day.
At the beginning of this, hold on. Is this working? Mic check. Is this working?
Yeah.
At the beginning of this, you said that the government is not infringing on people's rights, meaning that all other governments infringe on people's rights. they're starting out, your baseline of the government is that they're going to be infringing on your rights, which means they're not good people, right? So they are the criminals that we're talking about by your own standard.
That's a really Bob Dole I'm assuming you're talking to, because I said trying to uphold.
He didn't just describe what I was saying. I think he was talking to you, yo.
No, okay, let's ask.
No, yes, no, that's what I was talking to you, right? You said at the beginning that they do a good job at not infringing on rights, meaning that they should be always infringing on rights, because if
no,
no, why would you set that as a standard? Obviously, you shouldn't be doing that. Obviously, you shouldn't be doing that.
So, you should not try and infringe on people's rights.
So why would so by saying somebody, well, this person is a really good guy. He embezzles a lot of money, but he doesn't kill anybody. So he does a really good job at not killing anybody. Right. I mean, but where you've already set the standard where they're going to be infringing on rights, and that the fact that they don't means that they're good.
No. I'm not setting an example where people have to be infringing on rights. That is just putting I don't know what you would call it, probably straw mannings for what you would call it.
No, I think you misunderstood what he was saying.
I don't like those words though, because it's a loaded word.
Yo, you started your argument.
I'm referring to a lot of countries where those rules that you have in America don't exist, and those rules exist only because the government upholds them.
That's his point. So those other governments that aren't doing that. Do you
okay. You've been talking for a long time. Can I get a bit of fuzzy Ewok, because I want to hear what he is saying, because
I can't really talk, and I'm just reading.
I'm trying to explain to you what he was saying, yo.
Yeah,
those governments aren't doing that. Yeah. Do you think they're good?
Two people were talking, so I couldn't hear what either one was saying. I just heard good.
Okay, Fuzzy said he can't talk right now. I'm going to try and explain to you what his point was. You started with the baseline of those other countries aren't enjoying that, right?
Sure, that's not. Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay,
yeah,
which means those governments are infringing on the rights, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Which would mean those governments are the criminals that I'm talking about, right?
But their laws are written by the government, right? So if the government says this is legal, then it's legal.
Right. So it makes sense that we have things that are outside of the laws, that are outside of the government, that control the government. And that doesn't make the government good at their job. What that means is that
but the government can change those rules.
They don't violate it.
But the government can change those rules. So what is allowed and not allowed? Yes, they can.
We already went over this. No, they can't.
Yes, they can. They have in many countries. Just because you're America doesn't mean you're not able to change rules.
Listen, I understand why someone from a different country would make this mistake and not get it. I am telling you, 100%, absolutely no questions. They literally could not change it no matter how hard they tried. Do you know why?
You're a democratic country.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. These things that
and the government can change that rule.
No, they can't. Yes,
they can.
Listen, yo, that's why we.
Okay, hang on, hang on for 1 second, please. The Roman Empire was a democratic country. Do you know who changed that? The emperor, right? So, like, let's say, what's his name again? What's the president? Ben Stiller. I almost called him. What's the president's name?
Okay, maybe I can explain it like this. Okay, so
what's the name of the president? I'm trying to finish a point real quick. It's not long.
Joe Biden.
It's a bad point.
Joe Biden. Yeah, if Joe Biden says that he's the fucking what's the word? He is now a dictator. If he says that, and he changes the rules, and if the military goes along with it, then he is now the dictator.
Okay, great. So here's the problem with that, with the United States.
That won't last long.
Basically, the United States is not the government. The government is not the United States. Even if we had somebody, a whole group of the government, decided to try and change the thing that you're talking about that you think they can change, okay? Let's say they succeed in writing it down. They get everybody to sign it. Everybody, and let's say they have a whole bunch of people in the country agree with them and everything. The second they sign that paper, they are no longer the United States. and they are now a separate country.
They are
That's
now
it.
at.
They didn't
No,
change the United States at all. All they did was decide they're a different country.
No, it would be a civil war, and if they won that war, they would now control the government.
Listen, it wouldn't. That's not how it works. It can't. It's literally impossible for them to change it. They can't.
It depends on the power.
You don't understand. This is probably
You
one
do
of the
not understand anything
why
about what
these other
you
countries
raised
aren't
to
doing it.
believe.
Why they're not getting this. That's not how it works. I understand why you would think that because of the way the other
And
countries
I
are.
understand why you would think the opposite. It's
Because
because
they
you
can't change
all
it.
believe that.
The government did not write those documents. The government did not make those principles. The government does not decide what those principles are or are not.
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter.
Yes,
Clearly it matters because we have the things that you say are good. So it does matter.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing with you, Rebubdol. I'm trying to put this in perspective from you. The Roman Empire, you know about the Roman Empire, it was a democratic country, right?
Not
it was
like
a
the United States.
democratic country.
Not
Who
like the United
changed?
States.
Yes.
No.
Okay, so is America not a democratic country?
That's not what I said. I said they weren't like the United States, and they weren't.
There's a lot of similarities. You have, for example, a Senate, you have a government, you have a president. Now, if the president says now we are no longer a democratic country, we are a dictatorship. And if they got enough people supporting him, because remember, the Roman Empire was democratic at the center of the core, but they would once in a while have a dictator in place in times of war. The reason being, they wanted a person who was.
It wouldn't matter.
Hang on. They wanted someone who was who understood warfare at the center of control. Now that person, Caesar in this case, would decide they're no longer a democracy. So you cannot vote in who becomes the president or the Kaiser or whatever you want to call it. So it became a monarchy. So now his son is the next guy in line. In America, they could do the same thing. Of course, they probably won't. Dude, just because you're saying no doesn't make it so. You understand it, right?
Okay, here's the thing.
It's like saying if I'm going to take this ball from you,
side,
say no, doesn't make it so.
It hasn't happened, right? It hasn't happened.
But
so we know
it can happen. It didn't happen in Roman Empire for 500 years. It can still happen, dude.
I let you go on for a long time.
Dude, you're uneducated, bro.
I let you explain about the Caesar that they voted in that we didn't need to know about. I let you go.
I was not done with my point.
It doesn't matter if they do that. It still will not be the United States and a ruler of the United States doing that. That just means a bandit has decided to call it a different country. That's all that means.
They can still call it the United States.
Guys.
They can call it whatever they want.
I can't hear you, Jeremy. Sorry, I can't hear you.
The United States right now, if you wanted to, that doesn't make it true.
No, I'm not
saying.
saying
Let's let everyone finish. Let's let everyone.
Hypothetical was they change all the laws, bro. So
it wouldn't matter.
I really don't see your side of it at all, Bob.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing with you whether it would matter or not. I agree that it wouldn't be America, the current America that you know. But what you know is relative to what you know. So if someone changes what you know, it's different.
No.
You understand the concept? Okay, no.
That's not true.
So if you have a banana and someone says this is now an orange, it would still be an orange. The name is dependent on what the definition is.
Yeah, if you want to argue names, we can argue names. We can call your company.
You're arguing semantics. You're arguing semantics.
No, you're the one arguing semantics. You're saying we can change the name.
No, I'm not. You
and
are.
It won't change.
I understand that the definition of what you perceive as being the United States of America is dependent on what you believe the United States of America is. But if someone changed the definition,
they can't.
Whether you agree with it or not is dependent on who has the powers. If someone has the power to enforce what they claim, then you either have to go with what they say or you could be executed.
No.
I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. Of course it's wrong, but it's...
What you're saying is incorrect. It doesn't matter what they write down or what they try to change. The United States is based on a certain set of principles. Anything that violates those set of principles is automatically, of necessity, not the United States.
Hey.
No matter what they call it, no matter what military action they take. It's not.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to. Fuck. I don't know how I'm gonna phrase this in
You
words.
make the argument
I'm not
that we
disagreeing with you.
and that somehow
I'm not,
changes
dude,
it.
Bob, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just relative to who has the power and how you're able to enforce it or not.
No, it's not. It doesn't
Like,
come on that. That's
money.
the whole point. Is
The
it
money
doesn't
comes
come
from the
on that.
government, and they say, "Sorry, I
Guys,
couldn't
we
hear
can't
what
hear
you're saying."
anything. We can't hear. Yeah, we can't hear anything if we're both talking. Relax, guys. One guy go, say over and out or something if you need to.
Well, we don't have
Go
to
ahead.
continue the conversation. I don't think that we're going to find common ground here. He has a fundamental disagreement with me on how reality works, and I don't think we're going to.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Bob. I'm trying to put this
You
in
are. You
perspective.
just don't understand that you are. That's all.
No. Like, I understand that your how would you call it? Your concept of what the United States of America is based on. No, I'm not even finished. I'm saying no, dude.
What you think
Bob,
is not my concept. What it
Bob, I'm not disagreeing with your concept. Like, I understand
Not my
what
concept.
you perceive as being. Dude, you're interrupting me again.
Yeah,
I can't
Bob,
even
let
hear
him
what you're
finish.
saying.
Hold on a second.
Stop it. Stop trying to ascribe to me something that's not accurate. That's not what I said, and that's not what I'm thinking.
But dude, if I say water is fire and I have a gun to your head and you say you better agree with me or you're dead, then you gotta change your definition. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, what you perceive as being correct is dependent upon your, the reality.
No, it's not. That's the thing. It's not dependent.
Yes, it is.
If you stand in front of me right now, if you were literally in front of me right now and pointed a gun at my head and said, "Call fire, water," I would say, "No, you'll have to shoot me."
And then you're dead.
And it doesn't matter. I'm still right.
Yes,
I'm right.
If you kill enough, Bob, if you kill enough people, there will be no one left to disagree with you.
You can't kill enough people, and even if you could,
yes, you can.
Right, it would still be you being wrong all by yourself.
Dude, the Germans killed 6 million people. You don't think?
Okay, allegedly they killed 6 million people, and guess what? They lost, and it didn't change anything. They were still wrong in that ideology.
They didn't lose internally. They lost because a bunch of fucking countries would fucking go at them.
Were they
Russia,
wrong?
America, Norway.
Were
yes,
they wrong?
They were wrong.
Okay.
I mean, they're not wrong. I mean, who is wrong? America or Germany?
Germany. Were they wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And they didn't win.
But hang on, Bob.
They didn't change the world.
Hang on, Bob.
And reality remains the same.
But in Germany, right? In Germany, you didn't have freedom of speech. You didn't have, you were only allowed to like one political party, or else you were a terrorist.
Yeah. That seems like a not a good security system they had in place for their government.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, Bob. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But the fact, if you were living in Germany at that time, you had one option and one alone.
No, that's false.
Okay.
You had two options. You could go with reality,
you
or
can
you
hide in the attic. You can hide in the attic.
Right. You could go with what they're telling you, or you could be a coward and just do what they say, or you could stand up for what's reality. Those were your two choices.
Don't please don't say coward. If
they're
you're
coward.
worried about your survival, you're not a coward for just trying to survive.
Yes.
Like, dude, you're simplifying complex issues. Not everybody have the same courage.
It's not complex. If somebody points at water and tells
it is complex.
If somebody points at water and tells you to call it fire and you do, you're a coward.
No, you're not, because you don't want to die.
You're a coward.
Dude, not everybody's suicidal.
You're a coward.
Not everybody's suicidal.
It doesn't. No, it's not suicide.
My guy, dude, that's a lack of empathy. You have a lack of empathy.
No, I don't.
Not everybody is as brave as you.
Truth is more important than your life. If you give in, you're a coward.
No. Because if you're dead, you can't speak the truth.
It doesn't matter. You were still right. Die right.
Can someone understand me, please?
I can sort this whole thing out for you. See, there's two things in this world a man can do. You have two options, right? There's two options. You have what I physically in reality can't do, and then you have the other option of what I can do. Bob's working from that framework. I was going to point this out a long time ago, but there you go.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with it being brave. You're really... Fuck, I'm getting a call here. You're very brave for wanting to have that rebellious energy, and I commend you for it. You're great, dude. But you got to think about it logically, because you're not actually in that situation. If someone is threatening to kill you, if you do not agree with them, it's kind of hard to disagree with them.
Okay, let me put it this way.
Hang on. Bob, before you interrupt me, I just want to say, and saying that the people who would not do what you would do is cowardice, or somehow fuck, I'm getting a little bit frustrated, because I like, you got to understand, it's not everybody's willing to take the sacrifice of dying for what they believe in.
I'll make it personal. That's fine. If you're worried about how I'm talking about other people, I'll make it personal right now. If at any point in my life somebody points at water and tells me to call it fire, and I give in and call it fire, I'm a coward, and you all better condemn me as a coward, because that's exactly what I am.
No.
Yes, I am. I am a coward, and it would be better for me to die right than for me to live.
No. Then you're basically saying that anybody who would disagree with you, and not, it's the same issue.
Yeah.
Like, if people don't agree with you, then they're a coward and should die.
Yeah.
Do you understand why that's wrong?
That's the same. No.
That is the same. Dude, that's the same stance as the Nazis took. That's the same as the Nazis took. If you don't agree with us, you should die.
No, I didn't say that they should die.
You said they should die.
No, just because they will die is not the same as me saying they should die.
We're referring to you, but people are not always you. If there's another person who's not... Okay, fuck it. Go ahead.
If somebody threatens my life, first of all, I don't know that they're actually telling the truth. They might not kill me, okay? It could just be them testing me to see whether or not I think this thing is true or not. That is possible. I can't know for sure that they're going to kill me. But it's okay if they do, because I died right instead of living wrong. That's okay. That doesn't mean I deserve to die because I disagreed with them. I don't deserve to die. But if I die because I did the right thing, that's way better than living because I did the wrong thing.
But is saving your life, Bob, is that the wrong thing? Saving
your
life.
If you have to do evil, and lying is evil.
Like, you sometimes, Bob, you have to live another day to fight the struggle.
No.
Do you understand?
Yes.
No, absolutely. There's a time and a place for everything. It's called college.
Nope. Listen, I think what you're referring to is called situation ethics, and it's a load of bullcrap.
Oh, no. Bob. Imagine, okay, let me put it in some perspective. Okay, you know that a week from now, a bunch of friends of you are gonna try and storm the government. Now, the government comes into your house and says, fire is water, or water is fire, whatever. You're going to die if you don't agree. You're going to say, I agree, so that in the next week... Hang on. So the next week... Hang on.
Let him finish, Bob. Let him finish.
The reason why you say I agree is only because in the next week, you can join the resistance movement. Do you understand?
No.
Like, sometimes... Oh, fucking hell.
I do understand. You're saying that I would do that, and I won't. I wouldn't do
that. Sometimes you can die for the cause, but die at the right moment.
Not if you did evil first, then you're dying wrong.
No, I'm not saying you did evil. Fuck,
what's evil? Lying is evil.
Fuck, dude, if you say that saying the wrong thing sometimes is evil, then everybody's evil, because people say the wrong thing all the time.
No,
sometimes
not just saying the wrong thing.
Bob, I beg you, see reason.
It's not just about just saying the wrong thing. People make mistakes. There's no problem with that. But there's a reason why there's a difference between making a mistake and lying.
But sacrificing your life at the wrong time is evil.
It's not sacrificing your life.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Listen,
if you're being killed by not agreeing with them,
they're going to kill you. You have no way of knowing that they're telling the truth. You can't know.
So
you have two options.
Listen, bro.
You have two options then. You can either change who you are based on the fear that they're trying to put into you, or you can continue to be who you know you're supposed to be and come what may.
If you're lying, it doesn't change who you are. You're just being a liar.
Yes, it does. If you lie, you're a bad person. A liar is a bad person. They're evil.
If I say right now, I am a woman and I know I'm not, that doesn't make me a bad person. It makes me a smart person, right? Because I'm lying to survive.
No,
one more week, Bob. 1 more week, so I can fight. with my friends
What
and
you're saying
dying
is
when
that
I
evil
want to.
can be justified if you think you're going to be able to fix it with good. You can't do that. That's not how it works. Evil is
Okay,
evil.
we're gonna have to change the subject because this is probably never gonna.
Going
I don't think.
nowhere.
Like I
Going
said, we have a fundamental disagreement on how reality works. I already said that a while ago.
No,
We don't
the
need to continue the
reality,
conversation.
dude. The reality is, if you wanna die today or a week from now, fighting with your friends instead of dying 1 versus 10. Okay, right?
Yeah, the reality
Firing
is either be a coward and give in, or you can stand for what's right.
No. You're not being a coward. You're being
Yes, you are.
smart.
No, you're being.
Look, at the end of the day, Bob is entitled to his opinion that he thinks it's cowardly, right? And that is that's Bob's prerogative to think that it's cowardly or other people are cowards.
But it is fundamental.
But no, that's from his framework, right? And that is
But I have
fine.
had the same. I've had the same
Right.
ideas, and I know now that I was being fundamental about the issue.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily make Bob's framework right. It makes it right for him.
I understand
Right.
that. I really do. But it's not the smartest issue to take. Like if you know you're gonna have a if you know you're gonna have a coalition at a 1 week from now, but the government has got into your home and they're asking you to agree with them, you could say yes, and then a week from now fight them.
But within his framework, Bob does think it is the right thing to do. So, that is commendable that he is willing to stand by, right, his framework and not compromise his. Well, okay, and you are entitled to have that opinion too.
Can I point something out though? The only reason. The only reason you know for sure that that's going to happen next week is because you created the scenario just now as an example. You don't, as a human being, actually know.
But there are similar, dude.
You can only
there are similar instances. Though.
No, you can only guess. You can't tell.
Yes,
the future.
There is.
You can't tell the future.
Hang on. Okay.
So you can't know that.
Dude, I am referring to situations that happened in my country. I am referring to situations that happened in my country, where the Nazis were occupying Norway, and people knew that they were gonna blow up the fucking ships of the Nazis a week from now.
No.
Yeah. Why are you saying no, dude? You have no idea what I'm talking about.
The future. They may have had intel. They may have had a guess. They may have been sure that it was going to happen. That doesn't make them prophetic. They think it's going to happen, so they react pragmatically.
Watch Max Manus.
It doesn't matter. They can't tell the future. Just because they guess right doesn't mean they know the future.
It's a movie based on reality. Okay, it's a movie based. It's completely describing a real situation. Okay, the Nazis were occupying Norway, and people were captured by the Nazis. They were being tortured. They had the option of either telling them what they wanted to hear, or they would be killed. Okay. Instead of telling the Nazis what they wanted to hear, they offed themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And in a week, they were gonna blow up a fucking boat.
Okay. Yeah,
like, just because you don't agree with the concept doesn't make it not real.
No, I understand the concept.
Even if it's not real.
They understood that the plan was that was going to happen. They weren't prophets. They didn't know it was going to happen. They just understood that was the plan.
They had planned it.
They didn't.
Planned it with the English government.
They couldn't tell the future, so they had to either decide to rely on that information and act if it was going to happen, or not rely on that information.
If you say that you're going to go jogging the next week, you know you're going to go jogging the next week as long as you fucking commit to it.
You can fall down the stairs and die in the next 10 seconds.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you, Bob. But if you don't fucking die, Bob, you're going to go jogging the next week if you commit to it. But if you don't commit to it, you're going to die now.
Okay,
can't win this.
So you agree that it's not an absolute, right?
Okay, fuck it.
Do you?
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, Bob. You're the one disagreeing with every premise.
Let me take that. In your scenario of your friends are going to storm the Capitol next week, it's not an absolute that they storm the Capitol. The only way it's an absolute is because of your example. You're deciding what happens in it, not because in reality
it did happen.
In reality, it's not an absolute because you can't tell the future. You can only guess. You think we're going to storm the Capitol. That's the plan. I hope it works. And so now what you're doing is you're saying violate your conscience and your morals based on what you think might happen in a week. That's a coward.
But I'm drawing on real premises.
It doesn't matter.
You guys are going to have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, this is boring.
Agree to disagree, guys.
Okay,
Agree
Bob,
to disagree.
let me finish with this.
Boring as hell.
I commend you, and I think you're fantastic at staying what I would call dogmatic in your premise. You will not move your principles, and I think that's honorable. But I also would say I think it's foolish not to survive another second, to be able to have a fight that is more in your favor.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that would agree with you on that.
Like, you're great, dude. If I was ever going to war, I would want you on my side. I'm not getting that wrong, because you would not give
Yeah,
us
he
up,
is a
right?
nightmare to go against.
Yeah, it's not only a nightmare. It's fucking. He's the Satan right in this situation. It's not going to change his principles.
Bob is a fucking nightmare to go against. I'm telling you right now.
Like, all I wanted was him to admit that it's better to live another day to fight another fight tomorrow. But if you're gonna die today for your principles, then yeah, fuck it. I guess whatever you believe is the right course of action.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you don't stand for nothing, you're gonna fall for everything, right?
Some of these guys will never bend
Sure.
over,
I'm
never
not
kneel down.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with it. I just think it's better to die when you have a gun in your hand rather than dying to a bullet in your head without a gun. Like, that's my only. Like,
So
that's my only argument here.
That's why
was
my
all
principles are very, very low.
This is all to justify something that the government does well. We're still trying to figure out that one thing that.
Fuzzy,
we went way off.
That was like 2 hours ago, Fuzzy.
Yeah, I know. We're still waiting. And we're like, he's trying to. All of this is to justify the U.S. government doing something okay.
Yeah, this was basically a branch off of that.
No. It changed. It changed. It went off course, way off.
It's fine. We leave off everywhere we go. We always leave off. So this is not.
I don't want to get
new.
I want to get a head count. Who would disagree or agree with this? Is it better to live another day so you can fight another day, or is it better to die immediately?
It depends on what your principles are. We just went through this. It depends on what your principles are.
Well, the principles matter. Like it's about the power of the situation. Like, if you have no power and you're gonna die if you don't agree. But if you agree today, you're gonna live another week, so you can fight with your friends the next day, and you have the ability to die with a gun in your hand. So you can take some people down with you.
But the problem is, you're not going to be living on your terms, right? Like if you and I are fighting and you lose, and I let you live, I'm letting you live on my terms. That's not really a life to live. Wouldn't you rather just die?
No, because I want to die with a gun in my hand.
All right, if I
Somebody-
do it,
I would much rather.
would you rather stay alive as my slave, or would you rather die?
Like, this is the options. You have 10 people around you. They're telling you to say a certain thing, right? If you die today, you die today, right? You're taking no one with you. If you just say, yes, I agree with you, you live another week, now you can get up with your friends, and now you have a gun in your hand, and you can take down a couple of motherfuckers. So your option is whether to die killing no one, or die the yesterday killing an X amount of people.
Yeah, but that's all part of But it's all part of an overall strategy, right? It's strategy.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. It's a strategy.
Acceptance.
I would rather die killing 10 people than die killing no one if the people I'm killing is my enemy.
And I think like something like this probably stems from the idea that death is like the worst thing in life that can happen to you, which I disagree with. And so, like, with a fundamental
No.
like that,
It's not the worst. You could be tortured to death. That's worse than just
No,
getting
okay.
a bullet in your head.
I don't think that like physical hardship up to and including death and torture, I don't think those are the worst things that can happen to you. I don't think that's even remotely close to. I think those are really relatively non-essential things that can take place, and they shouldn't affect you whatsoever as far as life, the universe, and everything. And if you let them affect you, I think your focus is incorrect in this life.
What is the worst thing that can happen to you then?
No, it's not.
I'm asking you, what is the worst thing that can happen to you?
To give up your soul for evil.
No, forget about the soul. Some people don't believe in a soul. What is the worst thing that can happen to you?
He does.
That's the only thing that matters.
But okay.
That's who I am.
Okay, agreeing to something to save your life for another day will not determine whether your soul is ghost or not.
It would. That's where we disagree on that.
If
am
God
of the mind that it would absolutely condemn my soul to hell, a separation from my Creator, if I chose to lie about something in this physical world just to save my physical life, instead of simply allow myself to separate from this physical life and stay right.
If your God says that suicide is not okay, and your option is between suicide and living another day, and you are choosing suicide, you're doing the wrong in your God's eye.
No, here's the thing. If somebody else threatens to kill you,
that's your religion. If you're Christian,
you don't understand what suicide means. Someone else threatening to kill you isn't suicide. It can't be. It literally cannot be.
But if you choose to die, then you are taking suicide.
No, that's not suicide.
Yes, it is. In this instant, it is. Because you can just say, I agree, fire is water or water is fire, whatever.
Doesn't matter what Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they
taking suicide by the act of not agreeing with someone who.
That's not true. It's not suicide. They killed you, not you.
Yeah, you're just wrong on this one. Flat out.
You still killed yourself.
No, you didn't kill yourself. They killed you.
Yes, you did.
That's the whole situation. They threatened to kill you, and you don't stop them from killing you. They killed you, not you.
But you could have stopped them from killing you by just saying.
That's not suicide. That's not
suicide. It is
suicide.
suicide. It is suicide because you know you're gonna die if you don't agree with them.
Okay, so we've established one of the core principles of reality that we disagree on, and unless one of us changes our minds on that core principle that it's absolutely not suicide or absolutely is suicide, we're not going to reach common ground. And I can guarantee you 100%, I am never going to change my mind. It's not suicide, period.
Off subject, he is asking to be unmuted.
Who?
The high JJ.
What's the difference between suicide and accepting your fate in the situation?
That's right.
But you're accepting your fate based on your choice.
Yeah, based on fear. You can be a coward to win.
How about refraction?
Refraction.
Yeah,
Damn, let's get back to refraction.
Yeah, let's change the
I'm
subject.
joking. It doesn't have to be refraction. It's just something else.
No, but yeah, move on. No, we're
You
moving
guys,
on.
you guys are arguing about what suicide
I'm
is.
moving on. I've been trying to move on a couple of times now.
Well, I mean, there's really no argument. He's just misunderstanding what suicide is.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Hello.
So what's new on the flat Earth? Like, is there any new flat Earth evidence?
Bodying them every day, Nate. You know what's up. You know what it is.
Like what?
Every day is new flat Earth evidence. Walk outside.
So many times,
There is no real evidence.
Yeah, I'm asking.
How many times?
Tell me what you got.
Nate, how many times I gotta show you how many times I've exposed these guys? Come on, bro. I had a triple-double one day in Gems.
Never.
We're waiting for the globe evidence on refraction yet, Nate.
There's so much evidence. You're just unwilling to accept
it. Why do you believe? What? Sorry, go. My bad.
No, go high. Go high.
No, it's like five people talking. So. Sorry, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to be quiet.
No, it's all good. So, why do you believe in flat Earth? I want to get a good foundation.
Who are you asking?
Because it looks flat.
Anyone who believes.
Anybody who wants to respond, I guess.
Yeah.
I can't find any curve.
Because it looks
Alright,
flat.
I have a good example that doesn't, which is a little bit of science, right? Whenever you see a boat go over the horizon, right? This is why you don't see the
that's not gonna work.
bottom of the ship. You see the
Wait,
mast
let him
go
finish.
down.
Yeah.
You see the mast go down. That shows the curvature, right? Also, if I was standing on the skyscraper, I should be able to see China, but I can't.
Right?
No,
Right?
no.
Yes,
You
yes,
tell
yes,
him. You
Dan.
tell him, bro.
Listen,
Yeah, I
listen,
would. I
listen.
should be if I had a good enough telescope, good enough binoculars, whatever it is. I would should
flat.
be. If
Hold
it
on,
was
young
completely
man.
flat like
Wait,
you
stop.
claim, I should
Wait,
be able to do that.
hold on, young man. Listen,
Guys,
young man.
guys,
I think
one
wait,
after
let me-
another, one
let me
after
answer-
another,
Let me
Everyone's
answer
so
this.
excited.
one at a time.
Guys, one at a time. Let High
One
finish.
at
Just
a
start
time.
muting people. Dude, just start muting people. When there's 5 people talking, just start muting them, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Don't
going
even,
to.
we don't even got to explain it.
Yeah. Now let High finish what he's going to say, and then we'll respond. Don't respond to him while he's getting it out. So let him go.
Can I add on top?
No, you can't. Yo,
No,
I'll mute you.
I want to argue for the flat earthers really quick.
Yeah, but
No,
let him finish saying what he's
let-
saying, and then you guys can
let
argue.
High finish. Seriously. Go High.
Mast goes down. If you've can't see a ship, right? You would see the mast go down. That's the curvature of the Earth, right? So you should be able to see China from where we are, or whatever. You should be able to see China, right? If it was completely flat plane, you would be able to see China, right? And why are people not falling off of the Earth? Yeah.
Why should we be able to see China? Could you elaborate on that?
All right, because if it was a completely flat plane, I should be able to look from this continent to that continent or whatever it is. I would be able to see different countries, which we can't do it.
Why though?
Because of the curvature of the Earth. All right.
But why should you be able? I mean, couldn't China be too far away to just see on a flat?
Well,
plane?
no. If you had good enough binoculars, you definitely can.
Okay.
You definitely can if it was flat. Yes. Yeah, we could get a good picture of Mars. Why can't we use that same telescope here if it was flat, which is
Hold
not
on one
flat?
second.
That's a good
Hi.
point.
Hi.
That's a very
Yo,
good
guys,
point.
hold on one second, please. Can I get 1 second? Hi, your mic got some kind of reverberation or something, or it's really loud, like something's weird, which maybe you're too close to the mic. Yo, who's just talking all the way through me? Yo.
Yeah.
You're hot micing, yo.
Dude, no. My mic sometimes just lights up for no reason, even when I'm not talking.
Okay, well then, when you're not
Yeah,
talking,
I was gonna argue.
just put
I'll
yourself
mute it.
on mute. Just put yourself on mute when you're not talking.
I was
There you go.
gonna argue for the flat Earth really quick because I think this. Is this guy like new to this conversation?
Sounds
Did you just hear about
It sounds
flat Earth?
like it, Vival. It sounds like
Yeah.
he's new, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna argue for the flat earthers. No, you would not see China from wherever you said because
Why is that?
for one, there's a ton of atmosphere you'd have to look through, and you just would not see it.
So, why
The
can't you see Mars
atmosphere is
then?
not-
It's called
Because
light
there's a lot more
attenuation. It's called light
atmosphere
attenuation.
Wait,
It's
between
called
us
light
and Mars.
attenuation.
Hold on,
It's
because
called
you're
the
looking up.
attenuation of light. Go ahead.
All right,
Vival.
you're looking up through the atmosphere. You're not looking. You're looking through a smaller portion of the atmosphere when you're looking up.
No,
Okay, when you're
not
looking.
up. You're not looking up. 'Cause
Yes.
then Earth would be a convey.
No, if you're looking at, if you can see Mars, you're looking through the atmosphere. You're not looking through a large portion of the atmosphere.
But that's not what flat earthers say. Can a real flat earther argue with him?
No, flat Earth. I'm arguing
What do you mean,
because
no?
he thinks that we should be able to see China from where?
From
Earth
like
is life as a glober,
North
by
America,
the way.
yeah.
Earth
Yeah,
is
more
life
like
as a
North
heart
America.
or glober.
Because you're
He doesn't
looking
even
through
believe in the. Hold on,
atmosphere.
Vival. Let me explain it.
Yeah. That's why it's better for flat earth to talk to him.
If it was flat,
Jeremy,
we
go
should
ahead.
be able to see that, but we can't. So to me,
No,
that
The
that's
only
indication
way-
that
wouldn't be
it's
able to
not
see it.
flat.
No,
If
you
the
wouldn't
Earth
be able
was
to see it.
completely flat, the only way it would be obstructing it is if it was a mountain in a way, which wouldn't make the Earth completely flat.
Yeah, but yo, B-ball, you guys are both globers.
You guys have never heard
he's
of the.
trying to get a flat earther's answer. Why not let a
You guys
flat
have
earther
never
answer?
heard.
I want to
Earth
get a
is
genuine
life,
flat
it's not
earther's
a-
answer.
It's not a flat
Yeah.
earth race, even defending your position.
But a flat
Hey,
earther
that was a.
is...
Nate,
Sorry,
yeah,
go
I'm
ahead,
trying to, Nate.
Come on.
My bad.
Hey, that was a. Am I? Is my mic good?
Yep, it's good.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Is my mic
so,
good?
Yeah, your mic's better now a little bit. So first of all, the guy that was just telling you you're wrong is a hardcore glober. He thinks flat Earth is complete nonsense, and he's telling you you're wrong. I am a flat earther, and I'm still telling you you're wrong because we have the attenuation of light. You have light bending. There's multiple ways that you could have not be able to see China on a flat plane.
Let's talk about Earth in the darkness then. So we can't use light refraction as an excuse.
Could I please explain this, right? So if we're not shining, but if we're looking at Mars, wouldn't the ray of the sun be stronger there than here? Because you see what I'm saying? Because there's
Is he breaking up?
Yeah,
Your
you're
mic,
breaking up.
Your mic's clipping.
Oh.
Breaking up.
All right.
We're looking at Mars in this. We're looking at Mars in the sky. Then what?
All right,
The reason
so
we see Mars is because light is hitting Mars and it's
right in the middle of the sun.
Yo.
No.
Hold on.
Let yo say something. Let him.
Hold on. Yeah, no. Yeah, you've had a good run, mate. You just got to sit back and just listen for a minute.
No. Let yo talk. Let him talk.
No. Why you go high?
All right.
I was just trying to help him.
We're looking at Mars.
All right. So the all right. Wait, fuck! I forgot what to say. All right. So first, aiming our telescopes at Mars, wouldn't the sun rays distort it by any way? Because that would be more intense than it would be on Earth, right?
Yeah, I don't know what
you're
that
trying to explain.
Are you saying Mars looks really clear through a telescope? What are you trying to say?
I don't know what that was supposed to mean. Can you rephrase it?
Also, yeah. I'm saying yes. It looks really clear on the telescope. If it was flat, why wouldn't it look clear?
You broke up again at the end. The point is, when you're looking at Mars, I'll just explain this. Listen, when you're well, he's maybe just new. When you're looking at Mars, you're looking through.
Bro, I am not googling anything. This is off the top
fine.
of my head.
Okay.
No, he said new. He said you're just new.
You're new. You're new to this whole thing, right? So, anyways, when you're looking at Mars, you're looking through a very thin layer of atmosphere. It's getting thinner as you go up, right? But when you're trying to look at China, you're looking.
That's not what he was saying.
All right.
No,
what is he saying?
We're going back to his original analogy.
I'm saying, listen, I'm saying China is closer than Mars. So why can't we see Mars and not China?
I'm explaining it to you. I'm explaining it to you. When you look at Mars,
it automatically disproves flat Earth. It automatically
I'm explaining to you why you're. Hold on, bro. I'm explaining to you why you're wrong. I don't know why yo interrupted me.
All right, go on.
Oh my god, just fucking mute this guy. Listen, yo, relax for a second.
I'm muted.
Now, hi. When you're looking at Mars, we're looking up through a very thin layer of atmosphere. If you're trying to look on the layer of the ground, that's going to be the thickest amount of atmosphere. You understand there's a thing called light the attenuation of light?
Yeah. The atmosphere is thicker on the top than on the bottom.
Yeah. Right.
So that's that.
That's why.
We also have light. You realize light doesn't travel in straight line. What's up? There's multiple reasons why you wouldn't see China. The angular size of China. Do you know how angular sizes work?
Yeah, the angular is that it's on the other side of the planet.
The angular size of China would not be big enough for you to see anything over there from that distance.
But if it's flat, you should be able to go on a mountain and you see
for the
China.
globe. You're gonna have to say something like, well, you wouldn't see a crisp horizon line so close to you, and then see things being cut off by that horizon line.
The only reason there is a horizon is because something is going below it.
Yes. On the other side of the horizon is a bend, right?
No, the bend is the horizon.
I'm about to sick God scalpel on you guys.
Jeremy,
you want me to come into the conversation for you, Jeremy?
Oh boy, you guys done did it now.
What's about to
There's
happen?
multiple reasons why you'd have a horizon and a horizon line, and things might disappear
Yeah, but
bottom up.
All right,
a
but
horizon wouldn't form so close to you on a flat Earth. It'd be a lot,
You don't.
hell of a lot farther
No.
away.
the thing
You
is,
don't know
why
that.
wouldn't people fall off?
No.
Why aren't people falling off the Earth left and right though? Like, why don't we hear people? Oh, my dad went out on a fishing trip. He lost his navigation, or his navigation went out, or whatever the fuck. Well,
Why would
why
you
didn't you just
expect
fall off
them
the Earth?
to? Why would you
Well, where
expect
is
them
the?
too high?
Because there is
Yeah.
an edge.
Yes, there
Right.
is an edge, right? Well,
Is there?
why
Is
isn't our
there?
water level going down? Why isn't our
Who
water
You're
level
claiming it
going down?
is.
who told you there was an edge?
You guys
Right.
did. If there's a flat surface,
No.
there must be an edge to it.
If it's a flat surface, there's going to be an
No,
edge.
some of them believe it's an infinite plane.
So
So it's
how would
infinite.
Some of them believe that there are parts of the Earth we can't go to, so we'll never really know if it's infinite or not.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have to ask the question. Then you have to ask the question: what is the flat Earth attached to? Is it go on forever? Does it go on forever down?
What's
Is
the
it?
universe?
It's not
attached to?
hanging.
Does
It's
it
not.
go on
It's,
forever? Where's the end
it's
of the
not floating
universe?
in
Is it
space.
contained by something?
Exactly.
Is there a
If it's
wall
not
at the end of the
floating in
universe?
space,
What's holding the universe in place? We can
if
say
it's
all the
not
same
floating in
questions to you,
space,
dude. No big deal.
if it's not
If it
floating
went on
in space, then what?
Well, you have such a hard concept, people, of this word infinite, where your space is infinite. Well, what do you mean it's infinite? It
It's
goes
just
on
a saying.
forever?
We don't
It just
actually know
doesn't.
whether it's
It
infinite or
just
not. We're
doesn't.
just saying it is.
I didn't actually hear a comma or a full stop in my sentence there, yo. Right.
To respond
So,
to Bandit,
exactly.
Well, why would
Exactly.
Fuck
Exactly.
God! Come on, man. Guys,
bro? But
please
that's
don't make
No,
this
the
hard for me
question
today.
is the Earth finite, or does it go on forever?
There's a
Well,
question, isn't there, people? Right? It is a very interesting question.
No, I'm not talking about space. I'm talking about the Earth itself.
Who knows? Who knows? Some think that it is finite. Some think that it is infinite. But you nor I have have explored it all, right? Or even
So
or even in
if
your world, right?
if
All
it
of
was
space
finite,
hasn't been
if it
explored.
well, if it was infinite, right, an infinite plane, then we would see the horizon never drop as we went higher. It would never drop.
Why does an infinite plane determine how far you would see a horizon?
I was just
Because
trying
we
to
would.
answer.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just trying to answer the fact about the infinity problem, because people don't seem to understand it. The reason why we call it infinite, because it's a limitation to what we can see. We understand that it's not necessarily infinite, but if we can only perceive it in one way, we say it could be going on infinitely, even though we understand though that it's not.
Yeah, we could use the same explanation and we could just turn that right back around. That doesn't solve anything.
Turn the right back around.
Yeah, okay. We can't see the rest of the Earth because we are only looking at it through one way of perception and not the others that we would need to see the rest of it, just like with your universe
What are the other ways
But
of perception?
we
Yeah,
can
exactly.
see
What are
all
those?
of the
Exactly. Your
countries.
bullcrap that you just
We
made up
can
about other ways to perceive the universe. Yeah, what are those other ways? Please
You were
elaborate.
interrupting me there, but okay, we can see all of the countries. We can see all of the ocean. If it was infinite, we could see more than we could see right now.
I've got a question. So why does every government on Earth, right, say
Before you do that, if
You're interrupting him, Bob.
I know, but he's moving on to a different topic.
It's okay.
You can wait.
No,
It's okay
no,
for you
no,
guys to
no.
interrupt, but it's not okay for us to do it.
Let me talk.
It's not okay for you to interrupt and change the
Let
topic.
me talk.
Bob,
Let
let
me
him
talk.
finish.
Do not
Don't let him
interrupt
change
me.
the topic.
You understand? Do not interrupt me.
Hold on.
Okay,
Are you
fine,
on
I'm
are
going
you on
next.
the
Not
same
interrupt
topic?
me.
Hold
What
on,
did I
Bob,
say?
I'll
Do
figure it
not
out. Are you
interrupt.
on the same topic, or are you moving on to a new topic?
Jeremy,
We're just we're not moving on to anything. I'm just debunking flat Earth. Like I'm not on
Can we
any
just?
topic. I'm just debunking this.
nobody
Look,
so far has
Can
answered
you
what
mute him
I
while
was
I answer then?
Yeah, let's
answer what
have
Yo said.
closing
Answer what Yo
statements.
said.
Okay.
Let's have some closing statements on the last topic before we move on, please.
Okay, so just to answer what he said, if the universe was infinite, we would be able to see more of it. See how that works?
Uh-oh.
Boom.
That makes no sense, dude.
Yeah, that's right, it doesn't. So it makes no sense. We agree that's a stupid way to explain it. Agreed.
There is a limitation to how far we can see. The reason why we call it infinite is because we know it goes further than what we can perceive.
Okay. How do you know that if you can't perceive it?
Because there is a limitation to what we can see. And we know that
how are you perceiving it?
Something that is really far away is taking millions of years to come to us. We know that if something is far enough away, we're seeing something that happened billions of years ago. It takes time to come to us, the light, to reach us. So if something is far enough away, we know that it happened in the past. So it must go on forever. Do you understand the concept?
Did you see the light? Did you see the light?
Yes. It didn't happen a long time ago.
So that means you can perceive it, right? So you can perceive it because you saw it, right?
We can only perceive what is close enough to us.
Okay, so if you know there's stuff beyond what you can perceive, how do you know it's there if you can't perceive it?
Because we know it's there.
How do you know it's there if you can't perceive it?
Hang on. If you're holding a hand in front of your eye, you know there's something behind your eye.
Because I can perceive it.
You cannot see it.
I can
your
perceive
hand
it.
is in front of your eye.
I can perceive it.
No, if your hand is in front of your eyes, you can only see what's in front of your eyes, but you know something is behind it. It could
because I can perceive what's behind it.
It could be that something's not there, but you could logically assume that there's something behind your hand.
No, I can perceive what's behind my hand.
You understand the concept?
We can assume anything we want. You can assume anything you want.
Yes.
But it's fact that when you put your hand
behind my hand, let me answer. I can absolutely perceive what's behind my hand.
You did. I wasn't asking a question.
No, I didn't say you're asking.
He was making a statement, not a question.
Stupid statement. I can perceive what's behind my hand.
It's not a stupid statement.
It is. It's retarded.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
It is not.
It's absolutely.
I'm telling you, it is not.
It is.
It is not.
It 100%.
I'll keep going back. It is not.
Bob.
What?
Bob, if something is in front of your eyes, you cannot know whether it's there or not. You can only estimate that there's probably something behind it.
Is there something there?
Okay, let's go back to the fact that if you're standing on Mount Everest, you should be able to see China if the Earth is flat.
Nope.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Because Mars is further away than China is. It's much further away. See if you can
it's
see
a whole different. Do you understand what the light attenuation is? Do you know what those words mean?
The reason why you cannot always see Mars is because sometimes it's behind the planet.
Have you guys ever heard of the attenuation of light?
Yes.
He's just using that as an analogy. He's not saying you can actually see China.
How do you spell that? Attenuation?
Attenuation.
ATTEN.
Oh my god.
It is ATTENUATION. I believe that's what it
Reduction in its intensity. Yeah, dude. We know stars are millions of light years away. The fact they're dimmed doesn't make it a fact that they're not there.
You don't know that, but okay.
I know that. We can see the stars.
But you can't prove it though. So.
Yeah, we can.
No,
we
you
can look
can't.
up to the stars. The stars are there, whether you want to accept
Yep,
it.
they're there, but you can't prove how far away they are.
Yes, we
It's a
can.
long tape measure.
You definitely can't perceive what's in the
perceive it, it is
unperceivable
there.
universe. You definitely can't tell us anything about what would be observed in the unobservable universe. That's not pure nonsense.
Correct.
I'm correct.
Uncorrect.
No, you're not. You're stubborn. When you look up into the sky,
dude, you
see
can't.
Stars.
Yep. Stars are there. They exist.
They're
Yep.
there. They are
Yep,
there.
they're there.
Then what are we disagreeing about?
No, we're not disagreeing that stars are there.
Yeah, the stars are absolutely
I
there.
heard people say that they are not necessarily there.
You were in the middle of
I
telling
don't think
us.
anyone said that.
He was in the middle of telling us what's in the unperceivable universe, the unobservable universe.
Right now, we're on the discussion of the perceivable, which you can witnessed.
But right before that, you were telling us what's in the unobservable.
Yeah, but you guys were talking about what is there and is potentially not there. Like you say, you can't prove that
could
they're
be
there.
anything.
They're
You can't
stars.
prove that what's where.
Yeah, no one's saying you can't prove stars are there. You can. Stars are there. Yep.
And you can't prove what's not there. You can't see
Yeah,
what's
okay.
not there.
Does anybody disagree with the stars are there? Let's start with that.
Of course, stars are there. Who's going to disagree with that?
I heard someone
Yeah,
just
see,
say
they have things called infrared. They have things called infrared telescopes that you can see stuff that you wouldn't normally see with your naked eye.
Yeah, it's called
So
the
you can perceive
observable
things that
universe.
are not there.
That's the observable universe. That's the
Earth.
observable universe, and that's how far we can see. Past that, where they can't see, it's called the unobservable universe.
The reason why we say forever is it's like a, how do you say, it's like calling a cake a cake. Just because it's a cake, you can call it something else, but you perceive it as being a cake. We know that there's most likely something beyond the horizon of what we can perceive. Why? Because our horizon is always being expanded.
I like how you put that.
I don't. What did he say?
And your horizons.
Jeremy, every horizon that we've ever seen, we've been able to figure that there's something past it. And every horizon, we keep venturing towards the new horizon. It's a safe assumption that there's something past the next horizon. I mean, even just the infinite regress.
Verified it.
Brilliant.
It's a good assumption, yeah.
The only reason you can assume it or think that it's correct is because you already verified it. You went there and verified it. You can't do that with the other thing.
He's not assuming it.
Yep,
it's
you are.
a possibility.
You're assuming it.
Bob. Okay, take your hand in front of your eyes. Just because all you can see is your hand in front of your eyes doesn't mean there's something not beyond it.
Right, I can see the things beyond it by looking at them. Yes.
No, not if you have your hand. Bob, okay, put your hand in front of your eyes. Actually do it. Okay, look into your hand.
Yeah. Okay.
There is something beyond. There's something beyond your hand.
Yep, I moved my hand and I can see them. Yep, I verified it. There's something beyond it.
Pretend you're a caveman.
Do not move your hand.
Oh,
put your hand
wait,
in front of your eyes.
Are you saying pretend there's something there that isn't there?
No, that's not what I said. I said put your hand in front of your eyes. Do that.
Yeah, and then verify there's something behind it, right?
Behind your eye. Why do you assume there's something behind your eye?
Yeah,
because
I can look and see and verify it. Yep, that's there.
Y'all are on two different points. See, Bob, you're making the point that we haven't verified that there's anything there, and I think most people would agree with that. And Yo is making the point that we could say it's possible that there's something else there, and I think you would agree with that too. What's the issue here?
No.
Yeah, what are you guys really arguing about?
The only reason we know there's something behind my hand is because we verified it.
We don't know.
I spent my whole life without moving my hand. I wouldn't be able to verify that.
I'm gonna explain this, right? If you turn on your camera,
Please. Just to add on top of what Crux was saying, just because we cannot see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Oh.
The reason why we say the universe is infinite is because you could say we believe it.
Just because you imagine something in your head.
The reason we say the universe is infinite is because of how we measure it, and when we measure it to be flat. So that indicates.
Let Mike.
Guys. All right, we've got to give.
You can't just go ahead with that.
Right, you got a bad mic. Hi, fix your mic, and then we're going to give you a bit of mic time. All right, you got to give Hi a bit of mic time. It's the first time he's here, so let him let him have his time to shine.
Okay, Bandy, moderate this agreement though. Let's tell Bob in multiple numbers. Bob, he's conceding the point that we don't know it, but we could believe it be possible. What's wrong with that?
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with it. You can believe
He's
anything.
explaining the difference. He's explaining the difference between being able to see something, right, and perceive something, as opposed to holding your hand in front of your face and then moving and then actually seeing it.
You can say anything. You can
Yeah,
say
we can
anything.
pretend anything's out there if we
Yeah,
want to.
that's right. But you want to verify it, right? So to make your beliefs come true. But until you verify them, it's just another airy fairy thought, really. At the end of
but
the
don't
day.
don't strawman mainstream because that's all mainstream says. They're not going to tell you it's absolute. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
I mean, that is true. That is all the mainstream says. The mainstream says that. The mainstream says that we measure the universe to be flat, therefore it must be infinite. But we don't know that for sure. There's no way of knowing until we actually go beyond the observable horizon.
Who says it?
Yeah, I don't think anybody actually agrees with us saying that the universe is infinite. We of course we don't know.
No,
it appears to be infinite.
Well, scientists and astrophysicists, when we measure the universe, we measure it as flat. It's the whole entirety
Hold
of
on.
it. That gives the
Hold on.
indication it must be infinite. If we measured
Okay,
it
I was
with a
trying
certain type of curvature, it would tell us it's finite.
Why'd you just say we observe it as infinite? Why do you think the unobservable universe is?
Only
Did I
some
say we
people-
observe it as infinite?
Bob did.
Only some people here get muted.
Yeah, why is that?
Because we special.
Hey, you were having a mic issue, and Yo was talking over everyone.
Yeah, sure.
No, that's
and
not
other
true.
5 people were talking at the same time.
Yeah. So why did you just
trying
kick us
really
out?
hard.
Are you guys trying to get me muted or what? What's going on?
I was trying to respond to what Cruxator was
Believe me,
saying.
Nate almost got muted once. So, anyways, go ahead, guys. One at a
Get a lot
time,
of
please. One at a time. Say your piece and then go on mute. There's a lot of people that want to talk.
And make sure it's the right people who will respond.
Yeah.
All right, who
Say
are you
your piece
directing
about-
your statement to, yo?
Look,
A lot of people.
High is new to this server. He's coming here for the first time, so let's give him the attention. Everyone else has had a lot of attention tonight.
Yeah, and yet you
right?
muted him. You muted him, dude.
And it is 420 after.
He got muted because his mic was crappy. So don't be questioning the muting.
Oh,
and why
if
it
he's
happened.
muted. Dude, Bob Dole's fucking mic was crappy. You didn't mute him.
He was low. He was crackly.
Dude, you're taking
It's still
preferences.
crappy.
You know what? You don't like it? Go, leave, yo.
Yo,
Dude,
podcast.
I'm here.
Give High
Dude.
his 5 minutes, please.
Dude, we're friends. We are friends. I'm not interrupting him. I'm interrupting other people who are fucking ganging on top of him.
Well, let's all try to go one at a time, please. So, go ahead.
All right.
Say your piece. Say your piece. Go on mute.
I have a great point that people can't, dispute. So why are all these government? Well, maybe, but why are all these governments saying that Earth is this way? Dude, they don't have an incentive to lie. Like,
So ask them if you think they're lying.
I'm saying, well, like everyone, not everyone, but you think the Earth is flat, but all these governments are saying the Earth is round, it's a globe. Why would they be lying to you? Like,
how many do you think actually measured it? How many do you think actually know? United States, Russia, and China. How many others do you think actually would know if it's flat or not?
Let me respond. Hi. Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yes.
Okay, Crux say, why would they measure it? Why would you ask a doctor how to fix your heart? If someone has already figured it out and the calculations seem accurate, why would you need to verify what has already been proven?
You don't, but they're not the ones saying it, to his point. It would still be the first doctor saying it. It wouldn't be all the patients saying it as well.
You are wrong.
The first doctors are the United States, Russia, and China.
Okay. But don't they
Russia,
have
for example,
astronauts?
sent someone-
You get what I'm saying? Canada is just a patient. Why would they ask the doctor about how to make the map when they just are told by United States?
It's its own country with their own.
Canada doesn't have geodetic surveyors.
I couldn't hear what you're saying.
Canada bitch made, yo.
I'm not saying I believe it or not. I'm just saying you got to think, like, logically, like there could be, tiers to this game. It's not all the countries. I don't like how he said all the countries.
And logically, someone has already figured out how electricity works. Why would you spend time arguing against it when it already works?
All right, it's like saying, it's like saying a high voltage. It's like saying we gotta see if a high voltage will shock me. Will shock me. Obviously, it will shock me. It will probably hurt me, kill me, electrocute me, whatever. Right? It'll probably have bad effects on me. We don't need to test it out to know that happens, right?
So obviously, you could circumnavigate north to south. Obviously, is it obvious to you?
Yes, like we can
How?
go around the
How?
earth.
Based on what? How many?
Because there have been many people in history that has done. I said many.
What are you talking about?
Don't sit and act like it hasn't been done.
Hey, two people are talking. Hey, yo, two people are
Don't act like
talking
it
at the same
hasn't
time.
been done.
I'm
I don't
saying.
hear what Earth is saying.
It's never been done along one line of longitude.
I'm saying, listen.
Yes, it is, Jerry.
No, never.
Listen to me, right? There has been many.
So guys, listen to him. Listen to him. Come on,
bro. You claim that we're talking over each other, but you're talking over me. That's hypocritical. All right. So there's, bro. Again,
They are, in fact.
So there have been many people in history that have circumnavigated the Earth, right? They have sailed around the ocean.
No, you said right. I'm gonna say disagree.
That have rode bikes.
I muted him. I muted him. Go ahead.
Thank
right?
you. Thank you.
So like, what can you say against that? Like,
It hasn't been done along one line of longitude, north to south. Never.
Huh?
But why does it need to be done along one line of longitude? Like, what's the significance of that?
Because that's what would prove it to be a ball.
But what if
That's
I do it and I go in a zigzag motion? Like I go between the Atlantic, South America, Africa, North America, Europe. I come the other side. Isn't that fine?
No, I said one line of longitude.
But why? Why one? Like, what's the significance of that or 5 lines of longitude?
Because that would be impossible on a flat Earth. It's been done north to south among, along it.
This is getting
Like, anytime you plot any of these stops of these alleged north-south circumnavigations, they always form some kind of square or trapezoid or circle. It's never one line. Plot any of them on a AE map or like a Gleason's. It's always a big ass circle. That's why one line of longitude is so important.
Okay, I still don't get it, but okay.
Okay, well, look at
I've seen paths people have taken to what is it, circumpole and navigate the Earth, and for all intents and purposes, it's almost a straight line. It's just when they're close to land masses, you obviously need to take a pit stop, right?
No.
And because you need fuel, you need to get new supplies.
You're
like traveling around the globe, it takes a long time. So the goods you have are perishable. So
I would disagree.
Need to supply.
No.
Why?
Because it's not true. There are things there for a satellite, for instance, could circumnavigate without needing to make a pit stop. On top of that, ZQ Pilot. This is another one of these insanely suspicious thing. The ZQ Pilot went down, touched Antarctica, turned around and went back. He basically did a suicide run, and they gave him the Guinness record for circumnavigation. I mean, this is ridiculous.
The link to that, Don? I don't know who or what you're talking about.
ZQ Pilot, like, you know what a suicide run is? Like, you go touch one side, go back and touch the other side.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what he did. He went down to Antarctica, admittedly, touched it. He went from North Pole down like one face of the globe, touched Antarctica, turned around, went back up the same face of the globe, and it counted. He didn't go around it to the other area. He went up the same area, and they called that the circumnavigation record.
There is
a
reason why we started the North Pole.
That's the circumnavigation record? No way.
Yeah, it's a joke.
I wouldn't call that. Okay, I agree with you. That's not circumnavigating because you're just going on one side. Like you got to go all the way around.
People have flown around the Earth, right?
Indeed.
Mike Horn pulled a pole expedition on Antarctica by foot. Very suspicious. I looked at his blog. You can't find. I mean, very suspicious language of him writing when he got to the ceremonial pole. I'm telling you, this stuff is suspicious, bro.
Crux. My country was the president of fucking going to North Pole.
Of going to North
Your
Pole.
country was the president of going to the North Pole. You said.
President.
I think he means like
They set a precedent.
They set a
The
precedent.
country set a precedent to get to the
So,
North Pole.
so what? So I believe what he meant is that that basically his country hosted that. Basically, that's what I think he meant.
You are correct.
You still got a little bit of an echo in your mic. It's from yourself talking. I've never even heard that. Bro.
President, the definition: one appointed or elected to preside over an organization body of people, such as an assembly or meeting.
So your country was the president of the North Pole, like it was in charge of the North Pole.
I'm being interrupted and nobody's being muted. The chief executive of an officer of the United States, or with powers of determined by the U.S. Constitution.
Okay.
Yes. So your country set a precedent to get to the North Pole. Yes.
He's actually saying his country was the president of the North Pole.
No, he's saying it.
No, that is not what he's saying.
But what definition did he read?
He's not saying.
He read the
He's not
definition of a president.
Appointed or elected to preside over an organization body of people, such an assembly or meeting.
Yeah, that's the president. That's Biden.
So what he's saying. So what he's saying that. So what he's saying is that his country basically led the expedition into Antarctica, right? So
He's
that's
saying
what.
president. His country is the Biden of Antarctica.
No.
Like, are you listening?
Of the North Pole mission.
Saying fuck you, dude.
What group? What group?
Tur Heyerdahl is his name, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dawn.
A big red herring, anyways. What's the point?
I mean, Dawn, that record you're
being,
talking
someone
about,
went to the,
I
North
totally
Pole.
agree with you. That isn't circumnavigating, but that doesn't mean that people haven't done it, though, right? Or do you believe
There's
no one?
another claim.
Last year, they did a 50-year commemorative. It was called One More Orbit. They made sure to disclose on the website that there will be no scientific instruments allowed on the flight, that it's just a ceremonial flight. It's not for scientific purpose. Why? Who knows? So they've done it twice in 50 years with a plane. Very suspicious. It wasn't there was the live stream of it was just them inside the plane hanging out.
But
I mean, wake up, people.
But what incentives do they have to lie? Why do they need to lie to us? But why do they need to lie to us, though? Right? Why?
Why would they lie? Why would they? Why would they lie?
Why do they need to lie?
Link in the video. Watch the video. We got a video
Do
for
not
you.
talk over each other. What did I say?
If the maps are incorrect, then that has the potential to hide a lot of
Whoever is the moderator, whoever is the moderator,
I'm about to start muting people.
guys, whoever is
like whoever's got an open. One at a time, please.
All right,
guys. I just want to ask Dawn a question. Dawn, so do you then believe that polar circumnavigation is impossible, or it just hasn't been done yet?
I believe it should be scrutinized, and I'm skeptical of it.
Well, you were asking why would they lie? If the maps are incorrect, that has the potential to hide bases, land, people, resources, you name it. So that reason alone would be a huge incentive to lie about the map and hide a lot of stuff in that fashion.
So how is hiding that? How is hiding it either is it flat or globe gonna hide anything? Like how's that?
There's more land on a flat map. The map would keep expanding outward as opposed to tapering down to a ball point. So there would be a lot to hide, land wise, resource wise, you name it.
Can you link in the video? Would you be willing to watch a 5-minute video to answer that question with about 1,000 different answers, and you could get 1,000 different perspectives on it real quick if you watch a 5-minute video?
The Earth could be the same size whether it's flat or it's round.
Earth is flat.
You'd have much more surface area on a flat surface.
Literally
if you're outward
impossible.
from the North Pole. That's
you
not
just
true.
said the Earth is flat. That's not true.
Limited amount of
Literally
area on the
impossible.
globe, possible more area with the flat Earth. Period.
No, hold on. You can't put a sphere on a flat surface. You know that, right?
Yes.
No, you can't. You can't. A sphere. Do you know what a non-developable surface is?
If the surface is round, it's round.
Yeah, and you can't put that on a flat surface. If a surface is a sphere,
you can stretch it out to be a flat if you want.
Yes, and once you stretch it out, you no longer have the surface of a sphere. You have some other shape.
It's
not
distorted.
spherical.
Jeremy's online.
distorted
I would
as
agree
in
that it's not round if you stretch it out to be flat, but you can make a round surface flat, and you can make a round surface flat. Like if you take a piece
But there
of
would
paper,
be distortions, which means that you're going to have to add land.
I'm being interrupted, and no one's muting him. You can take a flat surface and round it into a surface that is round.
But there would be distortions. You would have to add or subtract land because of the distortions.
yeah, not the same size. Well, you're disagreeing against geometry. I mean, there's nothing.
Okay, I have a question, right?
No. You are
so,
disagreeing
so if they're lying about this, so the people that have did circumnavigations around the Earth, why haven't they? Well, why don't they just fly right off the Earth? Why don't they just fall?
There appears to be a firmament dome and some flat conceptions that closes in the world and keeps you from going further. So the North Pole and the flat Earth conceptions that I have seen is in the center, surrounded by an Antarctic ice ring with a dome firmament that closes us in and touches down somewhere beyond Antarctica in the conceptions that I've seen. So you can go basically up to the firmament dome, but no further based off of that conception.
Fredrik Hjalmar Johansen and Fritjof Nansen got painfully close to having to return home defeated. An Italian explorer got marginally farther before giving up as well. But they got to the North Pole first! Hey! Oh, no, wait.
I'm just I don't know what he's talking about, but the thing is, if there's a firmament dome touching down past Antarctica,
he is talking
then
about his
you
own
would not
country
be able
getting to
get,
Antarctica first.
Oh, well, basically you go up to the firmament, but no further. I'm gonna mute him now. Hold on.
Well, why would you do that?
Yeah, I was reaching for it. I mean, you were singing over Lemon, talking.
Yeah, I was singing about the North Pole because we were discussing.
Doesn't matter. You've been
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Bandit.
Have you
Bandit.
guys ever thought that there might be flat
I'm
earthers
getting
also lying
interrupted, and no
about the
one's
shape of the
muting
Earth?
Do not interrupt my friend.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
dude, don't do that. Don't do that when people are talking. Let's let
Don't
people
tell
talk.
us what to do.
Left lane. We were talking about
Yeah,
the
man.
North Pole. And my country,
understand.
my people got to the North Pole first. So this has been taught in my school very well.
Okay.
And all I was saying
talking about
was,
being
in
over
the
top.
singing voice, I was saying Fritjof Hansen and Fredrik Hjalmar Johansen got to the North Pole first. Hey! Oh.
I was like, what are you talking about? It sounds like a foreign language. Sorry about that.
It is a
Yes,
foreign
it
language.
is. It is. You fucking idiot. It is a foreign
Bro,
language.
no wonder why
Legion.
you believe in flat Earth, bro. No wonder. And why are you just muting my friends? Well, why is that? Like,
Let's see
you're
if you
not.
can stand on your own 2 feet.
about
So
modding?
basically,
No.
we're talking about more land being hidden by maps and
Unmute him. Unmute him right now. Unmute him right now. Unmute him right now.
Thank you.
You can both be on mute if you wish. Stand together, fall together.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just have a question though. Like, for the flat earthers, don't you guys believe that the people that make these videos saying the Earth is flat, or the guy that took the black swan photo, couldn't they be possibly lying? Couldn't they have an agenda?
It's a
or down the
possibility, but it's not one worth exploring. You need to see what incentive he would have to lie and what ability he would have to deceive us. That would make it.
But why is that
worthy of
not
exploration.
something worth exploring? That they
Because
lie.
NASA has a whole lot more money than somebody on YouTube. It would be more worth exploration to see if NASA's lying as opposed to some yokel on YouTube.
But wouldn't you still want to know if that dude on YouTube is lying or not? Like, why would you take what he has to give without confirming whether or not it's the truth?
I'm going to present your evidence and we'll go from there. NASA has obvious evidence of CGI fakery and deception. A yokel on YouTube, not so much. Not yet, anyway, unless you can present something.
So you're giving the people on YouTube the benefit of the doubt because you haven't caught them in a lie yet, basically.
Pretty much, unless you can show where they've deceived us or something like that.
No, I was just asking you if it's something you guys have ever thought of, or do you just take any evidence that confirms your bias and run with it, or do you guys think that maybe there could be a flat Earth agenda? The Oakleys and the QEs could be up to something.
It's a possibility.
We're up to something. It's called debunking the globe.
I want to respond.
But
to
how do you know that, Jeremy?
Please, can I interject real quick?
Let him talk.
You were talking about people making CGI, and it's been clear that they're doing it. Whenever NASA is making a composite of the Earth that is CGI, they are admitting to it. They know that they are doing it, and they are explaining to people that this is a CGI composite. And the only reason why they're doing it because most of the pictures you can get of Earth from the space is grainy and shit pictures. Now you want to present Earth in a nice way. That's why you're doing it CGI with clear colors.
But now the question comes, are they representing Earth accurately, or are they adding fake curvature and fake effects that don't actually mimic reality? And so we're going to need laser tests to test the curvature of the Earth against, just in case they're, deceiving us with curved lenses and CGI fakery.
So the question I would have for you, Yo, hold on, Yo. The question I would have to you would be, how many of those photos have been manipulated to compare
Why
to
did
how
you
many
mute him?
that have? Hold on, High. Right? How
I
many
went
have been
on.
High?
Yo,
Exactly.
just mute them, Ben.
How many have been manipulated, and how many are presented as originals? That is the question. What is the proportion? Do you have that number?
I was just muted even when I was not talking.
Yeah, you were talking.
You were hot micing or talking or
We literally
something.
all heard you. You and High are nothing but trouble.
Yes, yeah.
Can I respond now? Ben,
Yeah, I unmuted you so you could respond. Everyone else, everyone else, be quiet, please, and let him respond. Thank you.
Well, as I was saying before I got muted and someone took over the mic.
Dude, don't worry about being muted. I muted you because you were hot micing or talking during while Bandsaw was talking. Dude, why? What are you doing?
Just like you're doing right now. I'm
question.
Yeah, you got 20 seconds to respond. I'm just going to leave you on mute.
Interrupt not interrupt my guy.
Both of them, they trolls.
I'm gonna
We are not
again, can I respond now?
Answer the question, please.
NASA always tell you whether it's a CGI or not.
That wasn't my question.
No, I have no idea what your question is because 5 people were talking over me and I got it unmuted.
No.
He asked you how many of those pictures are manipulated.
But the people who were talking did not get unmuted, which is interesting because you have a preference.
No, I think
I have a preference for keeping you on mute since you bring drama but don't really bring substantive responses.
I have a question.
These guys are global liabilities.
I have a question. Right? Bro, you sound retarded, but I'm gonna explain that.
All right.
Now we got 2 people that are muted. So sad. Anybody else?
So
yeah, please don't call names. Let's come on, guys, man. What the heck?
We seriously shouldn't have to moderate you guys. You should be able to moderate yourselves. In all essence.
They need to be isolated. Since they are friends in a pair, they're gonna basically just shit show together. They need to be isolated so that some maturity can emerge from them on an individual level. Otherwise, it's like a gang of fools.
But let's get back on topic. So, B-Ball posted like a bunch of videos and stuff of people circumnavigating the planet.
Yeah, they claim a 16-year-old girl did it on skis, cross-country skiing, the most dangerous, treacherous terrain on Earth known to man. Some little girl did it on skis.
Because she's a girl or what?
Yeah, because it's difficult doesn't mean she didn't do it.
Yeah, Jeremy, don't be sexist, bro.
Dude, you got all kinds of shit when you cross icy terrain like that. There's holes. There's giant. I forget the name of them, but it's like a giant ditch. There's other places where snow will cover one of those giant ditches, so you're going across that, and that caves in from the Like, there's tons of stuff that can happen when you're crossing terrain like that. That's just horrific. And some little
Definitely, but
16-year-old girl did it. Dolo.
and you think she can't do it or what? Like, is it possible?
Jeremy, we're
Doesn't
talking
seem
about
feasible.
navigating the globe, not navigating Antarctica.
Yeah, B-ball, your mic's shit.
I think if the 16-year-old girl put her mind to it, she could do anything she wanted to do, Jeremy.
Right, except when anything men do. Listen, that's not the point. The point is, women can do anything men can do except for oppress a whole gender for thousands of years, all right? So I'm not taking anything away from women. The point is that we have the most treacherous terrain on Earth, the most dangerous terrain you could possibly be going through, and you're telling me just somebody did it alone. And it just happens to be a little 16-year-old girl. You can believe that shit if you want. I don't believe it. That's fucking just bullshit. Because it is the most dangerous, death-defying terrain known to man.
Hey, what are you talking?
Jeremy, bro, that just sounds.
Jeremy,
Like,
why
would
is yo muted? Can we unmute him?
What do you want to play? You want to play, Gods?
No, I'm just asking. He DM'd me to be unmuted. I'm not gonna unmute him because I don't know why he's muted. So
there we
He's
go.
unmuted now. He's unmuted now.
Dude,
What do you
someone
got, yeah?
asked me a question and I got unmuted while responding, dude. I think that's really unfair. I don't
All right,
understand.
okay, good. Let's move along. He's moving right along. You just got unmuted, so let's not cry about being muted and move along now.
Yeah, because I was crying, right?
No.
Well, that first thing out of your mouth when you got unmuted was a grievance about being muted. So I'd call that crying. You want to go back on mute, dude? I don't mind muting you. I can just mute you. Where are you? Here. Hey, move right along then with the conversation. I interrupted their conversation to have you on mute, not to argue with you about being muted. So either you get along with the conversation or I'll put you back on mute. It's up to you.
I appreciate what you were just saying, but I was still put on mute.
It doesn't matter. Move on, yo. Move on.
I was still put on mute.
Move on. Nah, you've had a chance.
While responding to a question.
Hey, sorry guys. I didn't know why he was muted, so I thought I'd help.
Why? Unmute him. Unmute him.
And this guy. And this high guy.
Unmute him. Unfucking mute him.
The reason he was muted, he's demonstrating why he's muted, and he needs to stay on mute.
Too late.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's been taken care of, and they're both gone. Good.
Good man. Good man.
Damn.
My goodness gracious, guys.
Crazy.
Jesus. Whose friends are those guys?
I thought they were your boys.
Anyhow, sorry guys. I didn't mean to sidetrack.
Those guys sounded like flat Earth agents, bro. Like y'all try to plant them.
Bro, I thought they were your boys.
Play them off as
I thought those were your boys.
They're your boys.
Shut up.
They're flying your flag, Nate. They're flying your flag.
I don't roll with those guys, bro. Those guys are crazy. Oh my god.
Damn. It's been crazy for the last
He had some
couple of hours.
He had some pretty amateur questions though coming in. You know, why can't we see China? He must have got a list or something. Somebody.
Exactly.
And he was talking about falling off the edge. Yeah, that's just what I saw.
Yeah. Flying off the edge, falling off the edge.
Yeah.
What if we fly off the edge of the universe one day, or fall off the edge of the universe in their model?
Oh, you can't. You can't. It's infinite, apparently.
How convenient that it's infinite.
They say they don't know if it's infinite, but they'll also claim in the next breath that there's nothing outside of it. So if you can't go outside of it and there's nothing past that point, it has to be infinite.
Plus, it's always expanding, isn't it? Don't they say?
Yeah, I think it's all in.
And then they'll tell you, when you observe it from outside this point that we can never get at, the universe is flat.
Yeah, we measure it to be flat. That's
Yeah,
that's
well,
the
because
number
you
one
make a
thing
3D,
we were sure
because you
about.
can make a 3D triangle, because you can make a triangle and it has 180 degrees.
No, it has
That's
more
why
than
they say
100.
it's flat.
No, it's because if you draw a triangle between vast galaxies or distant stars, the
You get
interior
180
angle.
degrees.
Isn't it more than 180? It's more than
No, you get
180.
180 degrees. That's why they consider it flat.
Oh yeah, on the large scale, yeah. But if
Yeah.
yeah,
So if I
get what you mean.
so if I go make a triangle out in my backyard in the atmosphere, and I measure 180 degrees inside that triangle, I can say the atmosphere is flat. Facts.
You could
Flat
try, but
atmosphere.
you wouldn't get 180 degrees though if you measured the atmosphere.
Yeah, you would if I
And
have
number
3
one, number
points.
two, the atmosphere is not a surface.
I would definitely get outer space isn't a surface.
Yeah, but when you measure 2 points between, or I mean 3 points between distant stars or galaxies, so with the atmosphere, you would then have to pick 3 clouds very far away or something. I don't know.
Damn, what you
3
can't get
points, line of
spherical.
sight.
You can't get
You
spherical
get
excess in the universe. It's like a flat plane. Damn.
Yeah, they measure 180 degrees in triangles. That's why they say it's flat. So I'm going to go out in the atmosphere, measure 180 degrees atmosphere, and what triangle, all line of sight points, and I can now say the atmosphere is flat. Same shit they're doing. They got no surfaces or nothing. You guys, what are you talking about, Nate?
What?
You're turning out to be a globe liability, Nate.
Like Jeremy said a lot. It was a bit difficult to keep up with him there.
Listen, you mentioned surfaces. You guys don't have a surface when you make your triangle between your galaxies. I don't have a surface when I'm making mine in air. You guys all have line of sight. I have line of sight. Same shit.
Okay, yeah, I was wrong to say surface. You can just take 3 points, and
Yeah, and I
connect
can do
the
that in the
lines.
atmosphere. Any little kid can do this in the atmosphere. Kid can do this in the atmosphere, get 180 degrees out of a triangle, and say the atmosphere is flat because it measures flat.
But they wouldn't get 180 degrees if they took points far enough where you would expect curvature. Then I mean, you
Anywhere
wouldn't
in
get
the
it.
atmosphere. Anywhere in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
I make
like
the triangle.
take 3 points, Jeremy. Take a point in the atmosphere right above New York City, a point in the atmosphere right above Tokyo, Japan, and a point in the atmosphere right above Rio de
And then
Janeiro,
I draw.
Brazil.
And then I draw straight lines to all those points. It will be a 180 degree triangle.
No.
Yes, straight lines. We're just going to draw straight lines to them. No curvature, no curving lines, nothing. Draw straight lines. That's going to be a 180 degree triangle, all in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is flat.
But they're curving on the z-axis.
But the
There's
ball
no
doesn't
curvature.
have to be big enough. Even the geometry people will tell you it has to be a big enough portion of the surface of the ball for it to not
Guys, this
for it to
ain't even
show
about
a
that.
significant error, for it to show any. It has to be a certain portion.
I agree
of
with you, Don. That's why I picked Tokyo, New York, and Rio de Janeiro. Those are so far away
I
from
did hear you say a large enough. I did hear you say that. I just want to make sure that we have confirmation. Jeremy, yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but okay, but Don, Jeremy's saying now, if you drew 3 lines between Tokyo, New York, and Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, wherever, someplace in like South America, the angles would add up to 180. Do you agree with that?
No, he's been through it before. That's his world belief. Sorry, Jeremy, he was addressing me, but
Yeah, but you cut in the middle of our. Okay, go ahead, Don. You argue my point then.
I'm not trying to argue your point at all. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You guys are ganging up on me or what? What are you doing?
No, I just hey, whatever. I thought maybe I could help be in the middle with you guys. Like, that's my bad.
In the middle. Malcolm in the middle. Go ahead, Don.
Well, I mean, you've been through it before. I've heard you demand the measurements. I hear that, EPR, it seems like it's hard, even though all the surveyors kind of say there's these tiny little pieces of it there. It's hard to shove down somebody's throat when it's very, very tiny, when it's questionable. Are they even using a big enough portion? I'm sure Jeremy would agree with your geometry EPR, but he's saying he doesn't believe it happens in reality. That's the best that I understand.
This isn't even about anything about the spherical triangle. they're drawn. This is happening in the air. We're using Euclidean geometry, drawing straight lines. No matter where you put those 3 points in the atmosphere, if we draw straight lines to them, it's always going to be 180 degrees.
But if it was
real,
a ball,
real straight lines, not curving straight. Why would we use curving straight lines?
right? But if it was a ball, it wouldn't, right?
This isn't about being a spherical triangle or not. This is about putting a triangle inside of a medium, getting 180 degrees, and that we can now claim that it's flat.
Fine. Listen, I'm with you. I get that you might be talking about the microwave background rate, whatever the hell I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm just saying I did ask you, but if we were talking about the surface of a sphere, then blah blah blah, right? I mean, so
Jeremy, now let's talk about the distance of those straight. Now let's talk about the distance of those straight lines.
Yeah, Don. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I would like to ask on this spherical axis on the surface of a sphere, even though that the observers can see each other. Is it to do with the zenith angles not being parallel? Is that where that axis comes from?
What is the thinner angles?
Kind of.
Yeah, it shows that the plumb lines diverge.
Yeah.
If they're all because when you're measuring the angle, there's always like an axis of rotation that you're rotating around to measure the angle. And if all those axes are parallel, you get 180 degrees. If they're not parallel, you get axis.
I thought the Earth was a stationary plane.
So that was a nice explanation.
No.
You didn't understand it?
I was asking what, but is Earth a stationary plane? I hear people say that.
Yeah, flat earther would say that.
Yeah, what's that?
Okay, who here believes the Earth is a stationary plane?
You don't feel any movement.
About probably the people.
Oh, all right. We don't need to feel movement for there to be movement.
Movement itself isn't feelable.
Yeah. Movement itself is not feelable.
Your laser gyroscope seem to disagree with you.
That's rotation. It's not just
Accelerate. It is acceleration. Yes.
Yeah, that's rotation, but you can't feel movement.
Acceleration.
How do you know that the Earth is moving for heliocentrism? How do you know if you're not feeling it?
It does. Regardless of the first principle of Galilean principles, we're not talking about movement. We are talking about Earth movement.
I want to get this straight. Whenever you are driving a car, you don't feel you're moving. You know you're moving, right?
Yeah,
so that's
not
kind of
about that, man. We're talking about Earth, not a car, not straight rectilinear motion.
All right, because we don't feel we're moving doesn't mean
his analogy is correct.
No, it's not. It's
not.
not.
It is very correct.
You jump in a car. You jump in a car.
It's
and
same.
You drive around a roundabout, right? You'll feel that. You'll feel that inertia. Right? On your own.
Oh,
Yes, you.
no.
Yes,
There's a very
Yeah, but Andy, if you drive around
Earth, you're interrupting me.
Earth, do not interrupt. Do not interrupt.
One at a time.
I'll be back.
It's a very well documented case that if a person is moving, he will be unable to witness how far he's moving. So if you're moving at 100 miles an hour, you'll perceive it as less.
Right? When I was flying in a plane when I was a little younger, right? I'm not perceiving myself as going 300 something miles an hour. I'm perceiving myself as being still as I was sitting in a chair at that time, right? So, right, I don't perceive myself as going that speed. I don't have a speed sensor in my head, right? So you see what I'm saying, right? So what you're saying does not make sense to me.
You're conflating two different sorts of movement too.
If you're driving around a roundabout at 1 degree per hour or 15 degrees per hour, you're definitely not going to feel it.
Yeah,
I don't care how baby it is. The thing is, Earth has accelerated motion. He's describing non-accelerated motion. So he's comparing an apple to an orange, and he should be smarter.
And so, by
So,
definition, we
but
would feel
now,
acceleration.
Over how long is that acceleration?
Long enough to measure with your gyroscope, correct?
But now you're
is it
adding an
over a few
additional
seconds?
caveat, B-ball. You're saying
Is
that
it
we would feel the acceleration, but only if we felt it over a certain time frame or something. I mean, you're
is it
adding a
over a
lot of stuff
few
to make this globe model work, but it's just not happening.
Feel
No,
is a
you're adding
sensitive
to make it a
word.
flatter model.
is it over a few seconds or is it over what? What does the globe model say?
Well, you tell
Constant
It
us
doesn't
what sort
matter,
of
dude.
threshold should we be looking
If you're
for here
moving
in
at
this
a
life.
if you're moving at a certain speed, eventually you will not be able to feel it because you're getting adjusted to the speed that you're moving at.
As long as you're at a constant acceleration, like in a straight line vector, yes. But when you're rotating, that is inherently accelerational. You
Yeah,
should feel
Lemon,
that
that
by
was one of my
definition, since most of the time the globers say we feel acceleration, not movement. Well, a spin is inherently accelerational, so we should feel it by that
again,
definition anyway.
again,
we got
if
to
you're
clear up. We got to clear
rotating
up. Lemon said constant acceleration. He means constant velocity.
Physicists,
if you're rotating
responding to
around
what
something and
physicists
it
was
takes
saying,
you're not going to feel it.
responding to what physicists was saying, there's a well-documented fact that when people are on a boat for a long time, moving with the waves of the oceans and whatnot, when they come to ground again, they feel like everything is spinning and moving wobbly because they have adjusted to the situation that they're in. So if you're moving at a certain speed or when waves are hitting your boat or whatever, you adjust to your environment. So if something is moving at a certain speed, you are adjusting to it. So you will no longer be able to perceive it. It feels like it's going.
Conserving. Yeah, conserving the momentum. Right. We are very much familiar with this.
It just
We are.
sounds like you guys are making excuses for what we
we
should
are
feel
not
but
making
aren't
excuses.
feeling, opposed to really proving
No,
that the Earth is actually moving.
you're making excuses for not understanding the conceptual art of movement.
You see, you are making excuses for the lack of understanding of what we're saying.
Are you guys like a tag team or something? What the fuck?
They are. They
Yeah,
definitely
just
are.
isolate them and see if they have any sort of individual thought process. But I'm gonna unmute Yo now. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, are you guys like a tag team? Because you all.
Hi, it's gonna be your turn. Please tread lightly, or I'm gonna leave you on mute. I'm gonna mute you now. Hi.
Good job.
Is Lemon a mod?
Well, let my man's Yo talk. Mute me again, are you?
Well, the thing.
You're fucking killing me, man.
But if we're all
Okay, come on, guys.
gotta have a
You can mute
The mods
yourself,
are
man.
great today.
Just let them hold their heels for a little bit. They need to learn how to think as an individual as opposed to a unified Borg organism.
Yeah.
You guys are destroying the globe all on your own. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
It's a bad look. I swear these guys are actually flat earthers.
No, they're not actually. We still haven't talked about flat Earth though. So we're still waiting on those
guys.
answers.
Yeah, flat Earth proofs. Come on, man. Some.
Laser test and infrared going beyond 8 inches per mile squared.
No. Something new. Something new. Come on. Something from like this
Other than
year.
that, water tends to lie flat. Most of the Earth is water, therefore, by logical extension, most of the Earth is probably flat.
No, most of the surface of the Earth, not the whole thing. But Lemon, don't you have like a flat Earth argument, a piece of proof or evidence from the last 2 years, like that came about during COVID?
Same old truth. I mean, the truth doesn't change.
Basically, like when we stand on Earth and we're walking around and the moon is reflecting light, last night at least, I could walk on a path with no lights just by the moonlight, right? Now, how much fucking light has the moon to be fucking reflecting and or producing for it to come all the way down to Earth from fucking millions of miles away? Now think about, these motherfuckers were in tin cans standing on the surface of that shit. Should have been fucking hot as shit if it produces enough light to reflect all the way down here.
Now, let me ask you a question about the moon and its light. You look at the moon in the sky. Does it appear to you to be an object that as you approached it, it would blind you? Or does it just
Yes,
look like
because
something that... No, I don't
Because
think.
when you have the distance, you double the intensity of the light, right? Is that the formula?
Well, I think it comes up to like 1,000 lumens or something on the surface, which is not like
Well,
tremendous
it
light.
doesn't. It stops doubling. It stops doubling when you can't see the whole thing anymore.
Yeah, you're
Once
right.
you can't see the whole surface of the moon, the doubling effect stops.
It's have the distance, quadruple the light intensity, and you're right. As soon as you can't see the whole thing, it does stop doing that. But yeah.
But the same old flat earth truths still apply. We feel no movement with our senses, see no curvature with our senses. High altitude balloon footage appears to show a flat plane up at up to 100,000 feet of altitude with the balloon footage that flat earthers and others have sent out.
Wow, Lemon, all not true. All of that is not
All
true.
true. All discounted by the globe zealots.
And we've shown so many times that it's not true.
Not really.
Yes, we have.
Lemon, would you say that there are certain type of movements we can't feel, or certain type of colors we can't see?
Yeah. But if I can feel 20 miles per hour in my car, I definitely can feel 66,000 miles per hour in space.
Yeah, but would you say your senses have limits to them? You can't see forever. You can't hear forever. There's sounds you can't hear. There are vibrations you can't feel.
Yeah.
Would you say
And
your
there's
senses have
flatness that you can't sense either. And there's stuff that we can't sense on either side, flat or round. It's still flat.
I totally agree with you. Right? So would you say then that you can't use the whole my senses don't detect curvature as evidence for a flat earth?
You'd have to use
Because
it in
like you,
conjunction with other arguments and see what it's pointing toward. It appears to be pointing to something flat and motionless.
but you guys never do that though. You guys use that argument in isolation. Whenever someone is asked, give me evidence of flat earth, they bring that up in isolation. I can't see the curvature and I can't feel movement. And
we try
they
to measure
forget to add the fact that this is only in their local surroundings, right? It's not like you can see the whole planet. Just your local surroundings look flat and motionless.
Well, that's the only thing that NASA has up on the flat earthers is this pretty ball picture and the black reaches of space that they've shown, but there's no stars in their picture, making it look decidedly fake. It looks like they're giving us at best some sort of CGI or fisheye fakery as opposed to a real round ball. They could just be over the flat surface with a fisheye or some sort of curved lens, adding deceptive amounts of curvature to a flat surface.
And Lemon, we can go over that fisheye lens effect as we've gone over before, because we know what curved lens, we know what fisheye lenses do.
And we know that they can add fake amounts of curvature. You could take a fisheye, lens above a surface, and it'll make it a globe, whether or not it's actually a globe right underneath the lens or not.
And we know what happens to that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was gonna say, and we know what happens to that flat surface as it passes through the center of the lens. We know which way it turns, which way it bends.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that the last 2 minutes is an example of a conversation for future reference.
Thank you.
They left. Once their attention span runs out, they tend to leave. It is what it is.
Yeah. But Lemon, wouldn't you say that people thought? So sorry, Lemon. Wouldn't you say people, or the majority of people, on whatever it is we live on, knew the Earth to be a ball before we had space agencies like NASA and whatnot? Like, I mean, NASA isn't the reason people believe.
No, they were teaching flat Earth in schools up until the early 20th century. The only people pushing this model were the Jesuits in their educational institutions. And as we know, the Jesuits are crypto-satanic and humanist. They basically hate the word of God and the flat and dome cosmology that it appears to talk about, so they'll go for any sort of humanistic man-centered offshoot like heliocentrism. And they will push them from their school.
Yeah, I can't respond to all of that because I don't know much about Satanists and whatnot. But I would say that I'm sure there must be a school somewhere today where they still teach flat Earth. To say that up until the 1920s they were teaching flat Earth, that for me doesn't mean anything because they could still be teaching it today. You know, people could. I mean, you have people today teaching that the devil is God. You know, you have the satanic churches and whatnot. That doesn't really do anything to the argument. You know.
So we need
teach about flat Earth,
preponderance of
though.
evidence and what it's pointing toward. Laser tests and everything, the fakery of NASA and everything, the evidence of our senses and everything. Aries failure are pointing to a geocentric Earth that isn't moving, if not, additionally flat.
So all signs point to flat for you.
As far as the preponderance of evidence and the way that it's generally pointing toward, yeah. I see a flat horizon. Aries failure points to a geocentric unmoving Earth. And on top of that, it's probably flat.
The horizon isn't flat, though. And we've shown that. And I've even shown it in the chat with a non-fisheye lens.
Flat. The only thing that could be factoring in any sort of curvature is the curvature of the lens.
And with a non-fisheye lens in the chat.
And Lemon, what about naturally observable phenomena we all see that we struggle to explain on a flat Earth, like lunar eclipses, different star trails, north and south of the equator? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lunar eclipses are fine. Something else is doing the eclipsing other than the round ball Earth.
It's not
the whole way through. How did anyone even hear what he said? You guys talked the whole way through him.
Anyway, lunar eclipses are no
Ball
problem.
was part of it, and then Lemon cut him off, and then come on, guys, let's work a little harder, please.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Lunar eclipses are no problem. Something else is getting up in front of the sun and moon and eclipsing. There's no problem. The Earth doesn't move. It's flat and motionless. It doesn't move. You talked about the star trails. That could be deformation through dome or atmosphere. Somebody shows a similar effect by putting a hemispheric glass dome over concentric circles to mimic the star trail, and how it is deformed through the glass, through the atmosphere, through some sort of thick medium. So there's your north and southern star trail right there. It's just going over a flat plane, but it's deformed by atmosphere, firmament, whatever. So we have answers for this sort of stuff. Answers that appear to be pretty probable and pretty satisfactory to me.
Lemon, here's an old question, right? You and I are in different parts of the flat Earth. Which direction is south?
South is away from the northern center.
Okay, so if I point south and you point south, are we pointing in the same direction?
No, we're pointing south away from the north. In that sense, we are pointing in the same direction, but that's it.
But,
beyond that, you might be pointing a little bit over to the left, and I might be pointing a little bit over to the right.
But if we both look south at night, we can both see the same stars.
You see a local light show because of time zones. Because of time zones, you have to wait until the canopy of stars revolves to where you are, and then you're going to see a local light show based off of that.
No, we both see the same stars, and we see the same star rotation.
With time zones, yes. For your local time, it may be 10 a.m., but for my local time, it may be 10 p.m. at night when I'm seeing the local night.
But we know that the southern celestial. Yes, but we know that doesn't move. It's always in the same position.
It's just a general local light show when the stars finally rotate to wherever you are. That's all.
Hi, Jack. Hello, guys.
So you're saying that the southern celestial pole moves when daytime comes, and the southern celestial pole moves to a different position?
What was that?
Does the southern celestial pole move to a different position when it's daytime for me?
When it's daytime for you versus nighttime for the other side of the plane?
Yes.
Yeah, you just see a local light show. You would see a local deformed light show where you see a whirl of stars when it's finally nighttime to wherever you are. That's it.
I think you and I would be able to see them at the same time because I think it'd be nighttime around the same time.
With time zones being a thing, that's very hard to believe. Your nighttime would be probably 6 or 12 hours from mine, more or less.
We could test that.
We can test time zones? Sure.
Sure. No, we can test this. No, we could test this this theory of both of us seeing the same celestial pole at the same time. I've offered several flat earthers to try this with me, but for some reason, no one ever wants to do it.
Right. Lemon, aren't you in the eastern U.S.?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you probably need somebody who's a bit further removed than the U.S., probably someone in China at the other side of the flat plane.
No, but if it's like, let me see, like what?
At least someone on another continent.
If it's 8 p.m., if it's 8 p.m. for me, and it's nighttime, and you're in a central part of the United States, that's probably about 4-hour difference from me. So it'd be nighttime for you too.
Wouldn't you need at least 12 hours difference, like 6 to 12 hours difference or something like that? Like being on
No, we can both go out and
Hey, bud. Hey, bud. He's not capable of seeing the South Celestial Pole from where he's at, so it's already lost cause.
You don't
Find someone else.
you don't have to see the
I'm
actual
already in the
pole.
northern
You can
hemisphere
see
for the head
you can
plane.
see its rotation. You don't have to see the actual pole. You can see the rotation. I've seen it from my backyard. I've filmed it from my backyard.
You're in Hawaii, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. It's true, actually. I've seen Orion fucking go the fucking. Yeah, it all goes one way. It all goes to the fucking.
No, we're not talking about Orion itself. We're talking about looking south.
Okay, what did you see when looking south?
You can see the stars rotating around a fixed point.
Right, they all move the same way, basically. They all move fucking.
No, they move in circles looking south. Yes.
They all moving from east to west, dude.
Yeah, they move in circles. East to west, yes.
I don't know about circles. It seems like they all move. It seems like they all move straight across the sky to me, like
Have
from
you ever
east
tried
to west.
Have you ever tried to film them?
Like with
I'm
the
sure
time
if you run a
lapse?
P9, I'm sure if you have a P900, you can do this easily.
No,
Yeah,
I
with
don't
time
have.
lapse.
I don't have a
And they
time lapse.
duplicate the effect by looking through some sort of thick structure, glass, atmosphere. Basically, it's just deformed. It's deformed by the
Yeah,
dome
but
of the atmosphere.
we would both be looking at the same thing.
We would be looking
Seeing
at the same deformation, yes.
the same star rotation, looking in different directions.
The stars rotate overhead like a record, centered at the north, deformed locally by atmosphere and glass.
But watch that video I sent you.
How
I put
many?
it in the
Yeah, but that's, again, you can post that, but that's looking in a specific direction. So if I'm looking at your picture here, right, and I'm on one part of the circle and you're on another part of the circle, which one of us are looking at that southern rotation?
I guess it would be you since you're closer. Since you're closer to the further outer southern perimeter. We could look in that direction but not see the same light show that you see since you're closer.
Do you see why we always ask this question?
No, I don't. We duplicate the effect via rotating something over glass, and you guys still aren't satisfied. Looking to the south, you get a different world. Looking to the north, you get a different world. We duplicate the effect that you guys still ask how it would work over a flat surface. I don't get it. There's obvious deformation through dome, atmosphere, glass, or whatever.
No, but do you understand why we believe what we believe when you're looking at a flat
You're going to need to make an argument because I don't see things the way that you do. Make a compelling argument, and maybe I will.
I understand why the North Pole works, but the South Pole is where the contention is.
And the South Pole is deformed just that way.
If we're both looking in different directions and we're seeing the same star rotation, how do you explain that?
Rotate those concentric circles, and there you go. The stars are rotating east to west in a general record pattern. The local deformation of glass is going to give you a whirl this way or a counterclockwise whirl in the other direction. That's all.
But we're both looking at the same time, looking in different directions, Lemon.
So you have a local light show that is deformed based off of atmosphere, perspective, glass, whatever. That's all.
So you see what happens here. You have to try and concoct all this woo in order to explain something very simple that is very simply
I think
understand.
there's something in the chat right now. There's something in the chat that looks like it's perfectly explaining it. Looking south,
No,
looking north.
it's not, because you know why that doesn't explain it? Because the
Dome
star
Earth.
trails don't look
Look,
like
it
that.
says dome Earth, personal dome, atmosphere, stars explained.
No, but they don't look like that.
And you guys have to concoct curvature that just isn't there. You guys have to make some really weird interpretations. So I'm going to go with this one.
The southern star trails don't look like ovals. They're perfect. They're almost perfect circles.
It's just demonstrating the concept. How once you rotate those concentric circles, you're going to get a counterclockwise and a clockwise world that are counter to each other.
So I mean, you can show this, but this is definitely doesn't match reality. I'm sorry.
That's good enough for me.
It looks like the rotation to me if you speed it up and do it.
Have you ever seen it?
I've seen a time lapse. Yeah.
Does it look like this?
Yeah, it looks
Does it look
like
oval?
you know, let me. It looks like it generally spins in the northern hemisphere, goes straight over where you're looking up, and when you look down, it generally looks like it curves. So, this picture of lines on a paper looking like that does look like the sky to me. Yes, yeah, it does.
So this is what I just posted is from my backyard looking south.
It doesn't look right to me.
Doesn't look like ovals to me. Looks like
it's the south side, right?
Yes, it's looking south from Hawaii.
Yeah, it looks like the bottom to me, bro.
So if I looked to a little bit to the right, would I see another part of the Earth that would look like the same thing?
I would assume you would see where these stars look like they're arcing. I would assume they would continuously arc until they come back down to the horizon.
Exactly. Now, if someone else is on a different part of the Earth and they look south, they're going to see the exact same thing as I'm looking at.
You're in Hawaii, right? So were we gonna choose like South America, I guess, for an example? Say someone's in the bottom of South, or maybe no, yeah, wait. It'd have to be at the same parallel. Hawaii's above the equator.
Like I don't know, try
in
Florida
Mexico,
or something, or Texas
yeah,
and
you
Mexico.
could say Mexico or Florida. I guess yeah. So you're saying like if I'm in Florida looking down, I would see the same constellations as you looking down in Hawaii.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think so. Isn't it like an 8-hour time difference between Hawaii and Florida?
No, it's not 8 hours. It's about 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like a 2-hour, 3-hour difference between here and Vancouver. And Vancouver's on the west coast. So if you're gonna go from the west coast all the way to the east coast, then that's gonna be even bigger time difference.
For the east, from here to from Hawaii to the East Coast, it fluctuates between 5 and 6 hours.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right. Because from here to the west coast is 2 to 3 hours, right? So that only makes sense. Right. So you're saying that if I'm in Florida, this motherfucker is supposed to be 5 to 6 hours behind me. How is he gonna see the same stars as me, looking south?
Yeah.
Does he?
They might be in a different orientation, but you'll eventually see the same stars, and you'll see the same rotation. Now let's put that on a flat Earth. Do you see how this doesn't make sense to us?
I can't. So I'm on my like mental faculties are having a hard time trying to imagine both at the same time and like determine the discrepancies. I think it'd be better if we had some sort of data, you know.
Well, all it is if we're on a globe and we're both looking south, we're looking in the same direction.
Right. Okay. And then say that you're 5 hours away from me. That's not even like 1/4 of the globe. That's less, actually. So
right.
Generally on the same side of the sphere. Now, how does that refute the flat argument, though?
Because if you put it on a flat Earth, we're looking in different directions. My south is not your south.
That's a good point, actually.
So I always ask this question, but I always get these answers. Oh well, you're not looking at the same time, or here, look at this picture with this guy with a piece of plastic making this concentric circles, and that still doesn't explain it because we got two observers looking south at the same time, seeing the same thing. That's like saying we're both standing in a parking lot looking in different directions, and we see the same exact car. Now there could be two cars, but then I can just turn my head and I see that car too.
As long as you're looking at the same structure, say the atmosphere of the dome, if the stars rotate overhead like a record, you're going to see the same light show, more or less.
So it has to be some sort of dome or some sort of light show that can't really be explained.
I think the Gummy Bear posted a good photo, kind of like visually presenting the idea I think you're trying to express.
Yes, exactly. I actually have a video about it too. I'll go ahead and post it if you choose to watch it.
You'd be looking at the same structure, so the local light show would be deformed in a similar fashion, as long as you're, say, on the same latitude or whatever one would expect anyway. You just have to wait for your time when the stars circle around where you are, then it'll be deformed locally based off of the atmosphere, perspective glass, or whatever. And you'll get a similar light show based off of your time zone.
Racking my brain to try and think of something to stump you, Lemon, but you sound like you're on a roll.
Are you being Gleam?
It's just logic.
That's not Gleam. That's Dawn.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's Dawn.
Dawn's gone the way of the mystic. The anti-reason way of the mystic.
Yeah, I haven't heard you in a while either.
Like most mystics, he's trying to manipulate and shape the world based off of his spells and his desire, rather than humbly submitting to reality. In this case, the reality of the flat earth, covered by some sort of firmament dome.
Do you know what the first step of magic is?
What's that?
Imagination.
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 Yeah, that's the first step in all magic. Imagination.
Oh, yeah, I thought you said logic. So what I need to do is ask you questions about the sky or the earth, right? That you can't answer. So you go to bed thinking, oh no, it's probably a globe.
We answer them, you just don't like the answers. It seems you don't like if the answers lead to a creator.
No, I'm just saying I need to find a new question to stump you for again.
Well, we can't answer everything, but we're still looking in this flat earth also, but there's a lot of stuff that appears to be able to work, at least theoretically, over a flat plane.
I've racked my brain. I'll go back over some old bits. Why don't we see the back of the moon on a flat earth?
Probably because it's
we don't see the back
a
of the
flat
moon on a
disk or
round
something
Earth
like that.
either.
Who knows?
Wait a minute.
No, okay,
We don't see
great.
the back of the moon on a round Earth either. We
Well,
always
we can talk about that afterwards. But I'm asking Lemon quickly. If it's a disc, why don't we see the back of the disc on a flat earth?
Well, you got my
that's
answer,
a
but I think
great
somebody else is
question,
trying to
Dawn.
weigh in there that you don't even see that on a globe. So why are you asking the flat earthers to meet a
No,
burden
it's
of proof
because
that you
It
guys can't even meet?
doesn't matter what we do or don't see on a globe. The question is about a flat earth. If there's a moon above us, a disc or an orb, why can't we see the back of it sometimes from the edge of the
You've
earth?
accepted a bunch of excuses for the globe, Don. You should be able to accept similar excuses for the flat plane. You talk about some sort of tidal locking,
from my
keeping you
first
seeing
one.
one side of the moon. So I guess you could translate that over to a flat plane somehow. There you go.
No, I'm not making up a tidal locking excuse for you. I have got the answer for you, but I'm not giving it to you
Guys,
yet.
we
I'll
got to
give it
go
to
one
you
at a
after the
time.
quiz.
Hold on, guys. Can everyone hear when our other people are talking while you're talking?
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. If you're talking and you hear someone else talking, I don't care who started first. You got to stop because we can't hear nothing when two people are talking. So, thanks.
I'll try.
Don was asking if it's a flat disk, assuming it's a flat disk. What?
No, he was asking why can't we see the back of the moon on a flat disk?
Your answer was because it's a flat disk, and I'm saying, wouldn't we see the back of it then? Still,
No. It depends on which way the flat disk is oriented toward us. It would go further and further away, but we'd only see one side of it predominantly, assuming it's a flat disk.
oh, are you saying it's really far away, and so no one can see the back?
Put a CD in front of your head, over your head, or for anybody born before 2002, some sort of flat, round object. You're only going to see one side of it as long as it's above you.
But what if imagine you are in the same hypothetical experiment as me with the CD up in the air, and you're not standing next to me, but you're standing 4 meters away? Wouldn't you see the back of the CD?
No, it would just flatten. We'd still see the inside of the CD. It would just be a little flatter.
Yeah, but
No,
then
the farther away you
would
got.
look like an ellipse, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Discs have two sides, right? So someone should see the other side if they go far enough away.
Only if you're on the other side of the disc. I'm not seeing what you're talking about. We're both holding the disc above us, and we're both seeing one side of the disc. Just like
you can't even conceptualize looking at a disc above you.
You're also ignoring the
seeing one
fact that
side.
we don't just see half of the moon. We see up to 59% because of lunar libration. We can see that it has a spherical shape to it, and that we can see 59% of the sphere over time. It's not just half of it anytime, like over all time. We see 59% of it because of lunar libration. So a flat disk wouldn't have that, which means it's impossible for it to be flat. Explain to me what kind of flat thing gets more and less like wobbled, but still presents more information. If you get there's more information than just one flat plate.
I think that there is some evidence for it possibly being like a flat luminous disk potentially. As it goes further away, it does tend to flatten. You guys call it refraction on the horizon, but it does appear to be de facto evidence that it does flatten as it gets further away. It seems to present more or less one face, lunar libration of 59% or whatever you're talking about notwithstanding. And so it appears to be more or less an overall flattish object of some sort.
But if it was a flat Earth,
can I give
you
you the
would
answer
only
so we
see-
can move on?
Go ahead.
I'll quickly give you my answer, and then you don't have to move on. It's up to you. The answer for flat Earth is the moon is further than the edge, so you can't go far enough to see the other side. That's the answer, even if it's a disc.
Further than the edge. Where's the edge?
The moon
That's
is
the question of where the edge is.
And you can't go that
Or where do
far
you
to
think
look
the
back
edge
on
is?
it.
Yeah, if it
That's
was
the
a
answer
flat,
you're looking for.
How do you have an edge without a firmament? You're anti-biblical, so you tend to go away from anything firmament related. So how do you have any sort of edge?
Your model. This is the answer for your model. If Dawn asks you again, why don't you see the back of the moon? You say,
You've asked me enough questions. It's time for you to submit the question time. How do you have an edge without a firmament? Go.
If you want to ask about the globe Earth, that's something we could get to. But if you don't want to answer any questions about flat Earth or any scrutiny, why should we care about your ask questions to us? Why should it be one-sided?
I'm willing to
like that?
answer
We're
questions.
willing. Yeah, we're willing to answer questions about the globe. We're
Okay,
always
great.
willing
I've
to.
submitted myself to question time enough. It's time for you to put up or shut up. How do you have an edge without a firmament? Just because you're anti-biblical and don't want to go with the solid section of sky crying out for a creator doesn't mean that your model or whatever alternative you're talking about makes any freaking sense. So that's why I'm asking you, what, if anything, about your model makes sense without a firmament?
The moon has to be far out so that people can't see the back. That's all I'm giving you. That's the answer.
Just say that it's further than the edge, but you can't even say what the edge is. You're not even giving me a framework where I can really believe what you're even talking about.
As long as the moon is as far as the edge, so no one can look back on it, that answers my question.
So that begs the question: where, if at all, anywhere, is the edge? What framework is there an edge in your model without a firmament?
Oh, this is your model. I'm giving you the answer for your model.
You don't even go with the firmament that's in my model. What are you talking about?
I'll go with anything on your model. It's your model.
You're barely even presenting your own model, so how could we go with it when you're barely know it yourself.
North Pole in the center, continents radiating out, surrounded by an Antarctic ice ring of about 60,000 plus miles with a firmament dome touching down somewhere beyond there. The firmament dome goes up to about maybe 100 to about, probably 100, 200 miles of that if you talk about the solidity of the firmament. The sun, moon, and stars revolve within that solid structure of the firmament of whatever thickness or whatever. Under the waters above, under the heavenly throne of God. That's the general model-ish that I go with. The earth is on pillars on top of a watery deep, surrounded on all sides by water. There's water in the earth, around the earth. Hell is in the heart of the earth. It's on pillars on top of a watery deep. That's the general model I go with. There you go.
Can you quickly tell me why we don't see the back of the moon again? Just adding to the end of that.
Because we're under it. And when you're under it, you tend not to see the other side of the object, just like the scene above you.
So even when it's at the horizon, we're under it?
Yeah, it just appears to be at the horizon due to perspective. Anything above you due to perspective will appear to approach the level of the eye and form a horizon. It's still above you,
It would
though.
look like an ellipse if it wasn't overhead.
As it does toward the horizon, it tends to flatten out. You globers have the excuse that refraction is flattening it out, but that's de facto evidence that the moon and the sun flatten out as they go to the horizon anyway.
Sometimes they do.
Under certain conditions, it can happen, but for your model to be true, it has to always happen, not just under some specific conditions.
It's good enough to start with. And with perspective, foreshortening the amount of visual scene that you can see and make out, it may appear to set early because you're too close to the surface and preserve its size while doing so. So perspective's a hell of a drug. This, diffraction, refraction, optical stuff is a hell of a drug. Let's look into this from a flat Earth perspective.
I think it does. What I think it does on a flat Earth is it goes round the dome, round the side, and up above, but it's always far enough to the side that no one can get around the back to see it. So it's like a disc.
Well, you're going to need to explain what, if anything, the edge is and where it is. Otherwise, if you have no framework for that, it's going to be hard to kind of glom onto what you're saying.
I imagine
we're past Antarctica.
I imagine in your model of reality, if it's true, the edge is a weird place where the Earth stops and something else starts. And maybe you can see it through and maybe you can't.
The firmament, where the firmament touches down on the Earth. That would be the closest thing to an edge that we can have. What sort of edge do you have? Are you saying that we just fall out into space? What happens at the edge exactly, other than
we
a
live
firmament?
on the edge in my model. It's all an edge. The whole surface is the edge.
It's like asking, what's the edge of a basketball? Well, you have the surface, but there's no edge, but you could look at the surface as the edge. It's the end of the basketball. That's
we're getting into confusing. But we're getting into confusing territory.
How is
Don appears to be talking about some sort of alternative to the globe, some sort of edge or whatever. But are we talking about a flat Earth conception or a globe Earth conception, Don? Are you talking about a flat Earth conception or a globe Earth conception?
I was asking you about the moon on yours. Then I gave you the answer that I think.
Don, I have submitted myself to your questions. Either submit yourself to mine, or I will eject you from the conversation as a dishonest non-participant. Are you talking about a flat Earth conception or a globe Earth conception? Go.
I was talking about both.
That's contradictory. If you're talking about a flat Earth conception of the edge, what happens in the flat Earth conception of the edge when you reach the edge? Do you fall out into space? Do you fall out into water? What happens?
Yeah, okay, I've got you. I think it might be just an area on a huge globe. So at the edge,
I think it's path-bound. You appear on the other side.
Around a big sphere. I think every surface, the antecedent to every ground, is a sphere.
Dawn, you've got some mic crackling.
Oh, sorry, that's what.
It was hard to hear what you were saying.
I think the antecedent to any ground or surface, in reality, a big ground surface, is a sphere shape. So I think at the edge of the flat Earth, there's just the rest of a huge sphere.
Your eye cannot visually represent a planar surface infinitely. Eventually, a horizon will form. Even though it's really big and seemingly limitless, there is a limit to how much your eye can represent as a 2D image that is resolvable. This will form a horizon even over a flat plane, beyond which nothing is resolved and no image is formed. That gives you your bottom-up obstruction, your spherical excess, your perspective, your diffraction, your refraction, whatever. over a flat surface with no need for a hump of Earth curvature in the way.
But for a flat Earth, this would require a point of convergence, but we see the horizon not as a point of convergence, but things could be seen beyond the horizon if they are tall enough, concluding that it is not a point of convergence, i.e., not because of flatness that we have a horizon, it's because of another phenomena, likely a globe.
You're saying that objects can't be cut off bottom first or appear to be cut off bottom first over a flat surface. That's not true.
Yes,
You're too
purely
close to the
from
surface.
perspective.
You're too close to the surface to symmetrically represent the visual scene. If you're 6 feet off of the surface, you can only represent 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eye symmetrically. Anything that is beyond that visual range and height, like a 100-foot building, a mountain, or a sun that's 3,000 miles up or whatever, will tend to set bottom first because your eye cannot represent it symmetrically. It is just going to be lost visual information that is uninterpreted, and it will appear to set bottom first. If you want symmetrical visual representation, get higher in the air, at least where half of the object is above the level of the eyes, and at least half of it is below the level of the eyes, at the very least.
But when we look far at a building, we can see the top of the building of a tall building, even though the top of the building is much thinner, which would make it seem like it should disappear first because it's thinner. It should become unresolvable first. And yet, simply because it's higher up, somehow we still see it.
But
this
what
is
about the surrounding
illogical on a
space?
flat Earth.
But what about the surrounding space? You're focusing on the object, but forgetting about the surrounding space. You can represent 6 feet of visual space and 6 feet of objects within that visual space, up, down, left, and right symmetrically from the level of the eyes. Anything that is beyond 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes will not be represented symmetrically. The top part of your vision from the level of the eyes up will expand exponentially because there's no surface in the way. From the level of the eyes down, there's a surface in the way 6 feet away, and it's going to compress. So how does your eye represent two halves, one of which is expanding exponentially with more and more height, more and more length, more and more visual information compared to the bottom part, which is compressing exponentially, less and less height, less and less information, and bottoming out at 6 feet? It is going to have to cut off objects asymmetrically, bottom first, if they go beyond the range of symmetry. Life is Short goes over this, and other people show bottom-up obstruction simply by getting closer to the surface. It's just a flooded visual scene where you cannot symmetrically represent the objects beyond a certain range anymore. That's it.
The problem with that argument is that you makes it seem to represent that half of the building would be above, half of the building would be below. That is never true. It would be, if you're at the same ground level as the building, it would simply be 6 feet of the building, which is minuscule to the top part.
Yeah, that's what I've said before, Lemon. But according to what you're saying, I'll give you the 6 feet below your eye level obstructing. But what about 100 feet of building being obstructed?
Well, eventually your eye will just have to, represent the visual scene as best it can with this lack of symmetry. It's going to make a fake image, an effigy to try to represent what's going on, but it's not going to be perfect. The effigy in the bottom half of your vision from the level of the eyes down will appear to ramp up. And like a coin in front of a car, the effigy of the coin will appear to obstruct the car beyond, even though physically there's no coin in front of the car. The effigy in front will block what's happening in the background, just like what's happening with the horizon. What's happening from the level of the eyes down is this fake image effigy that appears to obstruct what's going on beyond because the eye just can't process the information. That's it. It's just flat. It's just that you're too close to the surface and you don't have enough room to symmetrically represent objects beyond a certain threshold. That's it.
And it makes the top of the building drop below eye level as well.
The top of the building is in a visual space that represents 100 feet of objects, a mile of objects, 6 miles of objects. The bottom half of the visual scene represents 6 feet and bottoms out at that. On top of that, you now have this effigy, this fake image in front of your face that is blocking whatever the hell is happening in the background, appearing to obstruct objects bottom first. It's just like holding a coin in front of a car. The effigy of the coin, the fake image of the coin in front of the car blocks what's beyond, even though when you put the coin next to the car, there's nothing physically blocking that car based off of the size of the coin. You have this fake effigy, this fake image in front of your face that your eye can't process anything beyond. It's the same with the horizon and the bottom up obstruction over a flat plane. It's the same thing. If you want more symmetrical visual representation over a flat plane, get higher so that you can now have some more symmetry and represent more objects evenly from all sides without it looking like it's disappearing bottom up, basically.
And yeah, but the problem with that is if you go all the way above where the building's supposed to be, suddenly you still see more and more and more, and yet you're actually putting it into what you say is that bottom part of your vision. So you're actually packing more stuff into the bottom part, and yet you see more things. It is again illogical.
Your eye does the best that it can. It tries to represent the object symmetrically. If you're 6 feet off of the ground, your eye would really prefer 6 feet of symmetry up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes. If there's the surface in the way, the bottom half of your vision from the level of the eyes down will bottom out very quickly. And other objects that are taller than this range are going to tend to set bottom first. It's like 6 feet up and down from the left of the eyes is good. Check. That covers like 12 feet of coverage, you know. If you have a 100-foot building, the 100-foot building, 100 minus 12 is saying, okay, I still got 88 feet of object to symmetrically represent. The top half is saying, okay, I still got 88 feet of object to represent here. Bottom part of vision, hey, hello, knock, knock. Do you have 88 feet of visual representation or not? The bottom part is like, nope, all I got is 6 feet. And so the eye's like, okay, well, I can't really symmetrically represent this object anymore. Otherwise, I'm going to have a funhouse mirror effect where I'm trying to represent 6 feet with 6 feet, and then past a certain threshold, it would be 6 feet with 12 feet, 6 feet with the top half being 20 feet, 6 feet with the top half being, 100 feet. It's going to be a funhouse mirror effect. It's just going to have to drop the image. Otherwise, you're not going to have symmetrical representation.
But you don't get what my criticism was, which was if you go all the way above the house, you're now saying that all of that 100 feet is packed into the bottom 6 feet of your vision, and yet we keep seeing more and more and more, being able to represent more and more and more information.
If you're
in our
above
vision.
the house, you're no longer at 6 feet. You're at 100 feet. The concept now shifts because now you're no longer standing 6 feet off the ground with your eyes 6 feet above the surface. You're levitating off the ground 100 feet or 200 feet above the house.
So you're saying by going up to 100 feet, you have now made your vision 200 feet, 100 feet down, 100 feet up, instead of 6 feet down, 6 feet. This is illogical. Going up doesn't double
It's
your
logical
vision.
because our eyes tend to represent things symmetrically. If you have the visual scene expanding out from the eye, you can look at it as a triangle that's going from the eye, like expanding like a pie slice. And it's taking in more and more visual information, and the objects within that expanding, visual range are getting smaller and smaller. But you don't have the two halves of vision pairing symmetrically because the top half is expanding exponentially. The bottom half appears to be compressing against the surface exponentially. So because of that lack of symmetry, where ideally you'd be levitating up into free space, equal room all around, no surface in the way, you should be able to have both halves of your visual scene expand exponentially, expand exponentially in all directions. That way you have perfect symmetrical representation. But unfortunately, you're close to the ground. The bottom half of your vision from the level of the eyes down will compress exponentially, and the objects that it tries to represent within that space. And this fake effigy is going to form in the foreground of this ground ramping up and appearing to obstruct whatever the hell is happening in the background. It's just, you just don't have enough symmetrical conditions to represent this stuff, over a flat plane. You just don't have it.
But once again, this also, your whole argument implies that if I were to cover the bottom half of my eyes, I should see nothing because my eyes weren't symmetrical. And yet that doesn't happen. I still see with the top part of my eye. It's not this symmetrical, all you can see as much down as up. It's never like that. It's completely illogical.
The top half expands, the bottom half compresses. So what you can see beyond the horizon is set by your height above the limiting surface. Anything that's too tall just has to set. If you want to see more of the object, get up off of the surface, get a wider viewing angle, and get a more symmetrical visual scene.
Can you draw an orthographical representation of what you're saying? Because that's making no sense to me.
Life for Short does an hour and a half into his video. Let me get the video. Please fast forward to an hour and a half in. He goes over all this stuff.
No, I want things you can draw because I cannot contest.
That's nice. I'm going to put it in the chat, Bacon. You can take it or leave it.
But I mean, if you know the timestamp, just screenshot the drawing and then send it. Is this the drawing? Is that the drawing? Mic check.
Yeah. Alright, still here?
Just be ignored it.
Might
Free
be
area, what's up?
looking up
What's up?
whatever.
I'm asking Lemon if that's the drawing that he was referring to.
It does that is what he's what I can tell, at least what he's been trying to say. And that makes no logical
Yeah, it doesn't.
here we go.
The 0.02 angle. I mean, that's not gonna connect what's below with what's above it, just because is like within the angular resolution of your eye. It's just gonna blend into a single color point.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
But the
create any
horizon is basically a bunch of vanishing points here extended left to right and forward in a plane. So you have multiple vanishing points that are compressed into whatever we call the horizon. So the sun in this example can go seeking its true vanishing point in the distance beyond the horizon that forms in the foreground based off of this thing.
vanishing points exist in whatever direction there is a any line going parallel to.
And the sun can go off in the distance behind the vanishing points that form in the foreground, what
There's no
we
behind the
colloquially
vanishing
call the
point. Vanishing
horizon.
point is a point on your field of vision. There's no behind a point in your
There's
field of vision.
multiple vanishing points within whatever we call the vanishing point or the vanishing plane of the
Yeah, but there's no
horizon.
behind it.
Multiple.
There's no going behind a vanishing point. That doesn't make
There
any
is
sense.
with the
Vanishing point is
sun.
just direction.
The horizon essentially is the vanishing point for roughly 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes. For an observer, that's roughly 6 feet over the ground. They're standing on the ground.
If
The
you
sun
ask
would go to its true vanishing point in the background behind these vanishing points that form in the foreground.
if you ask any artist, they know that there's only one point of convergence. Doesn't logically make sense for there to be more than one.
No, you can't.
And if you ask an artist who's worth their salt, if they're going to represent it accurately the way that our eye sees, they would spread the vanishing points into a couple of vanishing points at the horizon. A vanishing
not
point
about your
here,
eye.
a vanishing point there,
not about
showing
your
that
eye.
the horizon, at least conceptually, is multiple
not about your
vanishing
eye.
points spread left and right and forward and back from the
Why do you keep going
observer.
on? It's not about your eye. It's about the things
So if you're going to do proper
You have-
representation, you need to
Oh,
spread those vanishing points out.
If you have parallel lines, you pick the direction that they're parallel to in your field of vision. That's where they're going to converge towards. That's how you get vanishing points. It has nothing to do with the horizon.
The horizon is a bunch of vanishing points, essentially. In the foreground, the background, left and right, it's a bunch of vanishing points.
Why is it not called a vanishing line or a vanishing plane?
We can start today. We can call it a vanishing plane if we wish.
Okay, well, your vanishing plane doesn't make logical consistent. Doesn't make logical isn't logically consistent. Holy fuck!
Okay, can I try to explain you going very wide there? You can have multiple vanishing points.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so picture every line coming from your eye towards to the outside. So every direction that can come out of your eye within your field of vision. So you have a bunch of different directions. You have infinite different directions that all comes back from your eye and go out in your field of view. If you pick any random direction and you pick any other parallel line to that direction, they're going to appear to converge to the direction you picked in your field of view. So, for example, if you point randomly up in the sky with your arm, for example, if you follow that direction, any other line that is also parallel to that one is always also going to converge to the point you're pointing at. So that's going to be a vanishing point if there are two parallel lines going in that direction. So you can pick any pair of direction that are parallel, and the one that matches your eye is going to be where they're going to appear to converge towards. Let me see if I can find an example where I have more than one.
Well, because you're saying that within your field of vision, any point be a vanishing point. Essentially, what you're saying.
Yeah, as long as you have a parallel line to that direction.
Yeah, but the parallel lines are defined by the parallel surface and you
No.
looking parallel along the
No, it has
surface.
nothing to do with any
That's why the
surface.
horizon is forming along the surface as opposed to
No.
some sort of random parallel direction that
Can
you're
you stop
looking off
there?
into space to the
No.
left or the
Can you
right.
stop there,
It's
please?
the combination of the surface and you looking parallel along the surface that is forming a horizon along said surface.
No, parallel line doesn't imply any surface. Lines can be parallel without any surface. It has nothing to do with the
Then how do
surface.
you have parallel lines if the surface is not going parallel to where you're looking?
You don't need any surface. It doesn't. You just need two lines for them to be parallel.
We're going to
No
have to
surface required.
disagree. A horizon is forming along the surface because you're looking parallel along that surface. So you need a surface, and you need to be looking parallel along that surface for a horizon
No,
to form
if you
in
have
this case.
if you have a long stick, that's a line. No surface required.
Okay, then a horizon would form along that stick too.
No,
If it
that's
was
not the
long
horizon.
enough and you were looking parallel along that stick long enough, a horizon would form along that stick also.
The
Same
problem is
principle.
vanishing
be the
points and
horizon.
horizons are not the same thing. You don't see beyond a vanishing point. You do see beyond horizon.
Yeah,
They're
you
just
can
not the same
zoom in a
thing.
little bit. You can zoom in a little bit, but there is going to be a limit
No,
because the
I'm not
viewing
talking about
angle is going to be
zooming in.
45.
I'm talking about seeing the large, tall buildings beyond the supposed vanishing point, which only actually
The
happens
taller
with
buildings.
horizons, not vanishing.
The taller buildings need a vanishing point that's further away than the low height of the eye can accommodate. The low 6-foot height of the eye can only symmetrically accommodate a vanishing point for area 6 feet up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes. After that, a horizon will begin to form for bigger objects that need to go further off in the distance and need a further vanishing point than what the eye at its low height can accommodate. That's why there's multiple vanishing points extended left, right, and infinitely forward and back from the observer. The vanishing plane has infinite vanishing points within it. And the sun, the building, the mountain is going to go off in the distance looking for its truer vanishing point than what the low height of the eye can accommodate.
If the angular size of the thing being obstructed from the bottom is bigger than the angular size of other details you can see, then you cannot blame that on you can't see the bottom because it has vanished, and
You can
that
blame it
doesn't work.
on the lack of symmetry of the eye because of its low position close to the surface. You can blame it on that.
No one cares about symmetry. If the information is reaching your eyes, it's reaching your eye.
That doesn't
Why
mean that
are you
it's
involved in
interpreted.
symmetry?
That there's light coming off of the bacteria that's in front of our eyes, the dust particles that are in front of our eyes. It's not interpreted as a 2D image. So just because the information is there doesn't mean that it's automatically read out as a
No,
interpretable,
you
resolvable 2D
don't
image.
have enough. You don't have enough photons coming out of bacteria to be captured by your retina. You don't.
Just because the light's reaching your eye, Bacon, doesn't mean that it's automatically interpreted into a readable, interpretable 2D image. That's where the fallacy
That's
is.
what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking about angular size. If the angular size of something that the light is reaching your eye, and is bright enough that your retina can send pulses to your brain, then yeah, you're gonna see it. There's no going.
You're not
away from it.
necessarily going to interpret it
Yes,
as a 2D
necessarily.
image, though. If it's too compressed, if it's at an angle that is too low
bigger
to be.
than the limit of your angular resolution. If it's bigger than the limit of your angular resolution, yeah, you'll see it. There's no getting away from it. So if
The top half of the building is in an angle packet that is wide and expanding. The bottom half of the building is covered over by angle packets of length and angle and width or whatever visually that are
There's nothing in
compressing.
the way to
And
cover
so
it.
you don't have symmetrical representation of the object at that point. It's going to cut off
Saying
bottom
it's not
Earth.
symmetrical, saying it's not symmetrical doesn't back up that the ground will appear to obstruct it. Just because
It's
it's not
just a false
symmetrical, you have to
appearance.
demonstrate that. You're not demonstrating it. You're just
Yeah,
claiming
it's a
because
false
it's not
appearance.
symmetrical. Because
It's
it's
a
not
false appearance
symmetrical.
because the railroad tracks
Then
appear to
it's
ramp up to
observation.
the
You're
level
not
of the eyes,
providing
but
any
there's no
mechanism.
physical
I wasn't
activity
finished.
to go
I
with that
wasn't finished
apparent
yet.
ramping.
You can't just claim, well, because it's not symmetrical, then therefore my explanation works.
It's a fake effigy, a fake representation to the eye for symmetry purposes only. To say that you're basically this high above the surface, roughly, we'll try to represent what's going on at the horizon as best as possible, but we're going to drop some information because you don't have symmetrical coverage.
You're simply denying how the most basic cameras work.
You're acting like the ground is going up and obstructing what's beyond. The flat railroad tracks appear to ramp up and obstruct
I'm
what's
acting
beyond
like we have
too. That is a
observation.
false appearance. It is a fake effigy that the eye is just trying to form to represent what's going on in the physical world as best as possible. That's
I'm
it.
acting like we have observation and we have a basic understanding of how cameras work. And if you put those together, it doesn't back up your claim that the earth can be, that the ground can be flat. It doesn't
The
match.
interpretation that you're
Nothing you're
offering is
saying,
not adequate.
nothing
It
you're
doesn't go with
offering
the lack of curvature that we see,
connects that.
the lack of movement that we see. Your interpretation is not adequate. We're going to need another one.
Whereas there's no lack of curvature. You see the horizon dropping, the mountain should be dropping.
The ground will appear to ramp up. The sky will appear to ramp down. These two zones will merge together and form a horizon line, essentially.
Awesome.
But for
Doesn't
some
back
reason,
up
the
the
ground ramps
obstruction.
up more than the sky. You're just not being logically consistent in your statement.
I mean, stand up and get closer to your ceiling. You'll notice as you get closer to the ceiling will appear to soften its rate of descent, perspective-wise. It will tend to have a much gentler slope as you get closer to the ceiling than as you sit down and get further from the ceiling. So your eye is trying as best it can to represent the visual world in some sort of symmetrical way. Sometimes it can represent the object, sometimes it can't over a flat plane. That's it.
Just go and demonstrate that can happen. I mean,
the video does enough demonstration. Just fast forward to an hour and a half, and it goes over all that.
That doesn't back it up. That 0.02 degrees is a range in the field of view. Below that would be the ground. You wouldn't see any part of the ground ramping up and covering that 0.02 region of your eye. There's nothing in that diagram that would imply that. I mean, we have implemented perspective with 3D software. So that's something very easy to do because perspective isn't that complicated. It's just trigonometry. And you cannot reproduce what you're saying in any 3D software. Because perspective doesn't do that.
Yeah, we know. Does anyone by any chance happen to have a Bluetooth, some Bluetooth shit that has a button on it where you can mute the mic?
You talk about the Bluetooth headphones, the earbuds?
Yeah, I need like some small portable earbuds that have buttons on each one where you can rock one at a time and it'll mute Discord. But I need to be able to mute Discord with a button on the earbud. Does that exist or?
Yeah, there exist ones with multiple functionalities in the on the button on the earbud.
Well, I mean, I have AirPods and they have it.
Yeah.
Where you can like skip a song or something with double tap, but that's not even a solid button. I don't even know if that's hit or not. Sometimes it doesn't even work right, and I got to tap it 3 or 4 times, or I'm still looking for like a button.
I don't know specifically about AirPods, but I know there are a lot of programs that will rewrite the skip Like essentially, it'll look for the skip song button, and it can rewrite it to do any other action you want.
Yeah, this is
Try and
also
look
happening on a phone. This is also happening on a phone.
Okay, okay. I'm not as sure about that then.
I need to find a button that'll mute the mic. But then I'm wondering, I don't know, whatever. I'll figure it out. I was just wondering if anyone had anything like that they were already using. I'm wondering even then if I mute the mic on my earbuds, would it just make the mic on the phone kick up, and would I still be hot micing?
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's a whole nother thing I have to figure out after. Like if it's not recognizing that mic is on, would it just? I don't know.
It shouldn't. If it's connected, it should connect to it and function off of it rather than your phone.
No doubt. All right. So yeah, I just got to find some earbuds with a button on them. Yeah, mute button for the mic, no doubt.
I use a headset and I have a little switch, so I switch my mic off. So Bluetooth is just another method of doing that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm looking for like portable Bluetooth joints because I'm like walking around a lot of the day doing this shit.
Guys have to do the same as Jeremy. Stop trying to argue for perspective and start appealing for light bending. That's the only saving for the flat Earth.
Well, a lot of the shit they're saying is right about perspective, though. Like if you put your eyeball down to a chessboard or a checkerboard, and you put your eyeball down real close to it, as close as you can get, you almost can't see the last square on it. Nothing's blocking it. Nothing's blocking it.
That's part of the ground. That's not something
That's part
that
of.
is above
But
the
if you
ground.
put a single pawn anywhere on the board, it will always be above your vision. It won't appear to sync ever.
Yeah. Unless
we agree
the board
with
is
that.
curved.
We agree with that part, Jeremy. Don't agree when it comes to when we put stuff above that surface that will appear to sync. It just logically
Well, if you
doesn't.
put something really thin above the surface, that would also disappear.
No, I mean that might be so small that it's going
Put
to
a
like
sheet of paper or something. One sheet of paper.
We're not saying things cannot disappear in the sense that they're going to be too small to be resolvable. That's not in contention. The contention is something that it's clearly big enough to be resolvable, being obstructed by the surface.
And the important part is partly obstructed, that we cannot see the bottom of it for some reason, and yet we can see the top of it very clearly.
Well, part of it is the thing Lemon was talking about with the angle to the floor. Like you guys asked earlier, why does this floor ramp up faster than the ceiling? Right? Did you guys ask that a minute ago?
Well, didn't
why
ask.
does the floor
I
ramp
made
up
a
more than the
comment.
ceiling?
I made a comment relating to it.
Well, anyways, if you're closer to the Lemon's always referencing that Truth is Life. I think his name's Travis or something. He does the thing with the hallway. Have you ever seen that 3-hour video where I think Jaronism did it with him and whatever that guy's name is, did the thing in the hallway? They spent about 2 hours in a hallway analyzing how many feet you could see and what ramps up more and what you can see more of. When you're on the floor, you're going to see more of the ceiling. If you're on the ceiling, you're going to see more of the floor. Like that's just how it works.
Yeah.
And we're standing on the
That's not
floor,
what's in
basically.
contention.
We're basically standing on the floor when we're,
Yeah, but that cannot reproduce things Lemon was arguing about.
Well, I wasn't listening that good, so.
Right.
The whole
I mean,
thing.
Okay, sorry. Go.
To me, the only way you can get it to work like it does in real life with what's been given so far by Lemon is if you also introduce down like upwards bending light. That's the only way.
That's why perspective doesn't work, because perspective is like assuming straight lines.
Yeah.
It's just triangulation of straight lines. So if perspective isn't matching what you see, then light cannot be going straight.
And so therefore, I feel like the conclusion we can get to with this conversation and any conversation like it is that if light bends down, then it points to a globe. If light bends up, it points to a flat Earth. Because without this light bending up, you don't get the effect that's supposed by, or that's observed on a flat Earth.
And it has to be consistently up, because
Yeah,
if you only have a layer up and then it flips, then you have like mirages, because
exactly
you're gonna have same thing coming from above and below.
The same thing like on a globe Earth, when we see mirages, we often see them because light starts bending up instead of down. That same difference should be true on flat Earth. That it has to normally bend upwards, but when it starts bending downwards, that's when you start seeing mirages.
The thing is, I know you have a claim as to which way the light's bending. You need to prove that's happening. In the atmosphere over hold on. I did take a little break there, my bad. In the atmosphere over long distances, you need to actually show that this is happening.
Haven't we been like through that yesterday with the gradient?
We have, but it's never gotten a conclusive thing where both sides agree. Of course, that
Okay.
would end.
Do you know what you need? You know what you need to show that that's happening? You even know what you would need to show?
You'd want an experiment in the atmosphere, not in a lab.
What would you do in the experiment? What would you do?
I mean, it depends on if you ask within my system of what I believe to be accurate ways of measuring stuff, or you, because I don't know which you believe more. For example, I believe that
Whatever
GPS
you would do,
be.
bro.
Okay.
Whatever you would do to show that stuff, the light's bending the way you say it is.
A lot of thermometers and barometers. We'll do it, I guess.
No, because they don't agree on the fact that higher density below means, or high density below means bend downwards bending.
Sorry?
They don't even agree that refraction always goes towards the denser medium.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. We can't even agree on things like that, which is why it becomes completely just.
That's not true. That's not true. I do believe light will bend towards the denser medium. I also believe there's other effects that can make things look different and make light bend in different ways. If there's any kind of magnification in the atmosphere, that could definitely make it bend a certain way to make it look like bottom-up obstruction to see exactly what we see. Rob Skiba showed it in his sunset video. There's all kinds of shit going on with light. You don't even know what you would do for your experiment in the atmosphere to prove which way it actually is bending.
Well, I have lots of ideas, but none that you would accept.
Well, all right, what are you going to do? There's a lot of stuff I would accept. What are you going to do? Don't say GPS.
At least you have some background noise.
Yeah, somebody's washing dishes or something. Who was it?
I think it's some of the accounts of Nate.
Nate, you're muted. You better DM someone else when you want to get unmuted. I don't even look at my phone.
Oh, he's typing. Let's see what he has to say about that.
Oh, he's typing right now? All
Yeah,
right.
he's asking for you to unmute him.
Jeez. You're unmuted.
Oh, he was driving. Oh, it sounded
Yo,
like
my
someone
bad. I
was
was
doing the
I was
dishes.
driving, man. No, I got like a dog collar thingy on my wrist. I think it was that. My bad.
So one way that I would show it is by getting different color lasers. And see which one, like when, so you arrange them to be the same horizontally, and then you point them in a direction over a large plane or over water. And then you see at the end to see which one appears to be higher, because we know that different wavelengths refract differently. And if it's let's say if it's red and green, well, downwards bending, if it's bending, if red bends less down, so red is above green, well, that says it's downwards bending. If it's the other way around, it's upwards bending. That's one way I would test it. But that, of course, requires you to agree
Okay,
with
and how are
me
you
that
going to know which? Hold on a second, man. How are you going to know which way it's bending?
because of which direction it appears to be coming from
What are you going to measure it against?
each other. It is a reference in between each other, the red and the green laser, whether it's the red one above or whether it's the green one above. So it's literally just in reference to each other.
Okay. And then what?
Well, since we know that different colors refract at different rates, we
So
can
you're
tell.
saying you know. So you're saying you know which way the light's bending. Different
This
colors
test
refract
would
at different rates. You're saying you know which way the light's bending.
no. So what I'm saying is, we know that no matter the direction, different wavelengths refract differently.
Yes.
And therefore,
you're telling me you know which way the light is bending.
No. What
So
I'm
you don't know.
saying,
So you're saying you know they refract differently, but you don't know which way the light's bending. You realize how much nonsense that statement is.
He's just telling you that the how much it's going to slow down depends on the wavelength. It's not making any claims about the direction yet.
Yeah, he's saying he knows the refraction that's going to happen with different wavelengths, so he knows which way the light's going to bend, right?
No, it's all towards this. Like if you're going towards the denser medium, you're going to bend towards the denser medium, but you're going to bend more if you have a higher frequency wavelength than if you have a lower frequency wavelength.
You know, this is the shit I'd be losing my cool over. I can't.
Why?
I can't. You're because you're saying, are you using refraction in a different way than we normally mean? Because normally that means which way the light's bending.
That's
no.
exactly
So
what
all
we
we
mean.
know.
That's
so
exactly
all we
what
know,
you mean. Okay, so he knows that the red light is refracting differently than the green light, which means he
No.
knows which way the light's bending.
So okay. So think of it this way: all we know before the experiment is that if we have the same kind of conditions in front of us, whether it's a fish tank or atmosphere, if the green light bends up, the red light should bend up, but a little bit less. If the green light bends down, the red light should bend down, but a little bit less. They both will always bend in the same direction, but by a slightly different amount. That's a thing that refraction predicts.
So we're trying to prove which way the light bends, and in the middle of that, you're going to tell me we know which way the light's bending. You realize how ridiculous
You
it is.
didn't hear him right. You didn't hear him right.
So
I didn't hear him right. I heard him tell me that he knows which way the light's bending.
No,
he knows which way green light's bending and which way red light's
that's why I'm
bending.
saying you didn't hear him, because that's not what he said.
No,
He told me. Say
we're
it
not
again,
saying that we know the direction each one is bending. We know that light will always be bending towards the denser medium, but we know that the lower wavelength ones, like red light compared to green light, will bend less. That is a prediction of refraction. It will both bend in the same
That's what we're
direction
trying to
anytime.
prove. That's the thing we're trying to prove right now. You're
And
using the
yeah,
thing we're trying to prove.
so you don't agree
I don't know how
that
you don't
different.
understand this.
No, so you don't agree that different wavelengths bend at different rates.
Over long distance in the atmosphere, you don't know. That's what we're trying to prove right now. We're trying to
But
prove that. The exact
long
thing you're saying is what we're trying to prove.
a
And you're
long
saying we know
distance
it in the middle of us trying to prove the thing that you say we know.
a long distance is a combination of a lot of short distances. If we know how it works on short distance, then you can stack them up.
We could even do this with a whole rainbow of colors as well and see the rainbow form, either forming upwards or downwards. If it forms upwards, it's bending up. If it forms downwards, it's bending down. That's the result of the test, not what we know before.
I mean,
So have you ever seen a circular rainbow? This is just a straight up circle. Which way is it bending there?
Towards you. The rainbow the rainbow is like that wouldn't hit you, right? Because it's going from the light source towards an angle that wouldn't hit you. And then it's hitting the droplets of
So
water.
if you guys know what's happening, then why are we even talking about it? What's the point? You already know.
Oh, you're trying
Well, we
to use
Globers
that in
already know,
account.
but we're
Yeah,
trying to prove it to you.
Yeah,
you're
and you're going
putting
to
that
prove
as
it
a
to me by saying in the middle of it, we already know.
no,
No.
you're putting that as a
That's
counter
what you're
argument.
doing.
You're putting that as a counter argument, and I'm showing you
No,
why that
you
is
put
the
it.
water.
No, you guys put it in the middle of the middle of trying to prove it to me that you already know.
No,
That's what just happened here. I don't
answered the
know.
question you asked it. No. I just wanted to answer your question you asked it. I wasn't trying to prove anything.
I have an idea.
Yes,
Jeremy, this I would find this interesting if you had a long cylindrical vacuum chamber, and then you put a laser in there, and then you pull a vacuum, and then you'd mark where the dot is on the other end. Then you bring air back into it and watch the dot presumably deviate. Mark that dot. Then you could start introducing humidity and see how it affects it, perhaps, or other conditions.
Across.
Well, I mean, you
what
could just
distance?
release the vacuum and see. Yeah, that'd be a good one. But
And multiple variables.
I would
I
use.
think if,
Yeah, that's
I think it
decent.
would
I
work.
would also use that. Go ahead, B-ball.
I think that would only work. Maybe you see a deviation if you if you heated up one end of it, then you might see a deviation. But if it's all the same medium, same temperature, then you probably wouldn't see much of a movement.
Good point. Good point. But these are all variables that can be altered.
That would be a good one, and we definitely would want to use if we were ever going to do a straight line test. I would absolutely want that there, a vacuum chamber with a laser beam in it. That'd be great to have next to any kind of straight line test you were going to do. Absolutely.
Yeah, we all want a vacuum tube with a laser going inside.
I mean, I priced it out. The tubing alone's like 80 grand or something. I think it was like 80, 90 G's.
I mean, let's just talk about LIGO. That's what
Yeah,
they have.
80 or 90,000 to do something that we kind of already
No one would,
understand.
Yeah. You think
That's
you
why a
understand it. There's a
Glober,
big
but that's
difference
why.
between thinking you understand something and actually knowing it.
But Jeremy,
You
that's
think
why
you
a
know something,
Glober
but you don't
wouldn't
actually
fund
know
it.
it. They just told
But we
you.
know that light bends toward a denser medium. That's not in contention.
It
It's in
is.
contention for you.
And in long range in the atmosphere, there could be other kinds of effects happening that would
When
make
light
that.
bends
What
up,
other
we
kind of
understand.
effects?
I think when light bends up, we understand why it does that.
And let's say we get 80 grand and we perform this, and then we prove to Jeremy and Oblivion, and then they become Globers, And then a new flat earther comes on and asks us to create this straight line. And then we say we already did it. And he looks at the video and rejects it. So we have to do it again. That's another 80 grand for another 2 flat earthers.
But the thing, yeah, the thing is, a Glober would never agree to fund this because it's not us that it would convince.
Yeah, I mean, they would need to prove this to themselves, like they would need to do it for themselves.
This
They
is
wouldn't
something we
believe
all
it
need to
anyway,
do.
unless
It's
they saw it
something
with their
we
own
all need to
eyes
do
and made it.
because you guys don't.
No,
Yeah,
we
but
don't
I
need to
would
do it,
contribute. I would contribute my
Oh, you heard me and you
intellect, so to
talked all the way
speak.
through me. And come on, guys.
No, I only started
Yeah,
speaking when you stopped speaking. If you kept speaking, I
you
didn't hear it.
literally
Sorry.
interrupted me, bro. Like
You're doing it
we
again.
all.
Like you just did it to him again.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Jeremy, you interrupted me first. That's why I just
We
interrupted you
started
back.
talking at the same time.
Did we? All right, but what I'm
I
saying is,
think
the
so.
onus should be on you guys to prove these things out for yourself. If you don't see it with your own eyes or make it with your own hands, like, are you gonna believe if anyone else just shows it to you?
Yeah, well, obviously it'd have to be repeated, but that's the whole thing about this. We need it to be repeatable, observable. What's the empirical thing? Testable, repeatable, observable. I would have a GPS there too. I'd have an auto level, a theodolite, a GPS, this laser beam in a tube, a lot of different ways to make a straight line. I'd use a lot of different methods. That double rotting method is probably the best one.
A GPS would be the best.
No, the double rotting one's good because if there is some kind of okay, you guys say that it's physical curvature. We say that I don't know. I don't want to speak for everyone, but I say it's just an optical curvature. But since it's getting exponential, I feel like if you did that double rotting method, or I don't know what it's called, but there's a method where you set your auto level up, you go out 25 feet, you put a stake, you mark it. You go out 50 feet, put a stake and mark it, and then you go out like 75 feet and put a stake and mark it. And then you move your auto level up to the second point or the first point that you marked. So now you're looking at 2 points. You don't worry about level anymore. At first you had your shit level. You don't worry about level anymore though. You just line those 2 points up, and then make another mark 75 feet out, and you keep leapfrogging it like that. That'd be a good way. That would get rid of the exponential optical effect I think we're seeing.
No.
Well, no, he's right. It would get rid of the exponential effect. That it would become linear in between every single leapfrog thing. So
Like
it would still have a deviation. It just wouldn't be exponential anymore.
You're just here to argue.
The angular difference would be linear with respect to distance. Yeah. Which is an exponential distance from tangent.
Either way, I think we should stick to the kind of experiments anyone could do with like $100. The one I said earlier would work, in my opinion. Of course, people seem or someone seems to disagree, but
Hank, you're hot, Mikein.
Yo, is it better? Hello.
You're asking, are you hot micing less or?
Oh yeah, I'm asking, is it better? Like, is the hot mic can stop? Did it stop?
I mean, you're
I
talking.
mean,
I don't
so
know. You're
far.
talking. Yeah, I don't hear you. Bro, that's what I'm talking about. I'm looking for earbuds that have a button on it that you can mute the mic.
Yeah, mine do that. I should
Well,
actually
stop
use
being
that.
lazy.
Yeah. No, sorry, I'm just playing this new video game, man.
What game you playing?
You heard of Horizon Forbidden West? New shit. PS5. You need to fuck with this
Is
shit,
it
Jeremy.
is it
Game
related
Pass.
to Horizon New Dawn?
Zero Dawn. Yeah, it's a sequel. It's a
Oh,
new one.
that's cool. I didn't know that was
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, it's out,
Didn't even know a
bro.
sequel was
Shit.
in the works.
Oh yeah, it came out like 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh,
It's pretty new.
I don't know. Gotta
Looks
look into
amazing.
that then, because New Dawn was really good in my opinion. So
Oh yeah. Zero Dawn was one of the best games I
or
ever
no,
played.
say Zero. Yeah, I say New Dawn.
Yeah, Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn.
Yo. So no new flat Earth proof. Nothing from like the last 2 years. That's crazy. The
No new
Globe's pulling out new
experiments.
science. Yeah, nothing. Globe's pulling out new science every day. We're going further and further, putting out new telescopes, doing crazy shit. Flat Earth are
You
still
can
talking
barely
about
tell it.
Putting
about
close
they don't feel the
satellites
Earth.
that you can see with your naked eye. Actually
Yeah,
orbit.
no matter how much bullcrap they come up with, the Earth hasn't changed.
No. We're putting people in space, and y'all are talking about you can't see the curve. Show me the curve. Like, come on, man.
He says, as if he's done anything even remotely close to that.
Yeah, the royal we. You included. You're included in that.
No,
I don't know
not
why
me.
y'all don't.
Yeah,
Why
you're
y'all
in
don't
it,
want to
I
be
Bob.
have
a
put
part of it.
0 people in space.
You
None.
did it, Bob. You're
We've done
in
it.
the we.
My taxes put people in space, bro. My tax money. We did it.
I don't have
Us.
taxes.
You don't pay taxes?
No, I said I
The
don't have
IRS
taxes.
is on your ass.
The government gets taxes, so they have taxes. I don't have taxes. That's
You
their
know
money.
exactly
And
what I
I'm not
mean, man. You
responsible
know
for their money.
exactly what I
They
mean.
do what they want with their money.
For sure.
I
They
refuse
do
to
what
take
I want
responsibility
with
for
my
what my
money.
government does with the money that they have.
I tell my government to maintain the roads and make sure public schools run properly.
That's
They
what
do what I
voting is
want with
for,
my
yeah.
money. Exactly.
Are you sure you want to get involved in a public school debate with Bob? I don't know.
Why not? I went to public school and I turned out pretty well. I'm doing okay for myself. What's wrong with public school?
So many
You were
From
things.
great.
Sweden, all
guess
schools are
debate's
public
over.
schools. They're all great.
Yeah, like I'm sure most of us here went to public schools and we all turned out just fine.
Yeah, but they're not.
Do you think?
Go
Do you
ahead.
think that something having a place in your life is equivalent to it causing that outcome?
Well,
Because I mean,
at least our schools don't
some
play
people
Call
get
of
raped during their
Duty.
life and they still turn
That
out
was
okay.
horrible.
Would you conclude that the rape is what caused them to turn out okay?
What are you asking me, Bob? So sorry. Could you repeat that?
Some people get raped during their lifetime. Would you say that getting raped has them turn out okay if they turn out okay? Or would you just
Rape
say
have
that
to
that's a
do
They
bad
were,
thing
public
that
yeah, they
happens
schools.
turned,
and
they
still
turned
are
out
able to
okay
overcome it?
despite
What
that.
the fuck?
Hold on, guys.
What is
One
being
at a
raped
time. Let's
got
not
to
spiral out of control on this one. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, but I just don't understand it, Jeremy. What does being raped got to do with public school?
You say you're doing pretty good, and then go ahead, Bob.
Right. You were equivocating. You were making equal the concept of having gone to public school, and turning out okay as if one caused the other. And I was just using an analogy to explain that some people get raped during their lives and still turn out okay. That doesn't mean the
That
rape
isn't what I
caused
was
turning
saying.
out
I
okay,
was saying But I was saying, in spite of going to public school, I turned out okay. As bad as people think it is, it didn't do nothing to me. In spite of it, I turned out just fine, bro. We all went to public school, and we all turned out just fine.
Yeah, if you're saying in spite of it,
you
then
just
I'm
didn't get
I'm
the
down
point
for
I was
that.
making. Yeah, in spite of it, we turned out just fine, bro. I mean, fuck school. I didn't like going to school, but I mean, it didn't kill me. You know?
I mean, there's a lot of things that are probably improvable, at least as far as I know. Of course, I didn't go to it, but as far as I've heard, like the American curriculum isn't quite the best.
Well, they straight up tell you things as facts that aren't really facts. They're taught to you
What,
as a
like
fact.
God is
Like,
real?
this is what's up?
Like they say God is real?
No,
No, like a
no
boy
cool.
can become a girl can become a boy. You know.
Well, that's true. What do you mean? That's true.
That's
true.
That's absolutely incorrect.
That's where you're wrong.
Nope. Duck cannot become a pig.
Can if you define pig that way. Of course it can.
Oink oink.
You
Quack,
know,
quack.
words only have the meaning that we give to them, and so we can. So just because you use a word now doesn't mean that's how it's always
Dude,
going to
I
be.
don't want to
So
sound
you can
disrespectful,
accurately
but
say-
don't be a douchebag.
If words only have the meaning that we give to them, he can accurately say that boys can't become girls because the meaning he's given for both of those words would make that impossible. So you're saying he's correct in saying that, right?
No. So what I'm saying is, what he's saying is it is impossible, which is claiming that no matter the definition of words, would this ever happen, which is wrong.
No, you're putting something in there that's not in there. He's saying according to the meaning of the words, which would automatically be his meaning because he's talking about himself. He's not obviously saying other people's words. His meaning of the words mean one can't become the other, and that's accurate according to
Okay.
you because they only have the meaning we give them.
So then if he says, using his definitions of the word, it is not possible, then yes, he's true.
No, he doesn't
But
have to
he's
say that.
making
He's
the
the one talking.
statement that any.
He's the one speaking. He doesn't have to clarify all that. Why would he be sitting here saying other people's opinions out of his own mouth? Why? How would that make sense?
DNA
Because
test.
if you want to make a general statement.
Yeah, he would need to
so to
clarify
speak.
himself.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't declare himself.
You have to be
clarify
clear when
himself
you
at
talk
all.
to people. Otherwise,
If I
people are
sit
going to
here and say
misinterpret
pizza
what
is
you're saying.
bad or pizza is yucky, and you assume that I'm speaking someone else's opinion, you're the idiot there, not me. I said pizza's bad. You
Bob.
should assume that's my opinion.
We're not
Okay,
just
Bob,
talking
when
opinion.
you and I just had an exchange 5 minutes ago, and you misunderstood what I said because I wasn't clear. I mean, come on, bro.
I didn't misunderstand what you said.
Yes, you did. You totally missed the point I was making
I did
because
not
you thought
misunderstand
I
what you
said you did. You reiterated that I said apparently public school is good for you when the point I was making is that despite going to public school, I still turned out okay. You totally missed the point I made because I wasn't clear about it. You need
But
clarity when
I didn't
communicating with
misunderstand
people.
what you said.
You totally misunderstood what I was saying.
I
Because when you
literally
said my
understood
point
every
back
word
to
that you
me,
said.
it totally wasn't my point at all.
Okay. But I did not misunderstand what you said. I understood every single word that you said. And according to what's his face here, the meaning that I put on the words are just as right as everybody else's meaning, and therefore I was correct.
Incorrect. I didn't say everyone's opinion on meaning it like makes it such. We agree together.
Oh, what if we don't agree?
Well, that's what society is for, and we argue about things like that, and eventually we come to a conclusion.
Okay, so we don't know who's right until we come to a conclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have the right to say he's wrong because we haven't come to a conclusion because we
No.
disagree.
That's where
Congratulations.
you're no, that's where you're wrong. Because he's making the statement that it can never happen. That is a much wider statement.
Yeah, because a DNA test will prove it. A DNA test will prove it. Boom, done. You have no grounds with your argument.
No, because
Other than just being subjective and going, well, they feel like it and blah blah. It's all wishy-washy nonsense.
Well, we didn't quite get there yet. Are you saying
DNA
that
test. DNA test done. End of story.
Are you saying that the thing that defines boys and girls are the XX and the XY chromosome exclusively?
You're not saying anything. You're just asking stupid questions, man.
I asked you a question because you said that we test it by testing the DNA. So I'm asking you. So you're saying that anytime you test someone, you know they're a boy or a girl because of what? Is it the XXXY chromosome?
Easily determined. The vast majority, normal people, not counting the fraction of a single percent that are abnormal. Yeah, there's only men and women. Clearly.
So what do we do with the abnormal?
What are you talking about?
What do we do with the abnormal?
What do we do?
Yeah.
What are you trying to? What do you ask? What do we do with them? You like we should.
Well, so far, yeah. So
put them
far you
somewhere
said
or something.
So far you said.
I said public school in America teaches bullshit, like nonsense. Like a man can become a woman can become a man.
So far,
all kinds of.
So far you
bullshit.
said that with the normal part, not the fraction of the percent, we can tell whether they're a man or a woman, the X or the XY, whatever else metric you want to use. What do we do with the abnormals in Europe? Do they not have one? Do they not have a sex? Are they
Actually, if
What's
I'm
wrong?
not mistaken, even the intersex people are more one sex than the other and can be determined from what I understand.
Okay. So
But still, you're
what
asking
about
what do we do with them? Are you asking if we should put them on a bus and ship them somewhere? I mean, what are you asking?
Well, so you've said that only
I mean, we do
define
the same thing we
man
do
and
with
woman.
everybody that has no legs or no arms or whatever. We try to accommodate them as best we can while we keep the rest of normal society going because everybody else is normal.
So on the passport, you usually write M or F, male or female. What do you write on the abnormals?
Like I said, we try to accommodate them as best we can while not changing anything about the normal society. So whatever
how do
that
you
accommodation
accommodate?
is, I don't have a written out policy for what all of the accommodations in every single market would be, but accommodations could be made. I'm pretty sure that the passport could say something for that very small percentage of people. It doesn't really matter though.
Now I will present to you that the trans people are are part of the abnormals, and we will do things to help them out, which could be writing something there that shows that they are a trans male or a trans woman.
How about not indulging in their delusion?
That might happen, sure. I'm not saying it won't happen.
We don't indulge in schizophrenics delusions.
Well, now you're defining it as a delusion.
It is a delusion because a man is not a woman and a woman is not a man.
Are you saying that it is defined as a delusion within the DSM-5?
It is a delusion. Yes.
Okay, it is a delusion to you, but I'm asking, is it?
No, it is a delusion. No, it's a delusion because it's an absolute scientific, provable fact that a man is a man and a woman is a woman.
Okay, so if it is a scientific fact about a mental disorder, then it would be in the DSM-5 and it would use the words delusion. Does it do that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that
activists,
activists recently changed it to support a ridiculous agenda. Yeah, I get your point.
Which year of the DSM-5?
Which year?
Yeah, which revision?
I am not aware of the current actual revision number is.
But okay, are you aware that it changes?
Yeah, as new scientific information comes out, yeah.
Okay, so if something was considered a delusion and then was later changed, would that affect you in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, that would mean that we originally thought it was a delusion, but then we figured out it's not a delusion.
You're wrong. You're wrong. It is still a delusion. It is still a delusion, but only if they suffer from depression due to the delusion, then and only then is it determined to be a mental illness. But just running around dressing in drag and indulging in their delusion is no longer considered, most recently, a mental illness.
Well, when we when we talk flat Earth to flat Earthers, that could be considered to some to be indulging a delusion. Should we care about the fact that they believe that? Because the same way that you want us to agree with you when you call it a delusion, should we agree with the people that call flat Earth a delusion?
That is such a good point. That is a very good point.
Not really at all.
It is because the same way you guys feel transgenders are going through some sort of delusion, the majority, the overwhelming majority of people on Earth who believe the Earth is a globe believe that people that believe it's flat are going through a delusion. It's the exact same thing.
No, it isn't.
Well, that might be true that they think that. Yeah, that might be accurate.
Yeah. So what we know is that some people
think that, but I mean that's possibly a true statement.
Some
Yeah,
people
I'm not saying
can think
that you guys are deluded, but people do think you are.
I believe that some people are flat earthers because they're delusional, but I wouldn't say that flat earthers are delusional. I wouldn't make that statement.
Why wouldn't you make that statement? If you know for sure that the Earth is a ball and you meet somebody who says that it's flat, why wouldn't you think they're delusional? Shouldn't you think they're delusional?
Because someone doesn't understand chemistry like you do, they're delusional too. Because someone doesn't know the first damn thing about electricity, they're delusional.
They understand. If they are absolutely determined that it is something that you know it isn't, like for example, we can really simplify this way down. We're both standing in the backyard, and you point to a rock, and I point to a rock, and I say tree, and you look at me. Why would you not look at me and think that person is delusional? They're pointing at a rock and saying tree. Why are they not delusional?
Because it is also possible that the language they're using actually a rock means a tree.
Okay, but what I'm describing though is you're both together using the same language, and you both understand what a rock is, and you both understand what a tree is, and they're pointing at the rock and they're saying tree.
Well, the thing is, I don't believe that there is such a thing as objectivity in many sense, like it, especially in language.
Okay. Well, that takes care of it then. If you don't think there's like any sort of objective truth to the universe, then I mean that settles it. Obviously,
that's not what I said. To language.
You said objectivity.
Objectivity to language.
Oh, specifically to language? I thought you meant at all.
No, there is objectivity in the world, but language is one of the things where objectivity is almost not there.
Oh, well, I would say that there's no objectivity to language until you basically establish a standard with the other person you're trying to communicate with. Once you that's the same way with anything that you reach something subjective. Like it normally starts out subjective, but then you.
I would say that you've reached a subjective conclusion there. It's still not objective. It's just a subjective agreement that will last as long as the agreement lasts. But as soon as one of the people that agree would disappear or no longer agree, well, it's not objective, because if it was objective, it would have stayed.
Exactly. No, it's objective as far as they're working together is concerned. Now, if somebody decides they disagree with it, yes, obviously that no longer applies to them because they don't agree to it. I'm not saying that I'm not disagreeing with that part. But as long as you agree on what the standard's going to be, then it's objective, at least for that situation, because it's outside of both of you. You've agreed on a standard.
So the way I would link this back to flat Earth, so I would say that if we both look at something, and like if we can both, so let's just go with the tree rock example. Okay, let's say we both can look at it and agree that whether we call it the word rock or tree, it is clearly some sort of plant with usually a brown trunk and then leaves and all of these things that are objectively true that we measure and interact with. As long as we can agree those kinds of objects being objectively true, even if are then interpretations of that, maybe you want to see, well, that means clearly that god or that tree is a god. Like, even though I completely disagree with your conclusion, I wouldn't call you delusional for having a different interpretation of it. But if we instead have completely differing objective interpretation, like if you say, yeah, I've interacted with it and it's really hard, just like a rock, and I can't move it, just like a rock, and And then I go, but look at the leaves, they're soft. You go, no, they're rock. Then now I will start calling you delusional because
okay. So to maybe I'll just adjust the example a little bit. Okay, let's say we're in the backyard and you're staring at a rock and you're saying, "Look, there's a rock," and I look over there and I say, and let's say it's a big rock. Let's say it's like the size of like a truck, and you're saying, "Look, a rock," and I say, "No, there's no rock there." Do you think I'm delusional now?
Well, until I can make sure, I'd have to put myself in your shoes, and maybe from your position you couldn't see the rock. But if I'm able to literally prove who to a normal person would prove to you that there is a rock, like for example, I'd guide you to put your hand on it and show, see, there is a rock. If you still disagree and say, no, there's no rock, then you're delusional. Because you're disagreeing with an objective fact that we could both interact with, and it is an objective fact of reality that there is a rock there. So that's why I wouldn't say call a flat earther delusional if they simply have a different interpretation of what they see. But if we can both see the same thing and they keep saying that it's not that, so for example, no, there's not a rock there, even though I've literally shown them there is a rock here. If you throw something at it, it bounces off. If you touch it, it's hard like a rock. You get what I mean? I'm making the distinction between the interpretation and the objective truth.
Yeah, I'm not worried about like if they call it a rock or not. That's not my point.
Oh,
like,
yeah. The language part, I'm not.
Say I call that something else. That's fine. But if you point to a rock and they say there's nothing there, that the thing that you're saying exists is not in existence, I would consider that person delusional, because our senses are like obviously showing us that it's there, and they're still saying it's not there. To me, that's delusional.
Yeah. But what I would say on top of that is it's not enough to just say, oh, but I can clearly see it. You'd have to put yourself in their shoes. Would they also be able to clearly see it from their position?
Yeah, well, I would say just include all of the senses. Like, like they can touch it, they can see it. Their senses, as long as their senses are working just like a normal human being, all of their senses are telling them that rock exists, just like it's telling your senses that the rock exists, and they're still saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
To me, that's a delusional person.
Yes.
Okay.
But I agree with you there, and I'm just saying that the way I would differentiate between a delusional flat earther and a normal, rational flat earther, I guess, is a delusional flat earther is someone who would literally tell you even though they're touching the rock, they'd tell you, no, there's no rock there. But a rational one might be, sure, I can touch the rock, but the rock doesn't mean this and this and this. Their interpretation is different. That doesn't make them delusional. It's if they disagree that the rock isn't even there. Well, now we're delusional.
Yeah. So you guys, like, you would argue that there is a curve. There's all of these things that are very obviously telling us that the Earth is a ball, and we're saying we're using all the same senses you're using, and we're saying that the curve doesn't exist. That stuff isn't there like you say it is, and you're saying you still don't think we're delusional.
Yeah, because so when we look at the horizon, we see the same thing. We see, for example, a ship that's disappearing bottom up. We're both seeing the same thing, can describe the same thing, but I would say that is clearly something you see because of a curve, and I would give you the logical implication of why that is true. So that's my interpretation. And you see the same thing, and then you say, yeah, but that's just because of perspective or the way light works or whatever. It's more the explanation or the interpretation of what's happening, not what we actually see. We both see the same thing, a boat disappearing bottom up. We agree on that.
Right.
It's just our interpretation that's different, and therefore I wouldn't call it delusion.
That's what I would describe it as. I would describe it as a different interpretation of what's taking place. And I think I agree with not calling someone delusional based on that. But it seems like, and maybe you're not someone like this, but it seems like a lot of people that come in here aren't willing to accept that that's just simply two different interpretations, not one disregarding the observation itself.
Well, yeah, if the one observation we're talking about is the seeing stuff disappear bottom up, then yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. So I can understand then why you wouldn't call us delusional using that framework.
Yeah. I know that there, like I said, there are some people, and I don't really want to be naming names, but there are some people that I do believe are flat earthers simply because they would disagree with literally the objective reality. But most flat earthers aren't like that. They just have a different interpretation of what's happening, and I don't call that delusion.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
What about the other way around? What if
what if
there's a lack of an observation? Like now they're pointing at a place where you clearly don't see a rock. Like there's nothing there. They're just pointing at open air and they're claiming there's a rock there.
Well, then
Now
I'd show.
It's like the opposite.
Yeah. Well, then, because there's a way of showing that there isn't a rock there. So if I ask, okay, where's the rock? They point, well, it's right there. And then I go and walk straight through where the rock's supposed to be. And I say, well, you can't walk through a rock, can you? So there can't be a rock there. And after I've done that, if they still say, there's a rock there, you just face through it, or whatever the excuse they want to come up with, then they're delusional. Because as long as you've shown proof of some sort that it is there or isn't there, that's when you can start saying, if they still disagree, now they're delusional.
What if they said to you that your senses just aren't good enough to detect the rock, but theirs are, or they have a special tool to do it?
Well, then, I mean, at that point, it would have to be something like a rock we couldn't either reach. So, for example, I'd have no way of touching it or walking through it or making my proof of showing it's there. And then I'd have to go, okay, fine, I can't prove it to you with my current ability, but you say you can. Okay, explain to me how this thing works. And then if they show or prove that it works with experiments or showing how it works or these things, then I can start believing them. But if they just come and say, no, but it's a rock detector, I promise it can see rocks, well, then I'd go back to saying they might be delusional.
It sounded like every time you wanted to prove something, there was a lot of tangibility involved. You always wanted to go touch something or something like that, right?
That's the best way of proving it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's how we are. We want to be able to touch something. I feel you.
But like I said, when we get to something we cannot touch, well, now we have to investigate further. If they say they have this rock detector, then I'd want to ask, well, how does this rock detector work? And then, can you show me it working? And if both of those steps are like, if he can show me that both of those steps are doable, then I'd start believing him. Yeah. So tangibility only way, but it's of course the most direct and easy to do one.
So it's still a ball.
Huh? I just heard someone talking about balls. Someone trying to say something.
Is the Earth still a ball? Like,
oh yeah. It is still.
The man could be a woman, and a woman could become a man.
Still a slightly oblate spheroid, yeah. Well, no. What I will say isn't that man and man can become a woman under the paradigm that you use the word man and woman. But what I say is that since those categories are societally constructed,
no, they're not.
We can decide together how we use them.
No.
I don't know that there will be any common ground in that particular conversation because the framework of they are societally constructed, I'm guessing, is probably a place where they diverge. The ideas is that one side, or at least my side, I would say they aren't societally constructed at all. And I'm guessing your side, like you just said, they are societally constructed. So unless there was a change on one or the other side, I don't see any common ground being found there, because that's like a fundamental difference that would determine whether or not it's important or not.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, when you say that yours isn't societally constructed, when you say that yours is like objective. Now, I agree that it might be pointing to some sort of objective fact of reality, but we can, like, just because the word is pointing to an objective fact doesn't mean that we can't change the word or what parts it points to. The words are always societally constructed, whether they point to objective things or not.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like the words themselves don't have like an inherent natural meaning, because if we all agreed in the whole world to call bananas apples instead, like we can do that. We if we actually convinced everybody we're going to call these bananas and these apples now, and we just switcheroo them, like that would be possible. I'm not talking about that.
It doesn't mean that either doesn't exist anymore. We've just changed the way we refer to them. And so I do agree that there are some aspects of man and woman. When you say the word man and woman, I agree that there are some aspects that are objective. But my argument is that it is not enough aspects to stick to it as hard as you want, in my opinion.
And yours is flat with the same reasoning. Then yours is flat with the same reasoning. Then
two of them, and that's it. Anything else is basically an abnormality or abnormality, or basically like a degenerate thing. It's not a thing that should be upheld as normal or good for humanity. The same way, like if a child is born without 2 arms and 2 legs, yes, it's a thing that exists. It's a child that exists. Obviously, they're still a human being, and they still deserve all the rights that human beings get. But we don't base all of our society off of the fact that some babies have no arms or no legs. We just try to accommodate them.
Yeah, but part of that accommodation is what I'm talking about. It doesn't change anything for you, in my opinion, if you call this trans man, refer to him as he and him. To me, it changes nothing for you, but it accommodates for his existence.
What about compelled speech?
Well, it has to change something, because like the request is on me to change something, so it has to change something for me. If all it is they want to simply exist, I've never had a problem with them existing, and I've never attempted to stop them from existing. They can exist how they want. They have a right to do what they want with their life. The problem comes in when they are insisting that I change something about myself or my life to accommodate them. Now they're literally asking me to change something.
Yeah, but all I'm asking you in this scenario is to start using the pronouns he, him. Are you saying that using the pronouns he, him is so much more taxing than some people would?
It's not a matter of
chromosome. We want to talk about
taxing. Like taxing is a physical thing. Like this kind of goes back to our previous discussion. Taxing would be a physical thing, and I'm not saying it's a physical thing that's the issue. Mine would be the moral thing, or the thing that I would consider to be evil. I would be upholding a lie, in my opinion, and I won't lie even if it makes somebody else comfortable. I think the lie is wrong either way. So somebody's saying, I want you to call me he or him, and I know that they're a female. Like, to me, I would be lying, and I would be going along with their lie. So I wouldn't do that no matter what they threaten me with. I would instead die right rather than live wrong.
Real quick, Bob Dodo. Everything is physical. Mental thoughts are physical. And stress that you would have from doing what you don't want to do, that tax would be physical. Thank you.
Oh, how will mental thoughts?
It's a story you can tell. Sure.
Explain that.
I have to go, but thanks for the talk.
Yep.
Later's got me. Yo, Don, can you explain how thoughts are physical? Physical in what sense?
It's not possible.
Everything that exists is physical.
Yeah, but how are thoughts physical? Could you explain that one?
Because they're inside your physical brain, created by physical chemicals. Thank you.
Does information exist, Ron? Does information exist?
kind of
Hold
answer
on,
is that?
guys. Does information exist, Don?
Information is a physical alignment on memory items. Thank you.
So you think you could put information in a jar and paint it red?
Yeah, genius. It's called a fucking USB stick.
Well, that's a
Oh,
USB
damn.
stick, not information.
He got you there.
Everything that exists, any concept, anything we can fathom is physical. I'm not going to play semantics.
No,
I just want to make that point. I think the point is received.
It's a dumb point.
But how would dreams?
He's wrong.
Like, I don't get how dreams and thoughts are physical, man.
They're not.
You can't touch them.
Unicorns physical?
He's just being dumb.
They don't have any dimensions. They don't take up any volume. Nothing.
A code is not physical.
He might just not understand what the word physical means. That's possible.
Just like they don't understand what the word male means, like with chromosomes, like me and you do. It's like you're having a hard time understanding what physical means because you've hijacked.
No, I get it.
You've societally hijacked as well.
Somebody in a gym or something? Maybe not.
Yeah, who is
Here,
that?
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it to you real quick. Oh, this is some ResearchGate. Are they like a reputable place or? You guys know what ResearchGate.net is?
Yeah.
Or is that a reputable place or?
Jeremy, I think you're out micing.
No, he's asking a question.
What are you looking for?
Like, on purpose.
I mean, like, what are you looking for? If you're looking for a cooking recipe, I don't know. But if you're looking for like a science article or something, yeah.
Yeah, present the info.
In order for
value.
something to be physical, it's got to have mass, momentum, chemicals, makeup, charge, joules, K. Like, there's a whole list of shit you need for something to be. What's up?
I totally agree.
Anything you name will have that.
Okay, information. It doesn't have any of those things.
Where is this? What information are you referencing?
No,
it just came
information
off your
definitely
brain.
has
That
those
information thought just came off your brain, which has physical properties. The length of the neurons, the depth of the neurons, all that stuff is stored. All that concept is physical, Jeremy.
Yeah, like you are
Information itself is physical. That doesn't mean the information itself is physical.
It's not.
Yeah, but I mean, we all information. You know, we all interact with information.
If I am your neighbor and I'm going to signal flashing my front light once for yes, twice for no, that's communication is the information, none of which is physical.
Yeah, I think it seems like everyone here understands this except for that one guy. I think it's just him that's disagreeing. So, I mean, he's provided nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
to
you could write
his point of
down
view.
on a piece of paper, hey, there's a tiger behind you. That information is not the words on the paper. It's not the ink in the paper molecules.
Right. Exactly. Somebody could come along and not know what any of those words mean or what those letters mean put together, anything like that. The information is still there. The translation of what that actually means is where the information lies. It's not on the paper. That paper could be useless to anyone who doesn't know that language.
I could tell Jeremy watched that QE video.
I was
honestly
going to go.
Your physical mind to translate it. Your physical mind could translate. Just because someone else's physical items weren't supposedly stupid enough to translate it, which I still agree, it's still physical. That there's a message that was sent physically, and there's a message that is received physically. Thank you.
QE's videos on information, they're fucking phenomenal. He roasted and some other, I don't know, he had a whole panel of guys that was arguing with him one time. He fucking roasted them. Like, information is not physical. Information, it's not physical.
Does he have?
It doesn't have mass, momentum. It has nothing, no physical properties.
Okay, but what does QE define information as, Jeremy?
The definition of information, instructions.
I can list a link in the chat if you want and give you a time stamp and everything for it.
Of what?
I could list a link to a video with a timestamp and everything where he defines it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Please do.
whatever QE says, I'd probably go the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to hear what he said, since like Jeremy's not going to tell me. I mean, I don't trust
Told you,
nothing
it's a
QE
set of
says.
information is instructions.
Yep.
Instruction.
It's knowledge. It's just an agreed upon understanding of something. Like I said, I'm going to flash the light once for yes, twice for no. The information is the knowing in the agreed upon code.
Yeah, you can't like take information. This doesn't have any has no physicality to it. Information is real, right? It's a real thing. It exists. Gotcha, Don. Ha. They'll fight this tooth and nail though to the death, because then they'll start talking about Shannon information. Hold on,
I guess
kiddo.
I don't really understand what the angle is with that. Like, why would somebody care to insist so aggressively that everything is physical? Like, why does that matter to them? I wonder. What does that help them win somewhere else, or what?
They're materialist fundamentalists is what the issue is. They need everything to be physical.
What?
You're materialists.
Why?
Because you need everything to be physical. I don't know why you're weird.
What, like globers? I mean, but there's more religious globers and spiritual globers than they are flat earthers. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, the whole thing.
I mean,
you guys won't even look at some shit that can't be explained somehow, or that doesn't have some kind of physical property to it. Like, you won't even go down that road.
Like
Fringe,
what?
that's fringe. That's shit on the fringe. People do.
But we talk about space time and time and space being the same thing, and black
Yeah.
holes and
all-
light having momentum to move things even though it doesn't have mass. These are the things we talk about, Jeremy. How are we materialists?
And do you realize
We talk about
I'll
bending
get
space time. You believe it's not possible.
I'll get Kosho in here to explain to you how space time is physical. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, do it.
Dude, it has to be. Space time has to be physical. It's interacting with physical property. Like, you guys think space time is physical. I don't know why you brought that up as an example.
Ooh, who's you guys? I mean, bring Kosho in to explain how it's physical.
All right, hold on. I'll DM him, see if he's around. Kosho's one of my best citations. He'd be roasting you guys.
I mean, I'm curious to see what he defines physical as, and then how space time meets that definition. I've never heard anyone say.
Sorry, I put the link in the chat.
I'm watching it right now. Thank you.
Oh, I was just in case others were waiting for it too.
Oh, okay.
That's my favorite QE video of all time. I love that video.
Do you guys ever think QE's wrong or lying? Like, do you guys just trust everything he says?
No, I get it. But this video, I love this video specifically.
All right.
It's not even flat Earth related, really.
I mean, I can only find citations saying that it's not a physical thing, and you should definitely not refer to it as a physical thing. But
exactly, yeah,
I mean,
that's
if
why
we can get
like
Kosho in here, if we can get
that's why
Kosho,
I want to hear Kosho, man. I've never heard.
I've heard him say several times, space time's a physical thing. So.
And how did he back that up? Did he give you an explanation as to how it's physical?
Bro, I don't know, Nate. I can't keep track of all the craziness. Just most of it. Some shit gets through the cracks.
Yeah, but yeah, space time isn't physical, and anyone that says it is like Punch him
I
in the
agree.
face.
You know what? We're gonna have you and Kosho go toe to toe, mano a mano, glober to glober, and we're gonna sort this shit out.
I mean, I don't
I
want to
can't
argue
talk.
with him. Like, I think he's
No,
wrong.
it's a debate.
I'm
What
just
time is good for
curious.
you?
Why is it
What
a
time?
debate?
Official debate, 1-on-1.
No, I just want to know why he thinks it's physical, bro. Like, he's wrong. You know, there's no debate.
Because he's a fundamentalist materialist. That's why. I'm
Oh,
telling
damn.
you, these people need everything to be physical.
Word. Yeah, I guess. All right, this is a pretty interesting video from QE, I guess.
Oh, he breaks down information and what information. He did a couple videos on information, and they were all bangers, instant classics. Like straight up, no one's fucking with him on this. The dudes in there were trying to argue with it, and he killed them. I don't know if that's the one he linked you to. There's another one where QE actually went over this, and there was a panel, and they were all going at him. Everyone on the panel was against him pretty much, except for maybe Cathexis.
What was the point of science versus scientism? So he was using information to justify a creator. I see. Interesting.
Not only, but I skipped, I don't know, several minutes in, so technically you'd want to watch it from the beginning to get the gist.
Oh, you haven't watched the whole thing. Okay.
Oh, I have.
Oh,
I
he's
have.
done videos on
Could you give me a
separate.
summary?
Well, oh gosh, I'm bad at it. He starts off citing what you would even call reputable scientists, and they all agree that there was a beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That there was essentially a beginning. And then I forget what else I forget. It's been a while since I watched it, but he covers many different things, including different types of information. The fact that basically shuts down evolution in his arguments as well.
Oh. Yeah, didn't QE used to be a Christian fundamentalist, right? Or he still is?
You don't try using the word fundamentalist because I was just using it a whole bunch. Come on, Nate. That's unbecoming of you. Come
on. Is he though? I'm asking. I don't know.
Oh, sure, he's a
But
Christian.
I've heard him talk about God a lot. So a fundamentalist is your word, dog? Okay.
I mean, you're only using it because I just used it like a couple times. So
Hey, Bob.
I know your
how
game.
Can anything exist without you seeing it? And how can you see anything without it being processed on your physical brain? So anything you know of exists on your physical memory communicators. Thank you, genius.
Nah.
If I write down, there's a tiger behind you, and then I die, information is still there. Not on anyone's brain. It's not on any paper anywhere.
You're an idiot. You just said some people might not be able to translate it. So you, on one hand, you said it's not there. Now you said it's there again. Get your story straight.
Yeah, it's there. What do you mean? Some people might not be able to translate it. Okay, some people can translate it. It's still there.
You see, it's not information for people that don't understand it. See, information is an agreed upon, like code.
Yeah, that's what QE said. The transmitter gotta agree with the receiver on the code that they. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's not information.
It's still going to be physically received correct or physically received incorrect. The information, you can not have the information, right, and be on a failed receiver, or you can have the information on a correct receiver, but it's going to be physical.
Listen to me. If I die, hold on. If I write down some information on a piece of paper, and then I die, The information's not in my brain anymore. I'm dead. The information is that it's just there waiting, but there's no physicality to it. It has no physical properties.
The physical thing doesn't have physicality. Oh boy, oh boy. The code isn't
The piece of
physical.
paper?
The arrangement isn't physical. The particular physical things that you lined up aren't physical. You need to wake up. Wow.
They are the paper and the ink molecules are physical, yes, but that's not the information. The information isn't in that.
If you walk by and you see someone doing funny things with their hands and you just walk away, you didn't
right.
know that they were actually speaking sign
Doesn't
language.
matter.
But then
you
again,
need another physical thing to come along and have it. It doesn't matter if you lined up the dominoes in a certain way. They were physically lined up in a certain way. Someone else's receiver is going to physically have to receive it by the physical chemicals and neurons and tools that our eyes, everything they have. Everything is physical here.
Hold up.
Shit. Spiritual shit is physical. Everything is physical.
Don's conflating the difference between the information and the receiver sender. You continually say the receiver sender is physical. You keep bypassing the information itself.
Yep. And that's where Jeremy was saying it has no mass, it has no charge, no physical attributes whatsoever to the information.
I love that little list he rips off of physical properties.
Yes, it does have, the information does have physical charge.
No, not the information.
The information isn't there without. You guys are ridiculous, Scalpel. You helped me support my point. I know you worded it like you didn't, but it did. Thanks.
No, it didn't actually. It's my point. I shouldn't realize if I support you or not, and I don't support what you're saying, dude. You're saying that the information sender / receiver is physical, but that's not saying that the information itself is physical. That's what these guys are saying. The information itself is not physical.
Basically, what I'm saying is the standing definition of physical is inconsistent. It's trying to create a category of items, which is being dishonest to the actual standing of the realm that we know. Thank you.
In order for something to be physical,
I can work with.
in order for something to be physical, it has to have a physical attribute, right? It needs mass, or it needs momentum, or it needs milliamps. It needs some kind of electrical. Like there's properties to physicality that we know, and information doesn't have any of them.
If you want to make the argument that physicality or physical, the way that we are explained it, is somehow incorrect or misapplied or deceitful, that I think that there's a good discussion to be had around that concept. It's something I've been thinking about in recent weeks or months myself. So if that's what the actual claim is simply that the concept of physical as we know it right now, as taught in schools and stuff, is not the correct idea, I can get on board with that. But the idea that everything that we know is physical is just not true.
Could share a recipe with somebody, and they don't have to write it down or nothing. And that information, that is the information itself.
Yeah,
it can be passed down. Go ahead.
No, sorry, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You needed to use physical medium to pass the information.
No.
Never did. Yeah, you did. Sound is physical. Thank you.
Here's the question: what attributes of information itself, Don, are physical? Does information have mass? Information, not the mode at which it's transferred, or not what it's being transferred to or from. The actual information, does it have mass?
When it is received, it is held in a physical memory item.
Sure. Before it's received, when it's in transit, does it have mass?
You just said not the... Yes. Sound has mass. Light has mass.
Okay, so you're saying that all information has to be sound or light?
Wait, light doesn't have mass.
Well,
Are you
yeah, it
saying?
depends which professional you want to listen to on that
Are
one,
you?
but I'm not even going to argue.
Are you saying that information has a form that's preserved? In
Yeah.
that way, I guess you could say it's
Oh, great.
quasi-physical, but I
Lemons
don't think it
here.
Even
has
being
mass
transferred,
or
and
anything
light
like
doesn't have
that.
resting mass.
Like if you're saying that it has a form that's preserved, I guess in that way it could be quote unquote physical, but it doesn't have mass or anything like that. As
Glad
a
you're here
concept,
to
information
take the
does not have that.
complication out of things, Lemon. Glad you're here to simplify stuff.
But as far as we can tell, information as a concept has, no mass or anything like that. But if you're saying it as a form that is preserved to convey the information, well, in that way, I guess loosely, it could be quote unquote physical in that it has a form that needs to be preserved in some way for the information to be conveyed, one would assume.
What if it's a code written on paper? It's gibberish to you.
Concepts are only entertained. Well, then it's bad information, but it's still physical. Concepts are only entertained.
No, there
without
is no
reading.
information. If it's gibberish and you can't understand it, if it's gibberish and if you can't speak Spanish and I write something down in Spanish, some kind of information,
it's still physical.
No, the information is
Oh
not.
my god!
It's the knowing and the understanding, not
We've been over this.
not the piece
you don't
of paper.
you don't get it. It's
Wait
the
a
paper,
minute,
the
Jeremy.
rockets chiseled in.
You don't get it. I don't have time.
Jeremy, though, I gotta disagree with you on this one thing you said, dude. I'm sorry, but just because someone doesn't understand the information doesn't mean it's not information. Like, just because it's gibberish to you doesn't mean it's not information.
Well, actually, I disagree there too with you guys, Scalpel, because it's like literally nothing. It's
Well,
literally
to you,
senders.
yeah, but it doesn't, because you don't have the ability to understand it. I don't feel like that should take away from the actual information.
Listen. In order for information to happen, you need a sender and a receiver. If there's no receiver, there's no information. Those are antecedents to information.
Well, that's fine.
Sender,
That's
receiver.
that's a different conversation than what I'm saying right now.
Well, where's the information exist if the guy can't comprehend it? There isn't none. It's all about knowing.
Just because you can't comprehend it doesn't mean the information. Like, it's like if you don't know that 2 + 2 = 4, it doesn't take away the fact that 2 + 2 = 4 just because you don't realize it. You see what I mean?
I guess information would be some sort of thing that demands an action. Some sort of intelligible action, like since 2 + 2 = 4, that should inform you about, I don't know, putting 2 apples together plus 2 apples together and saying there are 4 apples that are here, or
Yeah, you
something
just
like
took it a step way too far. 2 + 2 = 4 doesn't mean shit without saying apples.
Hey, God Scalpel. Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Oh boy, is that Kosho?
Yeah, what's up, my man?
Yeah, we're talking about saws and how many saws I have. What, did you come up with any more new ones? No, I'm just kidding.
Kosho's about to explain to us the physicality of space-time.
Okay, I'll go on mute. I gotta listen to this carefully.
Man, what's up? What are you talking about? I heard somebody
Nate said he wants to have a debate one-on-one with you, mano y mano, over space-time being physical. He doesn't think it's physical.
You really believe, Jeremy? I don't want to have a debate. I just want to.
Nate said blood in the water.
Listen to me. Dude, the thing is, I have a personal definition for physical, right? I try to use. So I already know that my definition of physical is not the same as everybody's. So.
All right, what is your definition? Yeah, that's what I was telling Jeremy. Kosho must define physical differently.
When I use the word physical, I just mean that it has it can interact. That's all I mean by physical. Like it can have a physical reality. You can physically affect something else. That's all I mean.
Non-physical shit can interact with physical shit.
Well, no. Like I said, I have a different definition of it. I understand that people there's plenty of people who don't consider space time to be an abstraction. But the problem with like the concept of it is an abstraction. That's fine, but it does have physical consequences. I mean, it makes the real things will bend. Light will bend through it. It actually makes mass attract mass. So it's a very real thing. But that's why I consider it physical. But I understand that it's an abstraction, but I think that's just like a mathematical description of it. So there's no real debate there, dude.
Well, it seems like physical doesn't really take on a full definition unless we use non-physical definitions, and so I think physical in itself takes on no meaning without something non-physical to help, base the physical definition off of in a sort of opposition or dialectic opposition of opposites: physical, non-physical, good, evil, space, matter. It doesn't take on its full meaning without some sort of non-physical thing to go against, like information, spirit, energy, or something like that.
Could you try putting those words in a coherent sentence now? Like, my God.
Well, you should try reading some books so that you're used to thinking about things on a different level, because it seems like your mind is rigid and unyielding like a stone. Maybe you need to try reading a book so that you can wrap your mind around other concepts in a new way.
Wow.
But you don't have a full definition.
Dude,
of
I
what,
can't
if
even
anything, is
spell
physical
book, never mind know
without
how to
something
read
that is
one.
non-physical.
So what book did you get all this information out of then, Lemon?
Can you spell book for him so we could look it up?
I can't spell. I can't even spell book, so I don't know. Never mind, read one.
The gist of what I got from you, Kosher, because your mic is pretty bad, is that you consider something physical if it can interact with other things. If he's still here, I don't know.
Yeah, and in order for something to interact with a physical thing, guess what it needs to be?
Physical.
Physical, yeah.
Well, careful, because you guys are starting to go
according
down
to Kosher.
Dawn's road, I would say.
Yeah,
Because
but that's
if information reacts, if you react with information, then it must be physical.
There you go. He proved our point again. Jeremy,
No, I'm
you're
not
fucking
proving
killing
it.
yourself, son. You're killing yourself.
But that's
Don,
just you and Kosher. like amongst everyone on the planet, it's just you and Kosher that think that, Don.
Yeah, that's the problem, Don. The definition that they're kicking out there, you're alone with it. Well, you got Kosher. I mean, however that makes you feel about it.
But it's interesting. I've never thought of it that way. That it's physical. Because in order to interact with something, it would need to be physical, don't you think?
You'd have to be able to measure it, weigh it.
And information interacts with something, doesn't it?
Oh, Don's getting excited. It's the happiest I've seen in a long time.
Information,
It makes you
however.
think.
I'm like blowing this game right here to keep hitting this star, but that's just making me happy, Scalpel. I'm like inting a fucking game to sit here and listen to these clowns who understand the concept. We've already moved past the inconsistency definition that I've said. You understand now, you're just basically arguing for the category of the definition, Jeremy. You haven't made any case where anything can stand in this realm and not have a physical property, period.
So you're going with Kosho's version of physical. Is that what you're doing?
What
You're
counts
getting
as an
wrecked,
interaction?
Jeremy. What the hell?
Kosho, well, what counts as an interaction, though? It's still going back to these non-physical definitions to define what, if anything, is physical. What counts as an interaction? Is it contact? Is it thinking about something? Is something exchanged? I mean, what counts as an interaction that's quote unquote physical?
Did it make one of your neurons fire?
Yeah, that's where, Don, I think you're conflating two different ideas still. The information and the sender receiver being physical, but the information.
Sender receiver, the sender receiver are obviously physical. Yes, that's not the information though. That's
right.
You're just not thinking primitively. You're ignoring neurons.
You guys are talking about a thought, right? And the only way for a thought to become supernatural or because the thought doesn't have a place, right? Because where does it go? A thought can go like, say, I want to imagine moving a coffee cup, so I'm going to imagine it, and I did because it went somewhere. So that's like some
well, that was your wife cleaning up
not a
after
physical
you, dude.
place. So, but here's the problem. The only way that thought can ever be produced is from a human brain or maybe a chimpanzee brain. But that's the only way. It's for a brain to fire neurons and all these. Its origin has to begin with the brain, and it can't happen with the baby brain either because baby brains can't imagine, imaginary places. They
I
can't.
don't.
So it can only start from a mature human brain.
What about
Well, saying
Kosho's baby
something,
brain?
but we still have to
No,
ask ourselves what level of interaction is sufficient. I mean, a thought is non-physical, but it can cause a physical effect of interaction within your brain, but not the brain of another person. So why is it that it has this interaction with you, but nobody else? If it's physical, shouldn't it be able to, I don't know, jump out of our brain, this thought, this non-physical thought, and have a similar effect in somebody else? I mean, there's a certain degree of non-physicalness to this physicality even then.
No, because the only way a thought can happen is if it is in somebody's brain. That's the whole thing. If it was happening in all our brains, I'd say, okay, this is supernatural. This is somewhere where the thoughts are going, like some sort of heaven, where a spiritual place where thoughts are going, but they're not. Okay,
No.
because the only way a thought can happen is in your brain, and I don't know where your thoughts are going. Like your imagination, I don't know where it went. Mine
It
is
doesn't
going in
matter.
some other place too. So it's not a specific place it's going. It's just our thoughts can be like field goal kicked pretty far, but everybody's field is different.
Well, I like
If that makes
Kosho's
any sense.
definition of something interacting with something else and having some level of physicality, but it still begs the question of what interaction is what? Is it a spiritual physical interaction, a physical interaction? I mean,
I
which
like the
interaction
subject.
counts?
Right? It doesn't matter if it's received proper or not. It has a physical effect. You're gonna hit the information. The picture of the tiger is gonna hit you, whether or not you understand it or not. It's gonna have a physical reaction in you.
See, the problem is Lemon doesn't listen when somebody's trying to explain something to him. He still won't listen. He's still going to continue on his own thought. I literally just explained for you why thoughts aren't supernatural, but you just don't get it. That's okay though.
Physical, not supernatural, weren't we? I'm working out another thread, and you're working out the supernatural thread. I thought we were talking about physicality. Kosho said
Okay,
if
it's the
it
same
interacts
thing.
with something, not that it was supernatural or natural if it interacted with something, you said it was physical. So that's the thread that I'm working out. Now, if you'd like to work out another thread, by all means.
Okay, can a banana create a thought?
As far as I can tell, no.
Can a banana? No, a banana or a papaya can't create a thought. The only thing that can create a thought is a human brain. Can we come to that understanding?
No. I think they say that there's
Okay,
similar
then you're a
firing for some
retard.
sort of
So I guess
mental
angels can create
abstract
thoughts.
process in
Okay.
apes or something like that.
Right.
It's not on our level, but there's something going on in our
Guys,
brain.
hey everybody, stop the presses. Bananas can create thoughts. That's pretty cool. According to quoted by
That's
Lemon,
not what he said. No.
thoughts.
That's not what he said. Even though he thinks I should read books and I don't pay attention.
I'm good. When it
He
gets
didn't
to this
say a
level,
banana has thoughts.
thank you, God Scalpel. But when it gets to this level where we're not even communicating with each other, I try to grow past the conversation. I'm like, you know what, whatever. I just try to leave it behind and move on to another subject. Because for some reason, we're not speaking the same language. I really don't care. What Kosho said was something is physical. If it interacts with something else. Good definition, bro. Thank you very much, Kosho. But the question, Ben, like I said, what interaction is sufficient to be physical or not? We still have to hammer that.
I'm taking this a little further as to the only way a thought can be produced or its origin is from a human brain, which is physical. A thought cannot cannot create itself.
I see I'm starting to win some of the crowd over here. Quite interesting.
Or some other thing can't create a thought. The only thought that can be created is a brain and a neuron. Other than that, I've never seen any evidence of thoughts floating around, dancing with themselves, eating some chips and crackers or chips and dip.
You've never seen any
Hanging
evidence
out.
of thoughts even with those things.
Who's
So
agreeing with me? Realm?
Yeah,
It kind of sounds like
because
Trader
I've
Qtard that
seen my
At least not
thoughts.
physical
I've
evidence,
seen
that
my
is.
thoughts.
Bless
So
you, Trader.
that's wrong with what
but
you
Trader
just said.
but Trader
I've
Qtard, it
literally
does
seen
kind of
my
like
thoughts, dude.
but Trader Qtard, it does sound like you're saying thoughts are physical because they come from a physical source. That kind of goes with
Yes,
the
yes,
definition of
yes.
physical coming from other physical stuff. I don't know if that naturally follows. I mean, I don't know.
Well, think
In the
about it.
most extreme
That's the only way
example,
they can
pollen
happen, dude.
comes from a flower, but the pollen is not the flower. There are things that come from other things that are not necessarily quite the thing itself, even philosophically, if we're going to go down this route.
But
So
it is.
I don't
Well,
know if
the only way
what was that?
pollen can happen is with a flower. You don't have pollen without a flower. Just like you
Right,
don't
right,
have thoughts without a brain. You don't have
right,
a
right.
brain without thoughts.
But there may be a fallacy here in assuming that just because we think it comes from a physical source that it's physical. That may or may not be the
Okay.
case. I mean, I guess we'd have to explore this further.
Oh boy, oh boy. The nature of our reality is physical. Everything about it. Another thing, especially real quick, more to the Glober side, whoever Globers want to argue with this, and it's weird. Like I said, apparently it's against QE, but so more Globers I would think would be agreeing with it, but I didn't know that either before. But the Globers seem to be like all this is there's reference frame and perspective and all this, and the only reference frame you got is your own brain, you to yourself. So everything got to be physical to you. Everything. It comes in you, like it's your physical brain telling you. It's your perspective. Period. Just off of that. Just off of look at it from my angle. Sorry. Go ahead.
If you start from the assumption that you are the brain or the brain is you, then that might make sense. But you can't actually prove that that's where the person is.
What did that moron just say?
So
Here
it
we
looks like
go.
we're basically
Yeah, I think
saying
that moron's
everything.
talking about like a soul or a spirit.
Well, it seems like this is basically going to the
Hey, hold on.
definition of
Repeat yourself.
everything being physical. And
By
at
the
that
way, I
point,
was being
physical
sarcastic
becomes
when
a
I said
meaningless
moron.
definition. Because if everything is physical, including our thoughts and information, then physical as a category is meaningless.
You know what?
Because everything
I'm
at
going to
that
give that
point has the qualification of quote unquote physical. It's just
I want to give Lemon this award. Lemon, that is the strongest point that I've heard so far to keep the definition meaning what it means, although I still stand on it has inconsistencies in it. But the one thing I could counter that with is to the point you're making of it being a meaningless definition, it kind of has this, it does still kind of have a meaning of meaning every.
Well, it's meaningless because it doesn't help us differentiate anything. It doesn't help us
You're right. It can't
differentiate this from
differentiate.
that.
You're
Everything
right.
is physical, so why are we even talking about physical as any sort of category? Why
That's
was
the
the
kind of point
category
I was
made in the
making
first
before
place?
you
What
came
was
in,
it
though.
supposed to help us differentiate if everything is physical at this point,
I'm with
including
you.
information, thoughts, or whatever?
Fine, but maybe we need different words. You see what I'm saying? But I'm with you. I don't know if that is kind of the point I was making when I started. I don't know if you but again, it can't differentiate, but it still could have meaning.
How it doesn't help us separate anything or perform special actions toward this object or special thinking toward this object or that object. Everything's physical at this point. It's meaningless.
Here's why. Because we have other words like reality. We have words like everything. And it would be a synonym to those words.
Also, it appears to jump the gun a little bit because unless we've discovered everything, how do we know with that bad definition now of everything being physical that everything is physical unless we've discovered everything? I mean, could we discover perchance anything that's non-physical? Are we precluded from discovering anything that's non-physical because of the way that we've defined everything as, I don't know, physical in the first place? I mean, what can this definition help us do at that point? It's meaningless.
Well, let's determine whether its information is physical or not. Weigh, Spanish. Measure, Spanish. What's the atomic mass of Spanish? Is it more or less than French? We all know information is not physical.
It doesn't have a weight or a mass. And sometimes it doesn't interact with things that we deem physical. Sometimes I say information to you and it's meaningless and it doesn't help you act or do anything. For another person, they're like, I have a eureka moment. I can do this now. So sometimes that interaction is or isn't there. And so, like Kosho's definition, it may or may not be physical on that level. The interaction may or may not take place.
You got some real shit to work out, you guys. All right.
I think that they're defining physical in a certain way to kind of exclude the spiritual world and things that are outside of our control of the interaction. And so I think we're working with bad definitions on purpose that have really the stated goal of excluding anything other than what we can see, sense, taste, touch, or things that we would deem physical. I would not do that. I say that there is a spiritual world and a physical world. I think we know about the spiritual, non physical world by revelation, by something from that realm saying, I can choose to interact with you or not. And here's what I have to tell you. Once we have that framework in play, we actually have some meaningful physical versus non-physical definition. Non-physical being energy, spirit, stuff that we cannot control or always gauge the interaction with, potentially anyway.
So basically, Lemon, what you're saying is you're working with a bunch of heathens. No? Not going to respond to that, Lemon, or what?
Good morning, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Lemon might feel like you're mocking him, but
no, well,
I know you're just goofing.
A little bit of hostile mocking, yes. I'd rather.
Listen. When it's time to stick up for you, I stick up for you. You say something, I can ask a question about it.
When you have nothing nice to say, silence is sometimes better.
How is that nothing nice to say?
Mockery coming from you a lot of times, so you're kind of on my.
Okay, I didn't know you were a snowflake. I'm sorry. I'll just only stick up for you. That's all I'll ever do.
I'm just not going to interact.
Sorry,
with you. I
Lemon.
don't have anything nice to say to you.
Sorry, Lemon. Please forgive me for my sins.
You're acting like a snowflake about him being a snowflake, technically.
I'll try and do better in the future and not act like a snowflake about someone acting like a snowflake. Okay?
Well played. I'll give you that.
I'll own it. See? I'm not gonna worry about that. Being insulted by it.
Where is this hostile mockery coming from? Is it because you don't like religion?
You talking about Lemon? I was sticking up for you like 10 minutes ago, and I asked one question and you basically said that these people, like you're talking about the spirit realm and God and all this other stuff, and basically they're ignoring that. So I just said, basically you're dealing with heathens, and is that not correct? How is that mocking you? Like, what's a heathen from? You're a Christian, right? Lemon, are you a Christian?
I think he likes you, Lemon.
Yeah. As far as I
understand, hostile, sardonic mockery coming from
it's
him.
It's not actually. Just because you say it is doesn't mean that it is. Coming from a Christian perspective.
And I'm just wondering if it's personal or if it's something else.
It's more
you don't like my style. You don't like me.
No.
What's going on?
How come you weren't crying and picking up for you? Like, I don't get why you're attacking me. I thought I was being pretty fair when it was time to stick up for you. I was saying, no, you can't do that to the guy. That's not what he said. You're strawmanning him. You didn't have a problem with that. I ask you one simple question, and now all of a sudden I'm a fucking asshole that has a problem with you? It makes no sense. If I had a problem with you, I wouldn't have been
Because of
sticking
the
up for you.
overall tone of your interaction with me. Usually
Oh
it
my
is
God.
hostile,
Whatever,
sardonic, and mocking.
Lemon, whatever. Fine. You think whatever you want. Go ahead. I'm done with you. I'm not even going to try and reason with you because apparently you can't.
Damn, it got heated. It's flat Earth on flat Earth violence needs to stop. Man.
Yo, funniest rap battle I ever heard. The guy was from Oakland, and he was battling a guy from like the South or something, somewhere Atlanta or something, and they were in Oakland. And he goes, his opening bar was that he said, "Greetings, you dirty South heathen. Welcome to Oakland. Now, when the fuck is you leaving?" It was dope.
Dirty South heathen.
How did they take?
I wanted to thank God Scalpel for sticking up for me in that way. Thank you.
Why can't flat earthers get along?
They just did. You just heard them kiss and make up.
That was so like sarcastic. Like I don't think Lemon meant
Nah,
that.
Lemon was
Well,
thanking God Scalpel.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can be a little sensitive sometimes and a little snowflakey.
It's genuine.
This is flat earthers getting along. What do you want, Nate?
Nice. I like that.
What do you
I like
want?
that.
We can. So why we can? You just got debunked instantly. You got debunked. That was like 3 seconds.
I did.
Well, I thought that you were saying, it kind of like mocking or something like we're all heathens, because I wasn't going to work out that threat. I was trying to work out another.
I said it based on your comment about people not being spiritual and stuff, dude. Like, my God.
They're at war again.
They're not at war.
Whatever.
Well, I guess
no,
I
don't
understand the
care.
concept, what you're saying now.
Yeah, well, whatever. If you think I fucking hate you so much, I'll make sure
just
that's
move
the
along
case.
already. God, go get a room.
Broke down real quick.
But they were getting along at one point. It doesn't change the fact that you got debunked instantly. So, I mean, if you're trying to get out of that, you're way too late for that.
Oh, no.
Well, thank you, God Scalpel. Thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Nate's debunked once again. Instantly debunked again.
I feel like a 10-second piece ain't real peace, bro.
There's that piece again. Once again, you got instantly debunked.
No, I mean they're just not talking anymore. But I mean,
Lemon apologized, said he was sorry, all types of shit.
Lemon
There you go.
He doesn't mean the apology though.
You don't know. What are you, a psychic? A gypsy palm reader?
I know Lemon. Lemon never says sorry. Lemon don't.
So you're in Lemon's head.
Basically, bro.
You know what Lemon thinks before Lemon thinks it.
I know what most of you think before you think it. Even you, Jeremy.
That is Nate. Don't
Bro,
even.
I got
you
read
don't.
Like the encyclopedia, bro.
Dude, you don't know what I'm thinking.
I got you figured out, bro. Like the fucking instructions when you're building, like a Lego or some shit. That's how I got you, bro.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, right.
Y'all are all very simple individuals, man. Nothing complex or deep about none of you. Sorry.
It's not even true, bro. Not even true.
Oh. What?
You're just making goofy shit up now. You're mad because you got debunked so quick. Now you're making up silly stuff. Kosho came in here and told you space time was physical, and you didn't even blink.
Bro,
you're like,
because
okay,
of it's not because of how he defines physicality.
Well,
he's
that's
got a weird
goofy.
definition for it.
I know we're fucking weirdo, man.
Yeah, Kosho is different.
He's walking around not knowing how physical shit is.
Yeah, isn't he from
agrees
Jersey,
with him
like,
or something?
Well, it's like I said,
bring
people are trying to have a concept of physical that excludes the spirit. And like God Scalpel said, the heathen don't like that.
Seriously, Nate, you were talking all that shit like you were going to battle Kosho on this and debunk the shit out of him and go hand to hand, and nothing happened.
I was, but he left, bro, and everyone else took over the convo.
He ran away. He ran away.
He
No
ran
doubt.
away.
I can
Yeah.
go with that. Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
want to hear
No
your
doubt.
definition
Damn.
of
His whole
physical.
mic was fucked up. Like there was no point, bro. Can't argue
Well,
with it.
what's your definition of physical? Because it looks like we got a couple different definitions of physical going around.
What's yours, Lemon?
Oh God, I asked you first. Please do not answer a question with a question in an attempt to evade the question. Do you have an answer or not?
Evasion.
I'm thinking about it. So while I'm thinking about it, what's yours?
Oh, for God's sakes. There's a physical world like us where we exist and can control the interaction or touch or see or sense or smell the interaction. That's what we call physical. There's a non-physical world of spirit. That's my general definition. The physical world is what we can see, sense, touch, taste, or easily interact with or whatever. That's what I would call the physical. Whatever. Do you have an answer yet?
Yeah, I would say physical is just anything.
Maybe not.
Let me think, man.
Anything that interacts with reality.
Any substance.
Anything anything that is subject to forces. If it's governed by forces, its movement and operations are subjected to forces.
Do you guys think
then
space
I would
time?
say it's physical. I
Are
don't know.
photons subject to forces?
Photons?
Electromagnetic, yes.
What's subject to forces would be the protons and the electrons, not the photons. Photons are virtual particles. They are they are gauge bosons. They just mediate the force.
You want pasta?
But
Right,
remember
aren't they
that some
too?
of those that work forces also burn crosses. So you don't include. You said anything physical, so you don't include light, which has interactions in reality. Light, radio.
Yeah, I mean, light is an electromagnetic force. It's
Okay, that interacts with the force. Okay.
magnetic radiation. So it's yeah, protons and electrons interacting with each other through forces, through the electromagnetic force. That's what light is.
So what about space time?
Space time is not physical. We already talked about that.
Does it interact
But
with
if you
forces?
want to talk about gravity, you could say gravity is a force that mediates interaction between mass. Electromagnetism is a force that interacts the mediation between protons and electrons, or positive charges and negative charges.
But does space-time interact with forces?
Space-time is just a mathematical concept for the fabric of reality. Gravity.
Oh, so is the electromagnetic field.
Gravity is the interaction between this mathematical concept and matter or energy.
But it seems that you can apply that to the electromagnetic field as well, can't you?
Say what, Bacon?
Can't you apply the same logic to the electromagnetic field? Because fields are mathematical concepts. They're just a combination of all force vectors, right?
Depends on
So,
yeah, I
it's
mean,
talking
if you wanted to use field theory, yeah.
Like, it sounds to me the same thing you said about space-time could be said about the electromagnetic field.
Could it though?
It sounds like it. I don't know.
I mean,
my
with
suggestion. I hope you can
the
figure it out.
electromagnetic field, there would be points or excitations within that field that we would call particles, right? And those particles would be whether it's in the electron field, proton field, photon field. What would the particle be in the space-time field?
So, what makes one
I don't know.
physical is if you can correlate with a particle?
It is physical if this thing is governed by forces. That's what I'm saying. So with the electromagnetic force, protons and electrons are physical and they're governed by this force. Matter is governed by the force of gravity. Your WZ bosons are governed by the weak nuclear force. And then your protons and neutrons are governed by the strong nuclear force. You see what I'm saying? So with gravity, if you wanted to look at it from a quantum field theory perspective, I don't know what the particle would be that is affected by your space-time field. Is there a particle?
Is there gravity in the quantum field theory?
I don't think so. I don't think we have a quantum field theory for gravity. I don't think we have a. I
Because
mean,
that would be the unification, wouldn't it, between
Yeah.
macro, micro, and quantum? But I
Yeah,
mean,
so
for me, I mean, gravity is just a very simple way of saying we have a concentration of energy or mass or both.
Yeah, I like that. That's why Bacon. I don't think you could equate space time to the electromagnetic field. You know.
You're in a sticky predicament here, Nate.
I don't think so, Jeremy. I think I'm being consistent. Anything that's governed by forces can be considered physical in nature.
Why?
And I've
Why
explained-
forces specifically?
What do you mean? Why forces? Like, I think.
Like, is that just arbitrary? Like, where's is there any particular reason why I picked this definition?
Well, let's reverse the argument. Can we think of any form of physicality that is not affected by forces?
Yeah.
Sorry, repeat that again.
Can we think of any form of physicality that is not affected by forces?
Yeah.
Information isn't affected by forces.
So I just want to recap Foolish. What's up, bud? Were you listening offline by any chance? Did you hear how this all started?
No, I didn't. I literally just arrived, which is
Let
why
me
I
give
made
you
it
the-
to begin with.
Yes, sir. Let me give you the nitty gritty skinny. It actually kind of started with the definition of gender and some people wanting to be like Jordan Peterson, me, and I believe Bob Dodal, and say like we want to use it as like the chromosome reference. We don't care what you done did to yourself. If you were born this way, we gonna call you a male or whatever. Someone talk about pronouns. Now Bob Dodal, then someone say, yo, we don't want to tax you to make you say something like this about this word tax. Bob Dodal was like, yo, I don't want to say that it wouldn't be a tax for me to have to do this because tax is defined as something physical or whatever. So I came in to make the point of, hey, Bob Dodal, even if it mentally taxes you or causes you any stress to go out of your comfort zone, that would be a physical tax. Stress will be physical. And I said every time, then I jumped into this big point. Everything is physical, blah, blah, blah. Everybody in the room said I was an idiot, brought up the information thing. Information isn't physical. And I'm still standing on my horse. Some people are trying to come over to my side, and I would love to see how you feel about it. Everything's physical. God bless.
I will clarify that what I was saying didn't actually have to do with exactly the way what you just described.
The chromosome, you mean?
No, it didn't have to do with the stress. And I wasn't saying that stress wasn't physical. I think stress is physical. I think that that is something physical. What I was saying was that the thing that would stop me from mixing up male and female or allowing that to be something that I incorporate into my life or my language is not a physical discomfort. That's not why I do it or why I refuse to do that. The reason that I won't do that doesn't have anything to do with a physical discomfort that's going to be put on me. In fact, I would not do that despite physical discomfort being forced on me by refusing.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate what you say. I guess I was just more arguing the definition of tax then. But yeah, it seemed like we agree a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Jordan Peterson doesn't have the problem with people having a gender that they want to define themselves. He will have a problem with the legalization of an enforcement of using particular words.
Absolutely.
Which is where he has a problem. And it's not really the gender thing is just is the tip of the battle. It's where you have legislation that defines the way you have to think and have to communicate.
I shouldn't have started with him. I guess I was shortcutting. You're right. But we all know that it's like, I want to have the right to use the words I want to use. I don't want to be compelled to think. And, he has a sub point of like, he believes those words as that definition. That's how he wants to use them. But he's made the point of, if you ask him politely to call you something, he's a nice guy. He'll probably call you what you want to be called. But
yeah, exactly. He just doesn't want to have legislation that forces him to use particular words because words are part of expressing ideas and ideas are part of free speech, and that's what he objects to. So to say that the genetic thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That's kind of like a tangential point.
Definition wars. So how do you feel about the reality of what we have? Is there anything I see everything of having to be physical in this reality foolish, because it's either going to have to be processed on my brain, transmitted through a physical medium. I mean, even to me, whatever we're going to discover about the supernatural, the spiritual, whatever, it's going to have physical properties different of what we know now, maybe still, but I mean, everything.
Anything we can test, touch, measure, influence is part of the natural or physical world. That's why supernatural is different. Because supernatural is by definition intangible, untestable, unquantifiable.
Okay.
What he's referring to is information, not supernatural.
Foolish got me a little bit, but I guess I should be like, if we were ever to evident a new thing that we previously thought was, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll become physical eventually. We can't know about it until it becomes physical.
It will become part of the natural domain because we can test, touch, measure, quantify. So therefore, it would go from the supernatural domain to the natural domain. So you could say that, X-rays potentially, even though they are a natural phenomenon, could have been considered supernatural in the Middle Ages, where we couldn't detect them if we knew of their existence.
Yeah, I like it.
So that's why. I've been on holiday. I've been camping and went to see my mum and been traveling around a bit.
Well, actually, the instant you know about them, you say, if we knew about X-rays, if we know about them, then we have some method of testing them or sensing them.
Well, it's like, we have people talk about, spirituality or, a faith-based position, divine power, that kind of thing. Those things are kind of not something that we can directly test, touch, measure, quantify.
But wouldn't they assume to, even though it may be different, have some physical attributes somehow, even though we don't know it?
Then show me what you can touch, test, measure, and quantify.
I guess I'm pulling off the point that the Globers were kind of making, or I guess not a point, but kind of using a equation that the Globers were using earlier, kind of like, hey, we have the observable universe, but we could obviously guess hypothetically that there could be more to it. And then even though we can't see any of it, we know of the pattern of being able to,
we infer its existence from evidence that is currently held.
Or, yeah, just a concept. We've learned a concept of saying, hey, there's more than what we see, there's more than what we know. And so eventually could come into the other. Go ahead, Mark.
To continue with the X-ray theory or thing, I would say that X-rays could be considered magic if we had an object that was killing people by no known means. Just everybody who touches this object dies. That could be considered magic until we find out that there's X-rays coming off it in copious amounts.
It's like the Russian guys that stole some metal out of a storage unit and didn't realize that storage unit was actually holding nuclear waste. And what they'd taken was highly toxic and killed one of them and severely incapacitated two others. And the one that killed was the guy that put it in his pocket next to his nuts. Not a very good call. But so I mean, information again. Depending on how you define it, if you're going down the sort of route of information theory, then that's an abstraction of how we view reality. So it's conceptual, and then we make it physical by annotating it, and we infer its physicality because we sort of say that information cannot be destroyed. We, individually may not know about it, but in itself it cannot be destroyed. They kind of sort of moved from, matter can't be created or destroyed to that. I think in the 1950s, 1960s, somewhere around there.
Nice.
But that's kind of shit above my pay grade.
This point had him riled up. Me and Jerry, we was riling.
Lemon was in here wilding. Scalpel and was it was great. Me and Tar been fucking kind of friction a little bit the past couple of days, but I think he was trying to support my side a little bit. I think Q-Tar, if I'm not mistaken.
It's why I have this problem with the concept of, there are three domains, the natural, the synthetic, and the supernatural. No, there's the natural and the supernatural. There are only two sets that we deal with. And anything that's not supernatural is in the natural set.
Nice. I don't know if you're teasing, but that was one of the immediate counters was Jeremy was like, he invoked QE. You know you did it, Jeremy. He's like, QE did a whole presentation on this. He's about how information was. I was like, oh,
yeah, but did QE have a leg to stand on in what he was saying? Because when you really get down to it, those two domains, there is the testable and the non-testable.
Hume, Francis Bacon, Karl Popper, those are the references that I will cite to support my position on that.
Could I Moya, get you to summarize what did you say QE does or doesn't have a leg to stand on? And this was on
he does not. He thinks that there's man-made is some sort of super category of its own.
Yes, sir. I agree. I hated that point as well. I hate.
So sorry, so let me clarify something. A unit of information would be a bit, right?
Why
like
can
a bit of?
Go ahead, sorry.
Don, a unit of information would be a bit, right? Like a bit of information.
That's one measure.
You would call that like a unit of info, right?
You mean of like computer data code?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, everything is every.
Be fair, a bit is kind of an expression of an array gate.
So what would a unit of data or information be? And like fundamentally, I just want to ask, would that have mass or like some sort of energy content?
No, because it's conceptual. It's language, and language in itself is conceptual. It's like saying, does the word "and" have weight?
Actually, this is a new. This might be new, and you know what? There might be a way to give it consistent units. They might have range. Now, each bit of information might have a range of power or whatever, because we could measure it based off of, well, how much stimuli can it produce? Like how many, if I was to read this, how many neurons does it take? You know what I mean? Or you could give it like how many neurons does it fire in the human brain type of measure, maybe.
Again, what we're talking about is a conceptual thing. Language in itself is a concept, and we use it to convey meaning, which is useful. But as we see in a lot of these debates, people have very different meaning for the same words. We're just talking about two recently, which is natural and supernatural.
But see, imagine everything was a binary computer. You would be able to, yes, have the bit, and you would know every piece of information, how many bits it is. I think right now at this time, we don't understand enough about the human machine, in particular the brain. We don't understand exactly where the thoughts, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the case. We don't understand the exact memory systems and everything about the brain. So
no, but if you chop out bits of your brain, you'll start to drool horribly and not be able to.
We know it's in there, but I'm saying
it will affect function.
So if we knew how to measure each, what are they called on the computer? It's either on or off. Each piece of that, right? Whether it's whatever medium.
Transistor.
Yeah, well, it's transistor. I know that's the one. I didn't know if there's more general to meet all these different types of medium, but yeah, we don't understand
transistor, and then you have an array of transistors, which then makes your array gateway.
Right, so that we don't know, right? If we knew how to measure each millions of billions of trillions of transistors in the brain, we could give these informations values possibly based off of that.
But again, it would be us trying to impose our numistic expressions. So you're right. Computers generally work in a binary mechanism. on or off states, and then combinations of on or off states that will then convey something. That's how you kind of do machine code. But with the brain, we don't know if it's firing of a neuron, firing of 3 neurons, firing of 10 neurons, and whether it's always going to be the same sequence or process that will fire off when we move a finger, for instance. Something really simple using our motor cortex. We can look at the nerve stimuli, which is why we can have hands that we can move by thinking about it using nerve stimuli. But we're not exactly sure of the centers of the brain that control all of that function, because we don't understand all of that function. And that's just something as simple as me picking up an object and holding it. I'm not just holding it, I've got the touch sensation, the heat-cold sensation, the strength of my grip, the positioning of each particular finger. The concept of the thumb. As I now open a knife one-handed with my thumb because it's got a thumb stud on it. That process, is something that we have a rudimentary understanding of, and that's something so fucking simple. And it's why it's taken so long to get effective robotics to be able to just repeat that simple function of seeing an object on the table, reaching over, picking it up, grasping it, and then manipulating that object. Now you want to think about color. Not see color, but
computers
think
are
about color.
Yeah, computers are basically like retarded when it comes to being able to point out objects in a photo. Like if you showed me a photo and there's a cat in it, I could spot the cat in like a second. You know what I mean? A computer might not even be able to do it.
Machine learning actually is getting quite good at sort of object and pattern recognition within imagery. So that's why you
are they?
Yeah, it's that's rocketing ahead, but it's that equating to that movement in 3D space and being able to do stuff in a certain way, and that's why the autonomous car stuff is. Well, I still don't think I'd sit in a car and let it drive itself.
Pussy.
I know.
You never let the ghost ride the whip.
You know what they say, Mark? You are what you eat.
So you're full of shit. Forget it.
Moyak said he eats pieces of shit like you for breakfast.
I always say if you're gonna have delusions, Mark, at least make them
You pieces of shit. But yeah, I think I still have the best definition for physicality.
No.
Oh, what was your definition?
Anything that's subject to forces. And Druss had a very good question. Like, do we know of anything physical that isn't subject to forces?
Yo, mama.
Something that's physical that's not subject to forces?
Yeah.
Space-time.
That's not physical.
But that's not physical because you're defining physical as what's subject to force.
Jin's mouth.
All right.
Well,
How do you define
space-time-
physical?
Hold on a
based
second.
on-
Isn't
I
space-time
don't know.
affected by concentration of energy and matter in a location? So it is.
Energy isn't physical.
Matter is not a force.
Energy is comprised of physical components. Show me energy that doesn't have electron or photon or some part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, but matter is not a force if it's just sitting there not doing anything.
It's always
Or
doing
it
something.
creates a force field, which is the gravitational field.
No, there's no proof that there's gravity because how come gas? No, hold on.
Within
Hey,
the
how
globe
come
model,
gas
let's say.
defies gravity? Why does gas defy gravity?
It doesn't.
I mean, come on, are we going to go back to
Yeah, we
sort of
are already in
primary
the
school?
context of like
The standard model of physics.
Yeah, yeah.
Gas
think-
defies gravity.
How does it?
Helium does not apply. He's the
It
prima
does.
donna of helium. Helios. He's special.
Helium
doesn't-
does apply, and gravity does apply to it.
No, it doesn't. It can do whatever it wants. It dances around gravity, and it's bullshit claim.
I don't think it can do whatever it wants. I've never had helium come up and slap me in the face.
You can
It
try
does.
to
And it
wait.
went and screwed your girlfriend behind your back too.
You can try to wait, and then if you don't, if it doesn't work, then you can bring some evidence for what you're saying.
Well, we see it, don't we?
Well, we see a density gradient, and
yeah,
we see something moving through a density gradient because it has buoyancy.
We
means
see-
that it's not affected by gravity. I mean, that's stupid because to have buoyancy requires gravity.
We see what you should expect to see, given what we tell you about gravity. So telling that it defies gravity doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Of course, because you lack that ability to
I'm
be
giving you the floor to explain yourself.
have common sense. I'm kind of busy right now at your mother's house.
So let's put it really simply: ice floats on water because ice is less dense than water. Yeah, helium floats on top of other gases because it's lighter than the other gases. It's the same fucking principle. I don't know why you have a problem with this.
Relative density, yeah, we've been telling you that for years.
Exactly.
But that's
You're a lot
density-
denser than air. That's why you go down and not up.
Yeah.
Well, you just
Well,
described relative density to a T.
No, you haven't described relative density. What you described is buoyancy, and buoyancy as a factor requires gravity.
Now,
That's why it's called
gravity got
specific.
added to the equation afterwards.
Yeah, no, it's called specific gravity. That's another way of saying.
Why bubbles of air don't go up in water when it's in free fall? It's still less dense than water. Why isn't it going up?
Because when you start moving things, then of course, obviously, you're going to have different forces on them when you're moving them as to when they're sitting still.
Well, first they're in free fall. What force are you talking about?
So they're falling. They're falling at a specific rate.
Mm-hmm.
When you start moving shit around all goofy,
not
goofy, it's not going to act. Of course, it's not going to act the same. When
Well,
you start
it's-
moving shit around, of course, it's not going to act the same as when it's sitting still. Obviously,
It's because of acceleration. If you hit your maximum acceleration and you're free falling, then the bubbles will start to move. So there, big deal.
Yeah, so you're no longer accelerating.
it's kind of a
so
trick
why
question,
does
isn't it?
acceleration?
Kind of
so
a trick question, isn't it?
no, it isn't.
It
Because
is.
if you're invoking the downward acceleration of it, then you're pretty much confirming what we would claim about gravity.
No, it's the
Because
same
gravity.
reason.
Gravity.
Well, listen.
Wait. One second.
All right.
According to gravity, both air and water accelerate downwards at the same rate.
No.
So when you drop a bottle of water with bubbles of air inside of it, they're both accelerating downwards at the same rate. So one doesn't go up compared to the other.
No.
Relative density doesn't predict that.
It's the same reason, the same idea why if you put a helium balloon in the middle of your vehicle and you tramp on the gas, the helium balloon goes to the front of the vehicle, or if you go in reverse, it goes to the back. Same type of idea with your air and your water example. It's because of acceleration. It's not because of free fall.
Which creates a force.
But it's not because of free fall in quotation marks. It's technically the acceleration. You can do it in other examples without having to drop something.
Right. So when the car is accelerating,
Kind of a trick question.
No, when the car is accelerating, it's pushing the air, right? And that creates this gradient of pressure of air inside of your car, which pulls the balloon to the front of it, if it's less dense than air. That isn't relative density. That is just the balloon reacting to the forces that you created by accelerating the car.
Yeah, the same thing with your water bottle.
So to have relative density with your car, you need a force to start with, which is the force you create when you accelerate it. Which means that relative density requires a force in the direction in which things are the denser things are falling toward.
Relative
So what's the
density has
force?
no directionality. That's the problem.
Yeah, it does in the example of the car because we are creating a force that is horizontal, which
Yeah,
means
but
that
it's the same thing when you. Okay, I listened to you talk quite a bit just now. It's the same idea of dropping something. You're creating a force. When it's stationary and there's no force created, then everything operates the way you would expect it to operate.
to the opposite. It's actually the opposite because in the car, when it's stationary, you don't have any horizontal relative density. It's only when you create a force.
Yeah, you do. Oh, horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, horizontal. It's only when you create a horizontal force or horizontal acceleration that this relative density starts to kick off inside of the car.
Yeah, I'm just
But when
pointing out
when
the
you're vertical,
concept of a force being present in your example. You created a force. That's I'm not making an argument about direction and whatnot like you're trying to do.
I
But I'm
know.
just
No. I'm
pointing
not.
out the fact that you're making it have a force, and that's why you get
I
the
don't think you get my argument. I'm not trying to
reaction.
respond to you. I'm not trying to respond to you. I'm trying to show that if you're going to invoke relative density, the example of the car shows that the fact that you have relative density naturally in the vertical axis means there's a downward force. Because when you do the same thing horizontally, the same thing happen but horizontally. So if things happen naturally in the vertical axis, it means there's already a force there to create this relative density. Did that make sense to anyone?
Makes sense to me. And relative density doesn't make any sense to me because, again, there's always a missing part, which is why do things move the way they do, the direction they do. I think that's usually answered with an answer like, well, that's just the natural
Because
order.
they have weight, bro. Because they have weight. It's no problem. What's the problem here, dude? Why can't you just get it? Things have weight. That would automatically
Isn't that eliminated by the free fall experiment? It now shows that their weight has nothing to do with the free fall experiment.
No,
It
it
doesn't matter
because both items are falling, dude. Just like
your
your
whole concept of falling is irrational.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. Yeah, because things. Oh shit!
There's more to it than just weight. But it still has weight, right?
It's
Have you
like saying
eliminated weight? If you did eliminate weight, how did you eliminate weight?
It's
By
just like
motion.
saying the vomit comet is an anti-gravity thing. It's not. It's just everything's falling at the same time. Same fucking concept.
There's a force being exerted in the opposite direction to counteract the force that's being
Think about the vomit comet, right? Everybody floats around in the fucking plane when it does its parabolic flight, right? Well, the same thing's happening to those bubbles in the water. They're all falling in a contained unit. They're all fucking doing the same thing the people are doing it in the.
How am I getting rid of weight by doing this? What I'm doing is I've now taken
You're
that
not
weight.
getting rid of weight. Well, I mean, by your definition of weight, you are, but
Now, so I'm able to make a force go away with another force. So am I
You're
making
not-
weight go away?
only because you want to separate weight and mass the way you guys do.
How'd you make
It's
the weight
still,
go away? How are you checking when
because
they're in the middle of
Jeremy-
the vomit comment? Hold on. When they're in the middle of the vomit comment and you claim that they're now weightless, what are you doing to check their weight?
That's the thing is you technically can't step on a scale, Jeremy. So they say they got no weight.
Just hold on a second.
I can show you that the mass is different very simply. If I have 100-pound weight inside that airplane that's normally measured on the ground, 100 pounds. Now, when I go to in the vomit comment, I go to push that thing. It's going to take more effort than for something that weighs that has a very low mass.
Listen, Moyak, I got a question
You're saying
for
their
you.
mass changes? Go ahead,
Nope,
guys.
they're
I
Oh,
mean, he's
sorry.
all over them.
What? No, but this is the thing. Moyak, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it still make a noise?
Don't take them off the hook, Jeremy.
No, this isn't letting them off the hook because this.
You're derailing, bro.
No, I'm not
Jeremy,
because I'll tell you why I'm not derailing
Jeremy
because
if the mass changes. Hey, Moyak, shut up. Shut up, God. Hey, Moyak, you're saying mass changes? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
mass doesn't change. The weight
Okay,
changes.
thank you then.
Mass
Welcome to
remains the
Flat Earth.
same. The mass remains the same.
The weight
the
doesn't
mass is still
change either.
in free fall. The mass is still there.
So is the weight.
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, I know about your definitions, but it's the same thing as saying if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it still make a noise? That's your argument right now.
I can measure the mass.
Oh
I
my
can
God.
measure the mass.
So
in
because
free
you're
fall.
unable to measure the weight, then it changed. It's not there. That's what you're saying. The same thing as
The
this.
weight is
If
a
a tree
byproduct
falls
of
in the
a force
forest,
being accelerated, not being applied.
it's a stupid argument, man.
Yeah, okay. That's your tough luck. You are the one with the lower education.
Yeah, that's what it always comes down to. You don't even know what my
Yo,
education is.
you God Scalpel, could we let Jeremy try? You tried, it didn't work.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Jeremy, go for it, man. You answer some questions. Is he gone?
So we do have a direction with relative density. You can even do math to it. We have math for it. We have predictions. Okay, I can give you a prediction on which way the object is going to move, if it's going to go up or down. We have math for it. You can divide the density of the object into the density of the medium or vice versa. And depending on if it's higher or lower than 1, it'll either go up and down. I don't have the exact numbers right now, but there's math out. Anthony Riley got the math on it. It does have a directionality. It does have math. It does have predictive capabilities. It's also empirical, and it's what we see. So there's no debate in that. I mean, relative density is empirical.
All right, with your relative
Yeah, but
density.
it implies a
With
force.
your relative density, I'd like you to now predict the weight change at the equator.
That may have nothing to do with it. Why?
Oh, it doesn't have anything. Huh. Density and
That could be
buoyancy
something else.
controls it? Is it density and buoyancy that controls it or not?
What, weight?
Yes.
Density and buoyancy control weight.
Because my weight's not immutable. My weight's not
Where are you getting the
immutable.
weight from? Are we dropping something on a scale to get weight?
I'm dropping something on a scale, sure.
That's how we get weight? Because if that's how we're getting weight, your W equals mg formula is debunked. So do you want to think of another way to get weight?
Nope, I want to know what your answer is with
You're
your
good with the
density
scale?
and buoyancy. I want to ask you with your density and buoyancy how you differentiate that now. Why is it different at the equator?
If you
at the
just
equator
said
because
you're dropping weight, hold on. If you're dropping weight and if a speed also can affect something's weight. No, hold on, man.
saving them.
Okay, no,
So you're
go ahead.
trailing.
I'll let you finish them off. I was just gonna finish them off, but go ahead. It has something to do with how fast something's traveling, but go ahead, Derek.
No. You go down to the equator. You park there with your little SUV. You take out your scale. You weigh something. Then you drive up way north. You take out your scale. You weigh something. It's lighter. Sorry, heavier. Up north.
And we're just getting weight by putting objects on a scale. That's how you want to get weight. I want you to remember this moment right now.
Okay, go ahead. Kill me.
Are you going to remember this moment right now? That's how we get weight. We just put an object on a scale.
Stop. I don't want to hear your voice just cackling. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
I just want to make sure we remember this moment as how we get weight.
Jerry, I'm not going to listen to it. I'm going to leave.
He's running, dude. He's running. Jeremy, high five again. Rocky and
That's not a high five. We didn't even get to the bottom of the relative density.
Yeah, but you won't do it.
Yeah,
You
but
just
he's
keep on-
running, bro. It's
you keep
automatic.
cackling. If you're not going to get to a fucking, I'm not going to stick around.
Yeah, that's fine.
You
I
want
just
me-
want to put a
you
pin
want me
in
to
this.
stick around? I'll stick around. Do you want to get to the point or not?
Yeah, why don't you just stick around?
Okay, then say what you got to say. Stop fucking playing games.
Stick around. Starting to get hot now. Let me say. I just want to say I want to put a pin in this part right here, where you definitely are going to use a scale to get the weight, but then we can move on with this. Now I don't know why
He left.
weight may or may not. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
But go ahead, bro. You don't know why weight what?
Yeah, I don't know why weight may or may not change at the equator. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's something else. You know, who knows what it could be?
What you
Could be
measure with the
anything.
scale does change at the equator.
Yeah, I think it's
So
a
we're
it's a
definitely
it's a
getting weight.
given fact.
We're definitely getting weight with a scale. Then do we all agree that that's how we're getting
No,
weight?
no.
So
I
I
don't.
think what we're trying to agree
Because
on, Jeremy, is that
scales are sensitive to any force that is being applied to what you're trying to measure, not only weight.
yeah.
How are we gonna
So
get
if
the
you-
weight, homie? The scale. How are we getting the weight?
you're cutting off the beginning of your
He said, "How are you
question.
going to get the weight?"
The way, I don't know. That if you have something very dense, that's a good way to do it. Because the weight becomes much more relevant than the buoyancy force, for example. So that's a good way to do it.
So you're talking about mass, not weight, then, or what?
No, I'm saying if you're trying to measure the weight of something that is very dense, a scale gives you a more precise measurement. If it's something very less dense, very little dense, then now the buoyancy force starts to become much more relevant. So the measurement of the scale is not going to be accurate. The denser the thing you're measuring, the more accurate the scale is going to be to measure its weight. Because what the scale does is that it measures the net force that is being applied to the surface, and it try to guess how much mass is on top of it just by dividing that amount of force by 9.8 meters per second squared. That
It's
gives
just
you
guessing. The scale's just guessing at what the weight is.
it's not sure if guess is the word, the right word. It's like estimating. It's estimating the amount of mass. It's not even estimating the weight. It's estimating the mass because it gives a result in kilograms. It doesn't give a result in newtons.
What is weight? What do you think weight is?
It's the force due to gravity.
He just basically said it's mass. The scale's guessing the amount of mass.
Yeah,
I can't
that's what
believe you
scales
just
do.
said that.
That's what scales do. They estimate the amount of mass that you're putting on top of it based on how much force it's measuring. If you press a scale with your hand, the amount of mass that the scale is telling you isn't the mass of your hand. It's just wrong. The
So
scale
it's a
doesn't.
force.
Is it the pressure that you're putting on?
No, it's the force. The pressure is relevant. You can put the same amount of force with more or less pressure. The scale is going to measure the same thing.
What's the formula for pressure?
Force over area. So the same amount of force you can apply in a bigger
What's
area.
the formula for pressure?
I already told you.
I didn't hear
force
you.
over
Sorry.
area. Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. So if you
pressure,
change the area, it's going to change the pressure, but it's not going to change the force. If you're applying 10 newtons of force, it doesn't matter how much area you're using to do that. If you're using more area, that means less pressure. If you're using less area, that means more pressure. The value that the scale is going to read is going to be exactly the same, regardless on how much area you're using to do that, to apply that force.
So what are we arguing about now?
I don't know. I think I made a very good point on the horizontal relative density, because if you can replicate relative density horizontally by accelerating the car, that implies that when you have the relative density vertically, there is a downward acceleration. So I think relative density itself, based on the fact that you can reproduce with a car, implies that there should be a downward acceleration. I haven't thought that before. I think that's a good argument.
Yeah, I like that. I can't think of a flat Earth that's gonna come up with a comeback to that anytime soon.
That is begging the question. What do you mean? That's just begging the question.
How is that begging the question?
Because they're for gravity.
No,
No.
That's
no one said gravity.
It's not
Well, that's what he's implying, though.
No. It would be begging the
Hold
question.
on.
If
What do you mean?
I
You're not
agree.
implying that. You're saying, hold on,
I am
because
implying.
when you're exactly, so you're begging the question.
No, it would be
No,
begging the
but a
question.
downwards acceleration to you guys is relative density. Things
No,
accelerate downwards.
no.
They fall
That's not what
downwards.
he's saying. Though he's saying
You
the
guys call it
acceleration
relative.
forward on the car acts as the way that gravity supposedly does on Earth.
No, it would be
And that
begging
will
the
how
question.
because relative density, because relative density supposedly
Oh,
changes.
kiddo.
Yeah, exactly. Begging the question is begging the
it would
question
be-
to like the fullest, bro.
It would be begging the question if my conclusion was in my premises or in my assumptions. It isn't. I'm not assuming gravity to
You're
conclude.
saying that's the way gravity works, the way the force of the car go when you're pressing forward. The horizontal is compared to the freaking vertical.
No, I'm saying Godskapel gave this example as relative density working horizontally. So if you accelerate a car and you have a air balloon, the air balloon goes to the back of your car. If you have a helium balloon, it goes to the front of your car when you accelerate it, right? So in the frame of reference of your car, when the car is accelerating, things are accelerating backwards to the back of your car. So within that car, there's a backward acceleration that produces the relative density in the horizontal axis. So if we see a vertical relative density, it means there's a downward acceleration. That's how you do with your car. You create a horizontal acceleration to produce relative density horizontally. So if there's a vertical, well, what's wrong with my reasoning?
All right, hold on. Let me go back to you because what I'm doing is really loud. Repeat that last statement again.
I asked it what was wrong with my reasoning.
You're always good, Bacon.
Thank you. You
Hey
gotta
guys,
fix the mic.
there's one word, dude. Net force.
That's
Net
the
is
word.
the one word. Yeah, net. This is it. Scales read net weight, but weight is mass times the acceleration.
Yeah, and it doesn't even output the force. It outputs mass estimate, but it's gonna be
So-
directly proportional to the force.
I'm sorry that I just heard Coach said that net force is one word.
No, I think the
said
word was net.
Net is the one word, but the net weight, or net force. It's not the ultimate force or the ultimate weight, but it is the net weight because you could have magnets in the room. You definitely have buoyancy in the room. You have things that are acting. That's not just weight, so you can't say it's measuring just the weight.
Did y'all say it's one word?
He did say it was one word.
Yeah,
We
net.
talking
Yo,
about
Jeremy.
bumblebee drones.
Jeremy, Moyo calling you out, bro. Shots got fired.
What's up?
Apparently, you be playing word games, bro.
Oh,
Trying
this
to
is
get organic gotchas.
That's not
I'm
new.
not playing word games.
Oh, you're always
Oh,
playing
no.
word games, Jared.
Speaking of playing
dare.
games,
Absolutely not.
what's up, Coach? Oh, he muted. He muted.
No, I'm eating some pieces, dude. I'm about to board a plane right now.
What you doing this weekend?
I'm going to Mississippi.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
I did hear.
You got another tournament you're playing, huh?
I'm playing about 4 to 7 tournaments next week. No, 4 to 6. And the wife trying to be funny, man. So I'm like, somebody come kick it with me, bro.
What tournaments are these? League of Legends or
Trying to win a house.
Pokemon Go? Trying to win a house playing what though? Poker?
Yeah, poker. Yeah, sorry, I'm at the airport. My girlfriend is so crazy, dude.
The gates close in
Oh shit.
10 minutes. Anyways,
Are you guys going to like visit her people or something in Mississippi?
all her relatives died. Her uncle died. Her grandma died. Her grandpa's dying. They go to a bunch of funerals.
Oh my god. Well, I'm going back to sunny Florida. I met my wife in Mississippi.
Mississippi sucks.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Your
beepers, your fucking somebody's beepers going off or something.
Dude, talk about sucky. The place I stayed was called Shady Lane 2. It had 2 shady lanes, 2 of them.
I think you have some notifications in your phone.
Hit me on the hip, mean page me. But yeah, what is that? Is that your phone or what?
Is that your vibrating butt plug?
Is it buzzing? Y'all hear that buzzing?
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Sound like a beep or a page or some shit.
Say a word. You got the world's last pager. Bro, say it. Tell me I didn't hear someone. I don't know. It might have been a couple years ago now. I heard the cricket bleep. I was in a parking lot. I pulled over to smoke. I was out driving Uber. I heard a cricket bleep. I ran right over to dude. I'm like, yo, where'd you get that fucking phone from?
Yeah.
What's up, babe? Do you need help with it? Do you need help with that? You don't look okay.
Mike, Jeremy.
Oh, my bad.
That's fine.
Okay, so Bacon, your gravity thing, putting weight on a scale, depending on how fast or how much force you apply. What does that have to do with anything? You're just changing the speed on which nothing's dropping. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if it has weight, it's going to drop. If it doesn't have weight, and it's not physical, then it's not going to move. But there's not it doesn't always go down, because there are things that go up, like gas. You can't
Yeah, but they
say
only go up.
that
They only go.
No, you're interrupting me now. Just because it has weight, just because. Okay, look. So something that doesn't have weight is obviously non-physical, right? Because it's just not anything. But if it's something, it has to have weight. And we see that there are things that are small that have weight that just somehow defy gravity.
It doesn't defy gravity.
Like gas. Gas defies gravity. Yes, it does.
Doesn't. It doesn't.
Yes, it does. It's not affected by your fictitious force that is admitted.
It is. A gas is not going to go up in the vacuum. It only goes up because there are other gases that are.
Now you're
Sorry?
begging the question again, because you've never been there to. You said in the vacuum.
Yeah. There you can find. Yeah, there are people who've done it. You can find videos of it. If you put a helium balloon on the vacuum chamber, it doesn't go up. It falls down to the bottom of it. The helium balloon only goes up because the downward force of the other gases, like nitrogen, that are denser, are stronger than the weight of the helium balloon. So of course it's going to go up, even having a downward force. So the fact that it goes up doesn't negate gravity.
So you're saying that the forces of the other gases?
Okay, I'll be back,
Yes.
Bacon.
You said the forces of the other gases.
Yes, don't you have pressure in the atmosphere? Remember the formula you asked me? What pressure is? It's force over area, right? You have pressure in the atmosphere, you have pressure in the nitrogen gas, which means there is a force for each area of surface you have, which includes the helium balloon. The helium balloon is going to have forces being applied to it just because it's on a pressurized environment. And that pressure, the pressurized environment, is a gradient. It's stronger below than it is on the top, which doesn't balance itself. It creates a net force that points up. I mean, we've been explaining this for months, maybe years. I don't know.
Years.
This shouldn't be surprising you.
Whatever. You're brainwashed. NASA.
Yeah, I learned it in NASA classes.
NASA
Hey,
class.
I'm back thinking. What were you saying?
Okay, I was saying that you have an atmosphere, which is made of gases, which have mass, which means they have weight. So when you have another gas like helium in the same environment, it's not being attracted downward with the same force as the other gases are. So it's going to go up because it's being pushed by the other gases, not because there's no gravity. But the gravity on the helium balloon is weaker than the gravity on the nitrogen. So nitrogen wins. It can go down and it pushes helium up.
It's relative density. Big deal. We've tried to explain this to you many times.
I'm
You
not
don't
saying
get.
that's not. I'm not saying that's not relative density, but you said this negates gravity. I mean, saying that this is compatible with relative density doesn't back up the
It
claim.
does. It doesn't matter. Like you're saying that everything that has mass is attracting mass, and that's wrong because gas is not attracted to the center of anything's mass, or
Why do you
instance,
think
the
that?
Earth. Because it's not happening, and we see it in natural fucking reality, dude.
It does happen in
Gas
reality.
fucking floats up. I see it,
because,
dude.
yeah,
I see
the fact
fucking.
that it goes up doesn't negate downward forces. It just means
I
they're
don't see
the
gas
net
float up.
force.
I see it float up and down. Let's be honest, please, to the scientific reality. We have some gases that go up and some that go down, right?
Well, which
Depends
ones go
depends
down?
on the depends on the
It depends on.
Yeah, if you have
It tells you right
gases,
there.
you have more than one. That actually applies to any fluid, not just gases. It applies to liquids as well.
So
Wouldn't it
then
be
on
more
a
accurate to
molecular.
say wouldn't it
Wow,
be more
dude.
accurate to say that it's the atomic weight rather than just the density?
No, it's the density, dude. Like, look at it.
Yeah,
If a cloud. Hold on, fucking bitch, fuck. I'm talking, you dumb shit. Don't you hear me
I don't think
talking?
this is allowed here. Yeah, I was. That's why I paused. There's a delay between when
No,
we're.
I'm talking, dude.
Yeah, when I heard your
When a
first
cloud.
word,
Okay,
I
shut
stopped
the
talking so
fuck
you
up,
could
dude.
proceed.
Dude, you're rude, bro. I'm trying to
No,
talk.
I'm rude. You heard your last words, the words you used to refer to me, and then you call me rude.
Well, you heard me trying to talk, and then you just
And
talk
then I
over me.
stopped, and then I
You
stopped, and then
disregard.
you went on calling me a bunch of names,
Okay,
and I'm being rude.
let's move on. Okay, can we move on? A cloud is a specific example, prime example of no gravity, because you can see a cloud, you know it's made up of gas, but what it does is until it gets dense enough, it's not going to fall. And you can
Clouds are
see
made
the
up of
cloud
gas.
change color, and you know they're getting denser, and hence you get raindrops.
Clouds aren't made of gas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they are droplets of water. They're in the
Did I
liquid
just hear
form.
that correctly? Clouds aren't made of gases. Well, there you go, fellas.
Well, you
How
never
you like
Googled
them
it.
apples, bro?
It's mostly H2O, I mean.
What is that? What is H2O, dude? You tell me, bro. You tell
Water?
me. Is it
It's
gas?
water.
No, it's gas.
H2O is gas.
Hydrogen is gas. Oxygen is gas.
Yeah, but
H2O
H2O
isn't.
is water. It's a molecule of water.
Okay, so you're saying water. How did that H2O get there in the sky? Did it walk up there? Did God just
It was evaporated.
evaporated.
Yeah, evaporated and
You
How
asking
did it
dumb
evaporate?
questions, bro.
condensed.
Yeah, how did
You
it
asking
evaporate?
stupid
Go ahead.
Yeah, you
How did
came
it?
completely unprepared for this conversation, Trader.
How
Because
did
how
it
did it
evaporate?
evaporate? What are
What is
clouds made of?
evaporate?
How does
Vapor? What
water
is
get
vapor?
into the sky?
Gas?
These are some
Is
stupid ass
vapor
questions,
considered a
stop
bro.
gas?
Like what the
spiraling
fuck?
and allow people to
Like
answer you.
yeah, like what is the point you are trying to get to with all of these questions? Where are you leading us to?
H2O is
Let's just get
gas.
there.
That H2O is gas. It started as gas. How did it get up there? You just said it vaporized. What evaporated? Well, vapor is considered an action of a gas. It's not an action of a water.
It
How
is
is
water.
vapor
It is
an
When
water.
you vaporize
Yeah,
when you vaporize a fuel, you're turning it into gas.
yeah, but water vapor doesn't look like clouds. Water vapor is invisible. If you're seeing the clouds, that's not water vapor. Those are massive amount of water droplets and ice crystals. Those aren't. That's not water gas that you're looking at.
Crystals?
That's liquid water.
I disagree with that. No,
I mean, he
there's
specifically
still
said clouds, right? You said clouds.
the air, dude. The air. The air is not falling down on itself. The air is not being pulled to the fucking center of the core. Okay? There's no gravity.
Well, then
Gas defies gravity.
why is there a gradient then? I don't get it.
Doesn't matter. It's not being pulled to the center of the core.
Just forget it.
I mean, it's not being pulled anywhere.
You're
It's
not
not being
demonstrating
pulled
that.
down.
Nothing to see here.
I mean, I understand your claim, and pointing to gases going up isn't actually demonstrating that. Because in order for that to happen, you only need the net force that points up to be greater, or just the net force to point up, which doesn't mean there's no downward force. And if you crunch the numbers, you calculate how much buoyancy you should expect on a helium balloon, and what should be the weight of a helium balloon,
Downward.
you realize that the buoyancy is bigger.
So buoyancy nullifies gravity.
Buoyancy can be stronger than gravity, sure.
So no acceleration on the helium balloon. Actually, acceleration going up.
Yeah. Because the net force is pointing up. So that's the direction of the acceleration. Acceleration comes from the force. So if the net force points up, it's going to go up. It's not that complicated.
Does all action come from force, right? All action.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe that's true. I don't know.
Action's like kind of a vague term. Like I would use it more specifically. So like in the instance of like, let's take something more mundane like a car. If I push on the gas, right, the car goes. If I don't, right, the car doesn't go anywhere. Why is that?
What about
That's wrong.
any change?
That's wrong. If you have it on drive and even if you let go of the you let go of the gas, I mean, it'll go by itself. It'll definitely go. Transmission is those.
Well, okay, yeah, but the
in it.
motor's going, right? It's putting force on the gears and moving the car.
Exactly.
Any change in the state of things in this is force. Is by force. It's the word we use, right, to say that something changed, and the measure.
If it's at rest and nothing is moving it, then there's no force applied.
Yeah,
to it.
if it's at a steady state, you couldn't say there's a force acting on it necessarily.
Do they call it?
But that's not necessarily true.
Inertial force.
That's
or is that,
what
that's what
the gravity one.
And that's not necessarily true in our reality, right? Because most everything is at least has some movement.
Really?
Because like say for instance, we just take the center
And
of
it
our
came from a
galaxy.
force, though, right?
So we're spinning.
Well, that's
in the galaxy, right?
Well,
like
that's
everything's together. It seems
that's the
like it's
model.
moving. Well, okay, yeah.
But all that comes from a force.
If you would take our model,
Oh, no, the staying together too can be the yeah. Like, I know that definitely the acceleration comes from it, but like,
well, not everything's
what
accelerating.
colloquially is the best? That's the word I was looking for. Colloquial. Like, what's the best colloquial definition of force? Gotta look up the physics definition.
Force.
That's it. Just.
I mean, it would be change in acceleration or velocity, right? That'd be force.
Like energy, or I like all these terms. We've been playing a lot of word games today. It's been fun.
Well, I don't like to play semantic games, but some of these things are more complicated, right? Like there's not just a simple one situation definition, right, on everything. Like some words have multiple definitions, even if they mean similar things, right?
Yeah.
But in essence,
would,
how are you going to have something moving unless something moved it, right? Like it doesn't move on its own, right? In that simple case where there's an object in movement, right? There had to have been something, an action of some sort, like a cause for that movement.
Makes sense.
Right, and if you have an acceleration, then you not only have a cause for the movement, you have a cause for the acceleration, which is another action other than just change in position.
Hunger force.
Thundercats ho? I don't know.
Hunger force.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I didn't hear you right.
I like yours too.
What's in?
What's up, Jeremy? Well, I just I'm curious actually if there is some sort of explanation for an acceleration that doesn't have to do with the force, right? Like if y'all don't understand the down thing where we're talking from, or if you do understand it, you don't believe it, right? And I'm wondering like how just a simple measurement of the density of an object makes it move, right? Like just because an object is dense doesn't mean there's a force acting on it, right? It can be dense or not dense, but why would it
You gotta
move?
have the law of things. Even if there's a state of affairs that say the design of the realm have it so that things do this. I mean, that that design is the force. Like it will force the way that the setup is made will force the things to do what it
Right.
does.
Right, but I go a little deeper than there. Or let's say that there is some sort of like I don't know designer that wished it or that willed it these things this way, so that anything dense, right, like moves down. But like if that's true, right, like then he would have designed the denser things to move down with, and that would be we're describing that as a force, right, and that force is caused by something. And it's not just magic, right? Like there's something there making it happen, and we call that gravity. Now you can have different explanations for gravity. That's fine.
Man, I totally agree with you, man. And I never saw why that's a problem. To me, it's akin to the church and the scientists not getting along for so long. It's like when the flat earthers first said gravity isn't real, I was like, okay, let me steelman that. Let me say, oh, well, it's not real as we understand it. It's coming from a different, reason or rule or setup of the realm. But, then there's some people just want to just go, oh no, it's not there at all. Like that just gets weird. Like, yeah, QE, I've talked to him one-on-one. I swear, you guys, y'all need to steelman his position, because I believe even the toughest cookie like him admits it's the force is there, regardless of. But he doesn't want to say that word because that validates your definition. That's why he boycotts the word, in my opinion. But the force is still there, and I believe he told me that directly, and I have the.
Well, I think it's just wrapped up into the density, right? Like, so if we get rid of the gravity, then that gets rid of our excuse for why there's a ball, basically, because gravity is the general force of why we have spherical objects.
That's right.
In
You
space.
need to believe in gravity to believe in a ball. But what if gravity?
It's not that you need to; it's that it wouldn't make sense to have a ball.
What if gravity is just an explanation with no proof?
Well, okay. Well, listen. It's not that we need it, right? But like, it would be an odd explanation to say that all these spheres are forming, and you know what I mean, without some sort of reason for it. And okay,
you couldn't show one sphere forming ever.
But like, technically, if you use the density explanation, our reasoning for spheres would work as well, because if you have a dense object, right, it's going to go down. Apparently, down. If you don't have an Earth here, right, like even flat or not, like what is down? I don't know what that is. But
you know what they taught me in school, like in 3rd grade, we had an asteroid belt out there somewhere. If there was really an asteroid belt with a bunch of asteroids, if there was gravity, wouldn't it just form back into a planet? That would be your example of a sphere.
It may slowly be turning into a planet, but like most of it's become pretty equalized, right? Like they still knock into each other once in a while, but for the most part, the small bits of rock out there are moving extremely slowly as far as towards each other.
So for the most part,
or they've become equal in an equilibrium and are orbiting the sun in
for the
relative
most part
position.
For the most part, no gravity then.
No, there's gravity. It's just not enough gravity to affect the movement of one object to another, because one's pushing on one while the other one's pulling on, or they're both pulling in the opposite directions.
It's so minute you can't tell, but we believe it.
Well, I mean, there's other reasons why we believe in gravity than the asteroid belt.
All right, so let me tell you what I think is a fallacy and a misconception that Globers have. Okay, they say stuff falls down. That's actually not true.
It's not?
No, it's not. Let me explain. Heavy stuff falls down, but light stuff goes up. So you have to say both. So it's not that heavy stuff falls down. Light stuff goes up, heavy stuff goes down. It has to do with the medium and the density, not gravity. If you invoke gravity, that's just an explanation why stuff falls down. Like, we can have other explanations.
The things wouldn't go up without gravity, though.
Right. But except you can't prove it because you can't remove the gravity, like in a proper science experiment.
Well, we can remove the gravity. We can take it away from. We can take the objects away from gravitational force.
So how do you do that? Can you show me in Livestream?
No, I can't actually, because the Earth is too big, right? It's like too much of an influence, so we'd have to go significantly far enough away.
In a theory, you can show me on math, on paper, but not in reality.
Well, I mean, math is reality, right? Like, just because it's a formula doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?
Math is reality, globe logic.
Well, 2 + 2 = 4, correct?
Well, if you had apples, then 2 apples would be, and twice would be
2 can represent. Right. 2 can represent anything, right? Like 2 anything, ideas, concepts, objects.
But if you had -2, how do you get -2 apples? How do you do that?
Well, -2 is a concept, right? Like, so the -2 would be
we're talking
the
about
absence.
reality.
The absence of 1, the absence of 2 apples, right? Like that would be negative.
The tree is missing 2 apples.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to challenge you on that. The absence of 2 apples is not -2 apples.
Okay, well, fine. We have positively charged apples and negatively charged apples. So with the positively charged apples and the negatively charged apples cancel each other out. So if you have 2 positive apples and 2 negative apples, you have 0 apples.
I was just trying to show you how math doesn't always equate reality. You can say that.
Well, no, I
do like
mean
when
that's true in a sense, right? Like math can represent any idea; it could be in reality or not. But if we take direct observations and experiment, and then describe that observation and experiment, then that description describes. I mean, obviously, it describes it better or worse depending on how well we do it as humans that are faulty. But I mean, we generally do that with math. Like I don't understand. Like math is just a language, just like A through Z. We have 0 through 9.
Yeah, but you're getting into concepts, right? Like minus two apples, right?
Well,
So math,
everything's a concept if we think it in our brain, right?
good old physical concepts.
you can prove gravity if you can show a BB stick to a wrecking ball. That would prove gravity.
If we what?
You can show me a BB sticking to a wrecking ball, or a feather sticking to the side of a mountain, or a cotton ball sticking to the side of an apartment building.
What about a balloon on the side of a wall?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Maybe electrostatics, like when you run the balloon on your hair.
Yeah, that's
stick
the
is
positive
that
and
gravity?
negative thing.
Is that gravity?
No, actually, it's ions. It's the taking of electrons from atoms, creating positive and negative charge objects.
It's really cool, whatever it is.
And those positive and negatives attract. So,
Paula Abdul.
just like the end of the north and south ends of magnets.
What is a magnet like that called? Is that what they call coherent magnet, or is that just?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean.
Polarized? What does it mean when they've created the north and south? Does it mean it's been a polarized magnet? What's the term they use for that?
It's just a magnet. I mean, every magnet has a north and a south end. That's just the way the lines of flux go.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't have a magnet that has a north without a south, and you can't have a magnet with a south that doesn't have a north. It doesn't work that way.
I thought there were monopole.
Oh, yeah, there are, but like we're talking about here, it's not the same. That's on a different scale.
That's what I guess I was trying to ask what category. How would I reference it? Because I also thought there was something called like incoherent, where it was like it has some static EM or some type of EM potential, but it's not lined up with the north south, and it's a messy flux or something. But I don't know enough about it. I'm an idiot.
That's probably true, and I don't know either, and so I won't make claims about it. I do know just the basics. So, generally speaking, if we were talking at the atom scale, so if there's particular atoms aligned in a particular lattice within an object, that you're going to create a north and a south, and it's lines of flux.
That's my cue to go catch up on my Ken Wheeler.
What happens at quantum scale and things like that is very fishy. I don't know. That's beyond my understanding.
God.
Would have thought this wine would have been better.
What kind of wine you got?
Well, it's kind of funny, right? Like I go to the grocery store once in a while to get some things, and occasionally I'll pick up a bottle of wine that has an interesting label. You know what I mean? Just sort of catches the eye. And I've been putting off this for probably like 4 or 5 years. There's a Joseph Carr is the company. It's like called Josh. But there's this reserve Cabernet Sauvignon that's called Lodi. And he did it in honor of his. He did it in honor of his dad, which was a volunteer firefighter. And for every bottle of wine that you buy, they give money to the firefighter, the local firefighter charities and things like that.
So you get into the story, like
impulse. You're an impulse spender.
he gets into the story.
No,
like,
No, I have a very stressful job, and to sort of like unwind a little bit at the end, after taking the dogs out and stuff, I usually sit down and talk on Discord for a little bit and have a glass of wine. And occasionally I'll buy a bottle of wine at the store when I run out. And the way I pick, I know my types of wine, so I look in the drier red section and I just sort of randomly pick a bottle that looks good to me.
do you have at Trader Joe's where you were?
Maybe. I think there's one about 10 miles away from me.
Trader Joe's has a lot of great wine, especially at reasonable prices. They got all the main
Yeah.
wines: Cabernet, Merlot, the one from France.
I'll have to take a look sometime when I pass by there, but I don't make special trips for the wine. I'm not that kind of a wino, you know what I mean? I just, stop by the grocery store. I'm getting some groceries or picking up something.
You'll see a lot of your staple groceries there that are probably cheaper and probably better quality.
Yeah, but I'd have to drive too far for that. I mean, we have some right here down the road.
Trader Joe's doesn't spend a lot of money in advertising, and they pass that savings on to the customer.
Is it kind of like an Aldi?
Okay, but better than Aldi. Aldi's like halfway, right? Trader Joe's is more of a
So it's just like this is like the comparison of Target and Walmart, like, you know.
Well, I mean, more than that, more than that, right? You're saying Target's the new better, right?
No, it's kind of like, Walmart's the the white trash, and the the Target is just sort of the low class.
I don't see that comparison, but
Target, please, if you will.
Target.
Trader Joe's is like something you do if you open your own grocery store, I think. Just, cheaper prices, better products, though maybe smaller quantity.
You've obviously never been to a Walmart.
Walmart is kind of white trash, but
yeah,
it's
you
cheap.
think? I mean, the last time I was there, some lady was fucking getting in a fist fight. She was big and fat, had these huge ass titties on her, and like no bra, just fucking stomping up after this fucking girl in a car about trying to pull her out and shit. Holy shit! I mean, you only see that shit at Walmart.
Do you mind asking what your job is if it's stressful?
Who, my job? Oh, yeah. I got one of those hoity-toity jobs on an inside sales for a multinational company.
Oh, you're a sales rep?
Well, inside sales. So I take the information from the sales reps and I enter it in to our systems and set up deliveries and any kind of special stuff with the accounts. Anywhere from W-9 forms to complicated other shit that I can't really talk about.
You get to look at the products or the services that actually sell that you're indicating on your paperwork, or do you not deal with that side?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you actually have a chance to look at the actual products or the services that you're indicating, or do you not deal with that side?
No, I understand our products and services very well.
So you being, I want to say, you have an experience. Would you know like which products are going to make it and which aren't before they had their time?
For what we sell, that's not necessarily applicable. We sell industrial equipment for production, so We sell, service, and part all our equipment, so we do it all.
Anyways, I like a nice bottle of red or like a Cabernet to unwind.
This is a Cabernet Sauvignon, which I usually like quite a bit, as long as it's on the drier side.
Give it about 20 minutes to breathe.
Yeah, I did. It's perfect temperature. It's 56 at the moment, and it's sat out for about an hour.
So what made you be like over and debate flat earthers in these Discord servers?
To be honest with you, it was just chance, right? Like I'm an atheist, so like I debated like Christians and Muslims and stuff like that for a while, but that was pretty boring. And then I just sort of got interested in conspiracy theories and in general, like the mindset of people that believe conspiracy theories, and like why they believe such things. And so flat earthers are sort of like at the center of all that, because the flat earthers believe many different conspiracy theories, not just one.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it. I think conspiracy-minded people are more inclined to flat Earth, as opposed to people who don't believe in conspiracies will never think that the government would ever lie to them. So no conspiracy here.
There was a bit of noise. I'm not sure I quite pieced together everything you said there.
I was saying there is a correlation, I think, conspiracy theories to flat Earth.
Is that your kids?
Oh, you can hear them. Sorry, they're not one of them's my kid.
One of them's your kid.
This kid's out here in the patio playing.
I love kids.
Whether
well, they're not mine.
whether it's a conspiracy or not, you still have to look at the science, if any, and it should be testable, repeatable, demonstratable. And that's where I think there's something missing.
Yeah, I mean, I think people confuse that, right? Like testable, repeatable. I think many people confuse this, right? Like in science, testable and repeatable don't have to be actual reality, right? Like they can be items of theory from known things. So it doesn't necessarily prove anything for sure or anything like that, but like it gives us certain ideas about where things are.
We're intelligent, and we know about science, right? So we don't want to rely on authorities like NASA to tell us what life is about and what the Earth looks like in space. We want to be able to do it ourselves, right?
There's no authorities in science. Like people, like obviously there's people that like science or like certain scientists, or like there are certain science propagators, people that like Neil deGrasse Tyson and others that sort of like popularize science for people that don't necessarily understand science, right? Like how do you talk science to people that don't know anything, like the first thing about like what the hell science even is? But it's very important, I think, for society to like be knowledgeable, especially in a democracy, when they're voting for people that might, change our life situations. So it's very important to me that people believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. And I think science is very good at determining what's imaginary and what's real. And that's very, very important to me, like extremely important. And that's the reason why I talk to people like yourselves in here.
Right, but with respect to you, I think you're falling on the fantasy side that needs a lot of faith. And science is not about faith or fantasy or trust. And when the NASA says there's a Goldilocks planet 52 million light years away, that's better than Earth, and they send that to the world, and people believe it. That's what I call an authority, because there's no way these people can confirm that for themselves.
Well, I think you're reading certain popular science, like science reporters. I will say do an extremely bad job of reporting what scientists actually find. So, like, a scientist might find an exoplanet and have certain data about that exoplanet, which it gives us a generalized idea about what like the data sort of gives us a general idea about what that might be, right? Like what the conditions might be. But it's low probability, or like, if not as high a probability as what the reporter is saying. Like, right, like a scientist might be like, well, I have this indication and this indication in the spectrograph, and this here and this here, so sort of gives me an idea about the size. But like when they really get down to it, the numbers are like with error bars at like several exponents, right? Like, so the size could range from like 500 miles wide to like 500,000 wide, or like the
Agreed.
atmospheric conditions could be range from mostly oxygen to mostly nitrogen, right? Like, but the best guesses of scientists say this because of the data, and then they sort of run with it. But then when you hear popular sort of reporting on that,
Articles
sorry
or in
about the
magazines.
dogs.
Okay.
But you get my point. You see, the popular reporting is not the science, right? Like the science is the hard data and the papers that are written about the hard data,
I disagree. If they
not
tell
the
us,
science.
they tell us there's an exoplanet and it's this many million light years away, and it's better than Earth because of this and that. They're liars if they don't say there's an error involved. They don't say anything about an error rate.
No, they do. The science papers do. Scientists that would write a peer-reviewed paper on the data that of findings, right, would have error bars in it. That's just a natural state of affairs. I mean, anything that you're reading that does not have error bars is just a reporter reporting things that doesn't know those things.
Like on the news, I'll never hear anything about error bar.
Well, I agree with you, which is a problem, right? Like what I'm saying is that a reporter, no, a reporter that is reporting on certain findings, that's not a scientist, is giving you the sort of like highlights and the sort of sensationalized like thing to sort of sell the reporting.
They sell it to you, and they sell ad dollars between commercials.
Right, but doesn't mean that the general idea or like the general finding isn't true. When you look at the scientist data, the data is the data. I have to feed my dog.
All good. Good talking.
Feed the dogs. Everybody go away. Sorry, I know I'm boring.
So did the Globers give up already? Or are they thirsty for more? Anybody out there? Jeremy?
What, did everybody go to dinner?
I did.
My dinner ready
Aaron,
yet?
busy doing stuff.
What you been up to, Jeremy? Man, you don't come over to the Gem server much anymore.
They're spastic.
Yeah, they are a little bit. I stay out of there these days too, man. I can't get a word in edgewise, and then like when I speak up, they all yelling at me like I'm fucking the problem. I'm like, dude,
You are a liability for the Globers. I have to say, I've seen you in action.
Oh, really? Oh, well, maybe you're right about that.
Well, a lot of you guys stick to the globe model and the way stuff is, and that's a problem for some of these guys because they're anti-flat earthers. They're not actually Globers, so they just need to go.
Oh,
We say.
I see what you're saying. I got you. I'm looking at you.
I'm not. I wasn't saying you're an idiot or something. You're not
I
a
am the
liability in
idiot.
the same way, like.
Fucking Lael. Lael, man, he's something else, man. I always like that guy.
Who?
He's this Mormon guy. I don't think it's all there really, but like, he tries his
Oh,
best.
he's in Gems? Or here?
No, he's in Gem's server mostly.
Yeah, you can't even get in a word there. It's like 5 people talk at once. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. It is hard. Like I was trying to
keep going. They're not like, hey, shut up, let me talk. They continue.
I was trying to
And
keep
it's
people
not
from
even
defend.
and it's not even about flat Earth or globe Earth. It's usually about like some sort of semantic argument.
I was trying to keep this one guy from propping up Nazis and stuff like that. So I was like arguing against Nazis, but like people didn't like that I was calling them names while I was doing it, and so like I was the one that was forced out, even though I was
Can't be
fighting
calling names
against
here either.
Nazis. Even though I was fighting against Nazis, of course. So
Well,
Nazi
how do you know?
sympathizers.
Here's the whole thing with that is you've seen that Eric Dubé video, right?
Which one?
Oh, it's the one with the Nazi. Well, it's not his, but he posted it like about let's say about 3 years ago, before the whole censorship thing on YouTube happened, and it was a good
Yeah.
video, dude.
He was propping up Nazis, was he?
Yeah.
Wow. No wonder he got fucking banned.
I don't know why you guys always say that. That's not what he was doing at all. He simply is talking about, in fact, maybe I should mute the live stream if we're going to talk about this.
Go to a different
Yeah, it's ridiculous. We probably got nuclear technology from them too. Hey, was that guy a Glober or a flat earther?
Globe.
Okay.
He's a globe guy.
I chased everybody off. They're still not back.
No, you're good, man. It goes in waves.
It goes in waves. Hey, do you know a band called Primus?
Yeah.
John the Fisherman?
I don't know. Is that a song of theirs?
Yes.
I don't really know all their songs.
Hey, he's back. What's up, dude?
Who, me?
Yeah, where'd you run off to?
I was talking to the Flat Earthers for a while. Sorry.
No, you left, and then now you came back. Remember, we were going to talk to you about Germany.
Oh, yeah. No, I leave instantly when I hear rhetoric of Nazis and stuff like that. Yeah, sorry. So if you want to talk about that, I'm going to leave immediately because I do not tie myself to such points of views in any such way.
You can you don't have to worry, man. You're all right. You don't have to do anything.
I'm on a live stream, so I don't want to be associated with any kind of like Nazi sympathy, at all. Like, I'm not saying anything bad against anybody, but I don't. When the conversation comes, I just leave because I don't want to be misconstrued or like taken out of context, saying something. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when was that considered a bad thing? Like, who demonized it so much that you can't even talk about it?
Talk about what?
About Germany and Nazis.
Oh,
like,
I can talk about it all you want.
About it, or else... Well, you're the one who runs away.
On a live stream, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I protect myself. I work and I have a family, so like I need to support them and keep doing that. So like anything that can be used against me, in any way, shape, or form, to hurt me or my family, right? Like I try to like defend against that. So it's nothing personal. It's just I would prefer not to be on a live stream where even though I'm a bit incognito, where somebody could like use something against me to like hurt me or my family.
Yeah, it ain't worth it.
Do you really think somebody would do that to you?
Yeah, these weirdos on
I
all
do
sides of these
actually.
arguments,
Yes.
dude. Yeah.
Why does somebody want to hurt you that doesn't even know you?
I have no idea.
Do you realize how you sound worse than the conspiracy theorists?
Look, I don't care. I'm protecting me and my family. I don't care what you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's
But
kind of
you don't
simple.
do any
Like one day
online
your boss
virtual-
has found your voice on the thing and he's hearing you on a recording and he takes something out of context and it sounds like you're a Nazi fucking sympathizer. That's all you need. Right? And your Jew boss gets really pissed off and of course you're fired. So let's not do that. Let's not play that.
Hey,
You know?
hey, okay. If you gotta hide your true thoughts, you know there's something wrong with the system then, right? If
No,
you can get
everything's working properly. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like saying like, well,
ooh, I can't even be seen in the room with this guy. He just said everything's working properly. That is the weirdest shit. I'm sorry, I gotta leave. Is this a live stream?
I'm saying like in the sense that
shit.
I'm saying that in the
Why don't we
sense
just
that
we could just swiftly move on from that topic? I think we can just.
No, we're playing,
Yeah,
dude.
whatever.
I think. I think we're playing. It feels like
come
fun.
on, Graham. Come on, Graham. Come on, man.
No one's hurting anybody's feelings for real.
Look, I'll believe in the electric universe if you just knock that off.
I'm done. I'm done. I finally got one in my camp, Geo. Fair and square.
Damn it. What did I just do?
You said that on the live stream, by the way. Oh.
Shit.
Hey, it's usually the flat earthers that gotta worry what they say. Like you guys, Globers don't really have to worry.
If you say so.
I'm the second form of Glober that well, I don't worry, but I mean, you see what happens, right?
I mean, whatever. If you're concerned about people like profiling, these discussions and whatnot, I mean, whether you think the Earth is anything,
No.
you're basically lumped into the whole thing, no matter what. Even
Look,
it's like all the globe Earthers are on the same list that everybody else is on. they don't really care that you're fighting for a globe.
Yeah, look,
That's not as bad
I'll
as that
talk just about
Holocaust thing.
I'll talk about just about anything, right? Like, there's two things that I won't talk about, and that is anything that's related to like sort of this authoritarian or like Nazi type, the sort of fascist sympathizers, that sort of thing, or any kind of like hate in that sense. And then
no
also,
U.S. government talk. Got you.
Well, in a sense, in a sense, I mean, in a sense that too. Yes, absolutely. But I'm saying anything that's related to that, I don't like to talk about unless it's in a sort of vague sense. And then,
he means online, not he can talk about whatever offline. I guess fine.
Anything that has to do with like, sexual, predators and things like that. Like as soon as somebody says pedophile or something like that, I'm out. Right? Like I'm just out. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
I get weirded out how some people like to go into detail too long, and I leave. Like that's getting weird.
Sorry, Graham. Go ahead.
No, I think I was over talking to somebody else at the same time. We were kind of tracking into each other. I feel the same way.
But what if you don't know about that subject 100% and you're not giving it a fair shake? What if somebody has it wrong with, let's say, for instance, the Nazi supporters or the Nazi sympathizers? What if they have that subject wrong, the people who demonized it, and you just got it all wrong? What if all you need to do is just...
What matters is public perception at this point, right? For your injury to occur, So it's like, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's public perception, and you start doing things the public might be all wrong about, right? But they perceive themselves to be correct, and so you still end up punished through public.
Yeah, not to mention that I do have these conversations, but in private, right? Like not on live streams, on YouTube or Discord or wherever.
Exactly, there's difference. You're promoting yourself as a person who is talking about this kind of stuff that could be taken out of context in a live stream, because people interrupt and things get said and people misspeak and.
You can cut things in a certain fashion that makes you look really bad.
I've seen some good cuts.
Hey, are you agreeing with the whole notion then that there is somebody that controls this world and they're controlling even fake
especially on a live stream? You realize we just had this discussion. I'm kidding.
Even if it's not right, but somebody deems it as wrong, even though it's not wrong, you're still gonna play along. You're basically saying you're gonna play along with the Illuminati game. Wouldn't that if
when you go and buy something and they charge you tax, do you pay that tax? Well, I guess you went along too. So I guess we'll have to deal with that shit, this little stuff that we have to go along with just to survive right now, right? But is it under duress? I'd say so in my case. So there you go.
I mean, that's a good example. Yeah. I also think that protecting oneself by not speaking on a live sort of broadcast situation where many people can hear it at will, and then speaking in private are two different things. You know what I'm saying? The topics and the understanding and the discussions are not off limits to me, right? But I'm not to protect me and my family, right? I'm going to try and keep some of it at bay on a live stream where it could be used against me, even if it's rare that somebody would have any kind of grudge against me because I'm not a popular figure or whatever. I mean, what's the risk? I mean, it's not that important to me to talk about the certain topics on a live stream. You know what I'm saying? When I could protect myself.
Yeah, dude, what proof do you have that you're going to get damaged by it anyways. Has there
I
been other
don't.
people that talked about Nazi
Yeah.
supporting and that have gotten in trouble?
Yes, sir. There have been people that have been fired from their jobs that have talked on live streams that have been shown to their bosses. Yes.
That's facts, man. That happens.
So who has? Like a lot?
Not a lot, but like some.
Well, it depends on the per capita per population. I mean, you know what I mean. It doesn't seem like a lot, but if you just take the number in total, I mean, I'm sure it's quite a few. I mean, ever since Facebook came out, people have been getting fired because their bosses see certain opinions on Facebook. We've been talking about that for 15 years or something, 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I work for a multinational company, so like, if I were to be seen to have some sort of negative views that the company deems that they do not want to be associated with, then I would be fired instantly. Yeah. And I'm also work for a state that's fire at will, so I have no protections. So like, why risk it? Like, I don't understand. It's not that important to me. Like these discussions are not that important to me. And like, if you want to talk about flat Earth or like I don't care. Fucking the fact that the Chevelle is fucking better than the Camaro or something like that. That's fine with me. I don't care. But like talk about Nazis and that kind of pedophiles and shit, then I'm not going to talk about it. I'm sorry. Just not going to do it.
Chevelle, dude.
Especially not Nazi pedophiles, right? Because they're like both in one bag.
Oh, dude. Hey, I have probably the best Chevelle ever. Anyway.
I mean, I'm done.
Me too. That's enough of that topic.
Hey, the Chevelle is better than the Camaro, though. I'll tell you that much.
Hey, mighty Mopar, man. How about?
I have to agree.
Look, I had a Plymouth Caravelle, which was only made for 2 years. It was a fucking 2.2 liter 4-cylinder in a K car with a turbo. The way it was geared was like up to about 45 miles per hour. You could fucking beat like a Mustang 5.0, a couple others, right? Like those guys that didn't have a lot of money, but they bought some of these like consumer model sports cars that thought they were badass. And it was funny because
just ate them up.
because I would fucking drag race these fuckers in a fucking Plymouth K car. and not win every time, but like meet them. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'd be right there at the line. And it would freak them the fuck out.
LS3.
Where the hell are you right here?
Hey, all the LS3s that I've ever come across will always crush a Hellcat. So whoever said that mighty Mopar shit is just dead wrong. Like look, everybody knows an LS3 fucking crush a Hellcat.
Well, listen, a
Dude,
1968
I seen a Hellcat outrun a helicopter.
Yeah, I mean, a 1968 Skylark, right, isn't going to beat a modern sports car, right? Like,
right.
Like,
that's not what we're comparing.
If you put that fucking same engine into something, now,
well, light
will.
light body fucking plastic car.
But the thing is that you could put that motor in something, and it would like pull 16 houses behind it. It might not beat you in a speed race, but it would also crush the fucking shit out of you.
Right.
I don't see why like Mopar is so good. Like I don't even like the fact
because
that
we couldn't break them, dude. Back in the day,
I didn't even get to finish. Shut up! I don't even like the fact that you gotta have fucking 16 spark plugs, fucking doing tune up, dude. That's fucking ridiculous.
All right, well, I don't know
initially
what you're talking
it didn't start off that way. Yeah, the Viper or something. You know, initially it didn't start off like that. Until then, it was Mopar was.
Yeah, but
they always
sturdy.
had that.
The Viper has 12. Viper has 12 cylinders, so like I don't know what.
No, that's not why. I meant because of the Hemi, dude. The Hemis have been around for a long time, and anybody knows that
Yeah.
Hemi has double the spark plug.
Yeah, they
So
have
it's not.
they have their issues. Yeah, like just like everything. Like Ford, for a long time, had those damn coil packs and everything that fucking
Yeah, that's
suck
what they
too for the
are.
spark plugs. And like, there's lots of different things that are bad about particular engine models. But
Well,
like,
that's what
for the most part, like there are general small blocks. Like the 350 or like the Ford. What is it, like 316 or something like that?
My
Well,
little
whatever.
Honda
I mean,
Accord, I got a Honda Accord too, and it's a Hemi.
yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
When you got like a 5.4 in there.
No. Technically, the engine that goes in it is a Hemi. It's
Yeah.
It's not the Hemi you're thinking. It's just what means is the spark plugs are below the hemisphere. They're.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
That's
Yeah.
technically it's a Hemi as well, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of funny. And it's got
That's
coil
like
packs. Yeah.
that's like my friend that loved the RX-7s, all the time with their Henkel rotaries.
Those VTECs, yeah. Oh no, I'm talking about mine VTECs. Those
Oh, that's
RX-7s. I used to
Honda
drive one of those.
VTECs.
I used to drive one of those little RX-7s.
Well, RX-7s have
I used to have an RX-7.
the Henkel, the rotary motors in them.
Yeah.
That's a triangular rotary, so it's a three fire there.
Yeah. I was in high school.
They've got some updated. They've
early
got some
90s.
updated rotaries that fucking kick ass, man.
Well, yeah, wasn't that Mitsubishi or who has that new one? I can't think of it right now.
I don't know. I'm an electric fan
Mazda.
these days because
Mazda does, I think. It's Mazda, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
They've got a new one. It's just fucking kicking ass.
Well, yeah, Mazda RX-7. The Mazda's been using those rotaries for a while, but I'm saying that the electric model cars are actually kicking ass.
Hey, have you seen some of the Ford and Chevy electric cars that are going to keep up with, like, say, the Tesla? Pretty much blow away any fucking combustion engine car.
Oh yeah, like look, man, the for a long time, Tesla stripped down was beaten on a drag strip most every fucking car, no matter what it was. The only thing that wasn't beaten was like alcohol type funny cars and stuff. But like any kind of like street drag car that was out there was getting their asses kicked, because the reason wasn't because of the top speed at the quarter mile. It was because halfway down the fucking track, it was already at top speed. You know what I'm saying? Like from the beginning to the fucking end, it was already at top speed.
Acceleration is just so fast. They can't keep up with that acceleration.
Yeah, you got basically two motors pushing four wheels, and like with a horsepower that's like 1,000 horsepower. Like there's no
Don't they
way.
have the four motor one now, where it's like one on each wheel?
Well, they do have some cars like that, but like generally speaking, consumer models are not like that. It's 1, 2, or 3 at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember there was something that was like this extra one or something. I just don't want to get along with these. I saw a bus, one of these electric battery powered buses catching on fire. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The lithium, I guess, got exposed.
Well, I'm sure they're going to have some issues here and there. Yeah, whatever.
It's horrible, though. I mean, if anybody who had been on that bus, they'd all be so dead so quickly.
Yeah, well, that happened a lot with the gas cars. You remember the Pinto?
Yeah, I actually had that one.
Yeah.
Pinto.
What about the Vega? The Chevy Vega.
I had a Volare. Yeah, the Vega, the Chevette.
Oh man, that was my first car, an '82 Chevrolet Chevette.
The Omni. Remember the 3-cylinder Omni?
Yeah. What about the Yugo? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I forgot.
Trader, you're roboting real bad, man.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Oh, okay.
You're back, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I forgot all about the Yugo.
That fucking Yugo.
You know why they named it that?
Remind me.
I don't know. I thought it would be funnier if I did give an answer. You know,
Oh no.
just put your any answer in when
I
you're thinking it's
forget there
probably
was
the
a
best.
couple of Yugo jokes that were fucking funny as hell. I can't remember them right
It's
now.
like the Nova, right? Like Nova in
No
Spanish
run.
means no go. Yeah. Why would you name the car a Nova? Oh,
I don't know.
that
They're
guy
not a
didn't
bad
know
car though.
that. There you go.
No, the Nova.
Oh yeah, well, of course not. People love those because they're light body, put a big motor in it and engine in it and get
You want to know my most favorite vehicle that was ever made, and you're never fucking gonna guess.
a Volare. I'm kidding.
No, a 1969 Cherokee Chief. I'm sorry, 1979 Cherokee Chief. I don't know why I said 69.
Is it like the Power Wagon? The answer to that?
Kind of. It's got the lift kit with the bigger wheels on it, and it's got the like Indian logo.
Yeah, it's that special
with the
edition.
headrest
Yeah.
and shit. And then the best part of it, right, is the emergency drive in the fucking glove box. It locks everything up so all the wheels spin all the time at the same speed.
Nice.
You can't do anything in it, right? But like you can get your shit unstuck
Without getting out. That's where it's at. I always had to get out, turn the hub, lock it in.
Nope, none of that shit with the fucking Cherokee Chief in line 6.
Yeah, those straight sixes, man. That's not the same as the inline. The slant six, right?
No,
That's the one
straight 6 is the inline 6.
Right, the inline six is a straight, but the slant isn't that the one they put in that old Volare? Because I had one of those.
Yeah.
Took it all apart, put it all back together. It was like in 2 hours. I was like, holy shit, there's nothing to this. It's awesome.
Yeah.
And then took it to the junkyard one day after getting a lot of use out of it, and we put a brick on the accelerator and just wah, and then walked inside. You know, I was dude was like, oh, you can't blow that up, and so we were like, oh, let's go smoke a joint and find out. You know, so stuck a brick on the accelerator. And just we went in there and smoked the joint. Then about fucking 10 minutes later, we hear, we're like, we finally blew it up. We went out there, it was just out of gas.
No shit.
It was hella funny. Yeah. I mean, there was no oil in it. It was just all we emptied it. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, it was some slick 50s what I had in it though. Yeah, so it was like a slick 50
You know
commercial.
that same Caravel I talked about earlier that I loved so much?
Yeah.
I took that 4-wheeling up a back mountain pass in Colorado. And I was following one of those fucking dune buggy fucking rock crawlers that was basically flooring it. And I was following them the whole fucking way up that mountain. And I fucking kicked their asses in that fucking thing because I knew how to drive. And then on the way back down, I got a little too fast and fucking hit a rock in the oil pan. And before I got stopped at the bottom, all the oil was drained.
Empty.
Now the car didn't lock up, right? But like I had no way of getting anywhere or getting down. So like I had 6 quarts of oil in my trunk to do an oil change and top off. I had bought it at the store.
What did you do for the pan though?
I fucking
JB welded.
I stuck a sock in it, and I poured in all the oil, right, and it seemed like it was holding enough. It was leaking out, obviously, but like the socks were soaking. So I was like, well, I'll just idle it down the mountain and not ever rev it, right? It'll be fine. So I let it cool down, and I fucking idled it down the mountain about like, I swear, like maybe a mile from town. I hear this, and I fucking immediately turned the key off and pulled over, but it was too late. The fucking shit locked up.
Yeah, but at least you had the heat on. You had the wherewithal to try and. A lot of people don't know that.
I almost made it down. Like, if I'd had another 2 quarts of oil, I would have made it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. That Slick 50, that synthetic oil or whatever back in the day, that really did a lot. But it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that thing didn't lock up. Because it didn't have any oil in it, except for maybe whatever was like already on it, you know. We drained it.
Do you have any cars like that you really loved through your life, man?
Well, I guess my first van, the Dodge 360 with the 3 on the tree.
What year was that?
Fucking 79 or 81 or something like that.
Really? 3 on the
that's
tree
30
on
years. Yeah.
Damn. It reminds me of my dad's Ford Ford Star van.
It's the weirdest thing. I mean, I drove all kind of cars and never seen this kind yet. And then, you know, the gear shifter being up there like the other gear shifter, you know, except it's like in the H pattern up there instead of down on the floor. It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, that's nothing.
Have I?
The first vehicle I ever drove actually was a 59 Chevy pickup. I don't know what the designator was on it. It was like, you know, a regular like 10 or 15 kind of like type situation. But then the pickups back then were like full size. Like it had like an 8-foot bed and shit on it.
Yeah.
It was only 2-wheel drive. But it had 3 on the tree too as well. And that was the first thing I ever drove. That was the first thing I ever drove. I loved it. I actually loved driving. It was kind of fun.
Dude, I drove for like 2 years before I ever drove a stick. I had to learn on like one of them little rabbits.
Yeah.
My aunt had a girlfriend that had one of them little rabbits. She was like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Drive the Lincoln. Can you drive a stick? And I was like,
Oh, do you know those little roller skate cars that was like a Geo? Not the tracker, but the little roller skate. What the fuck was that? Cabriolet like type thing. It had like the
Isuzu.
Oh, maybe it was an Isuzu. I thought it was a Geo.
Oh,
but maybe it was an Isuzu.
Hey, I gotta jump out of here for just a second.
Yeah, cool, man. Thanks for talking.
Oh yeah, we'll see you in a minute.
So is there anyone that believes in the globe?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because it's a globe. I mean, it's just a fact.
So would you not agree that you personally experience a flat stationary Earth?
No, definitely not.
So you've seen curvature with your own eyes?
Yeah, actually, the weird thing is, right, is that I grew up in the mountains, and so like I never seen flat surfaces.
Bro, stick to what we're saying, man. But so you've seen convex water.
Convex water. What's that mean?
You know the word convex? Not horrible. There's no horizontal.
Most like if I put water on my glass, right? Like there's convex water right there. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
What do you mean convex water in a glass? Bodies of water at rest, they don't
Well,
display
convex
convex.
means curving out,
Bro, let me
basically.
finish, man. Let me finish, man.
Sorry.
They don't display convexity or concavity. Water level, water when it's at rest.
Huh?
That's how water behaves.
Oh man. Why does why does nobody have a good connection? Like I don't understand that. Let's spend some money, man. Get a good connection.
Normally.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'll tell you what, man. I'll give $100 to anyone with a poor connection like that, so that they can get themselves at least a fucking better connection for 1 month. They'll have to pay for the rest of it. Damn it, maybe I'll give them an install or something. I can't take this shit no more. Like everybody I talk to, that's fucking flat earther or somebody with some weird beliefs has no fucking internet connection. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
So, Mike Jet, can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
So, what I was trying to say, bro, was that water doesn't display convexity or concavity when it's at rest. So,
Yeah, it does.
of the when?
Sure, it does.
When?
Okay, so in my glass, if I pour some water, it
Bro,
shows convexity.
Bro, what did I say,
And
bro?
then, concavity.
Bro,
And then if I put a drop of water, hey, I'm not done talking, man.
What the
And if I put a drop of water on the edge of the glass,
before?
it shows convexity.
Bro, I never said that.
Hold on, man. Yo, guys,
I
one
never-
at a time, please.
Well,
Let
let
him
him
finish
finish
it up,
my
and then
statement, Jeremy.
I know.
Jeremy, I never said anything of the sort. I said this before, and he spoke over me, and then I disconnected, so I came back. And what I say to you, small test tubes, stuff like that, they'll display water tension. You'll get meniscus on water. What my specific statement was, that bodies of water at rest won't display convexity or concavity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, not in the way as like a small amount in a glass or like on a glass.
No,
If that's what you mean.
bro, stop strawmanning it, man. Go back to what I said. I have to repeat it again. Bodies of water, not a glass of water. Bodies.
Right, but like a body of water is different. Like you realize the different physics that's involved with a whole huge body of water that like goes over like acres of land, right? Than it is in a glass.
Fuck glass. Why do you keep mentioning glasses? Bro, I grew up by the sea, and on a calm day, especially in the middle of summer, you can see for fucking miles. We've got hundreds and hundreds of videos showing it.
Why is there a sharp line instead of a fuzzy line out there? Like it's a sharp line at a certain point where you can't see anything below that line past it. And and not just sort of fading away into a fog. Why is that?
What a sharp line.
What?
What sharp line?
The horizon.
But the horizon's not geometric, bro.
It doesn't matter. Why do you see a sharp line? That's not what I was asking.
It's a line. I mean, the horizon's horizontal, man. No matter how high you go, so that is a line.
It's still not my question.
But lines are horizontal.
That's still not my question.
Well, why would it fade into nothing? What?
Well, okay, if the Earth goes on in a plane for a particular length of time, either infinity or whatever size you think that the Earth is, why why at a certain point would there be a sharp line and it not just fade away from my view, like that my eyes are just unable to see that far anymore? So it would just sort of be cloudy and fade away, like it would become fuzzy that my eyes, you know what I mean? Like if I were to take an eye test and see like the letters on the table there, that as they get smaller and smaller, right, like they get fuzzier and fuzzier. Or like if my eyes are real bad, there's just fuzzy all the time, right? Like they might just be big enough that I can still make it out. But like if it's a flat earth, right, like I should be able to see continuously it going on into the distance, into perspective, until it fades away into a sort of a cloudy, faded mess rather than a sharp line. Why should I
So
see
you're
a sharp
affirming the
line?
consequence. You're affirming the consequent. Whatever
You don't even know what that means, because obviously I'm not.
Well, I am, because I was going to explain before you cut me off again.
Okay,
Fuck's
go
sake,
ahead.
man. Jesus Christ, man. That's why I hate speaking to globe earthers that think they know fucking everything.
Go
They
ahead.
think you just done it again, man.
Well, bitch about it or explain yourself. Which one are you doing?
Oh, bro, you've done it 3 times since I started speaking to you, so I thought I'd point.
Oh, are you gonna cry now?
What do you mean? Oh, I'm just pointing it fucking out because the moderator don't know. Say, how can you have a back and forth discussion? The unmoderated.
You just start talking.
What do you mean?
Who's this guy, Damon? Who are you? Who's
Well,
the Glover
say-
going all?
Say what you're gonna say then, and stop fucking
Who's the
bitching.
Glover saying all? Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Damon E.
You better slow your roll, sir.
Oh,
Slow your
I'm
roll,
sorry.
Damon.
Yeah, thanks a lot there, Jeremy.
Slow your roll, David. Let's give each other like 30 seconds to make a statement or answer a question or pose a question, whatever you got to do, and then let the other person go. Please, guys, come on.
Yeah, I would
Yes.
like to add
Yes, sir.
that grown men don't need to be told what to do. Like, go ahead, you can speak now. Don't cry. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Thank you.
Absolutely pointless.
Oh, did anyone have a point or something that was going on?
Yeah, that guy had a topic and some good points, and Damon didn't want to hear it.
I'm listening.
Oh,
Just Panto, right?
Revelation was coming.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It's Discord, right? We should all have an opportunity to share our points of view and our opinions without being clipped, cut off, and going, oh, to.
Fake.
Well, he
fake
was
face,
just
you're
bitching about
Panto,
it.
right?
No, that's you bitching.
He was just bitching about
No,
it and not
that's
actually
you
saying
bitching
something.
while you were cutting him off every time he spoke.
It's fine.
Oh.
Let's just move.
Oh.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Fake, you're Panto, right?
Panto, bro.
Panto,
Hey,
yeah.
Anybody measured curved water in here?
Yeah, actually, I have.
Okay, what tools and methods did you use?
What's that?
What tools and method did you use?
I used a microscope.
No. Okay. So anybody in here? Fair enough. Anybody in here ever measured large bodies of water curving?
Yeah, actually. What's the large body of water? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've already
Tools and methods.
Bro, we've been through this, and he's just going to.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
But he's just going to eventually be obnoxious.
That's all right. Yeah,
Watch
let's
this.
give him a chance. He's
Well,
got a chance.
I gave him 3.
No, you're cutting off.
I'm sorry. Was I cutting somebody off? I apologize.
No, the
I
other
was just
guy.
trying to explain my thing.
Yeah,
Tell
go
us
ahead.
tell us about a body of water that displays convexity, please.
Yeah, if you take a particular route through the lake down here where I live, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to give that away. I will tell you the exact dimensions if you wish, or give you a map of it in private. However, if you take an exact route through it, it has about a 3 miles that you can see straight, and in that it meets a dam, and you can't see the dam. Why can't you see the dam? I don't quite understand that.
In 3 miles?
Yeah, in 3 miles.
How high is the dam?
I was at 3 feet when I was measuring.
So
At
you've
3
got
feet
about a
from the
six.
ground.
You
From the shoreline.
So what tools were you using? I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
I used a camera, a theodolite on my iPhone.
A camera theodolite on your iPhone. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. So it has the
Yeah,
crosshairs and
yeah.
the camera lens of the app.
Yeah, exactly.
And you were 3 feet above what?
I was 3 feet above the shoreline, right where the water meets.
I got you. 3 feet above the water. Looking at what distance?
It's almost exactly 3 miles.
I got you. So 3 miles. Cool. How many times
It's
have
like
you done that?
2.945 or some shit like that. It's not quite 3 miles.
3, 4 miles. How many times have you done that? Approximate.
Well, I did it 3 days. I was camping there with a friend of mine.
3 days in a row?
And we were fishing, and I decided to take the same setup 3 days while we were there. It was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Similar. Hang on, give me 1 second here, Space. Similar weather conditions, I'm assuming.
Yeah, pretty much the same exact weather conditions. On Sunday, the weather conditions were a little bit cloudier, but it was still clear. It wasn't like humid or nothing. The sun was just covered up,
I got
where
you.
it wasn't on the other 2 days.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, a little bit of change, but not much.
Yeah, exactly.
So how far is the dam above the water? Would you approximate?
I think that I measured it to be about 6 to 8 feet.
So let's just take the lesser, right? 6 feet.
I think so, yeah.
At 3 feet observer height over 3 miles, how much expected obstruction would you come up with? I don't even know.
Not that much. Like not the 6 feet that the dam was.
So why is the dam hidden?
I'm not
Why
sure
would-
exactly. I figured it
No.
was the refraction index at the time.
I'm sure it's 6
So
foot.
not Earth curve then.
No, I think there was Earth curve and a refraction index. You couldn't
how
do it
would-
with just the refraction index.
How would you know if there was Earth curve?
Well, okay, I don't know, but
There you go. Anybody in here ever measured curved water over large bodies of water? I would like to know the method and tools
I just
used.
did.
No.
You never measure. That's
You
not measurement,
observed a distant object over a marine layer from a low altitude through a cell phone being obstructed. You did
But
not.
why-
You
but
did
why
not
did
measure. I'm almost
But
done.
why did the dam
I'll go on mute
disappear?
when I'm done. I promise you. And I'll answer that question.
If it was
I'll
flat,
answer
why
the
would the dam
question
disappear?
you interrupted me with. I promise you.
I just want
But
to
I'm
make sure you
gonna
hear my
finish.
question.
Yeah, heard it 3 times there, buddy.
Okay.
The first time you said it like 10 minutes ago. Then I
All
listened while I was on mute to your full explanation of camping, fishing, cell
I only
phone,
asked it a second
theodolite,
ago.
3 miles, 6 to 8 foot. Is this coming back to you? I mean, as I'm repeating it, obviously I heard you, right? So
yeah,
okay,
no.
I'll just
The question
since you
that
interrupted
I
me
asked
again, I'll just go ahead and answer your question. So
What's the
usually,
question?
yeah, the question is why is the dam missing? Do you even forget your own questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure you heard me.
Yeah, I've repeated everything you said. Remember or know what you're talking about, or done this myself. So if you'll go back on different days, I would be willing to bet you that sometimes even more would be obstructed. And sometimes even maybe you would even see the dam. You've even admitted it's not Earth curve. It's actually atmospheric conditions causing this obstruction. So congratulations.
No, I don't think so. If you just
said
include atmospheric conditions and the refractive index, it wasn't enough to disappear the dam.
How do you know that?
because if you do the math, right, it works out that way.
You do the math. You don't know what humidity level or temperatures there was across 3 miles.
I do.
You didn't take readings, did you?
Yeah, I did.
You took readings over 3 miles?
Yeah, after I took the thing, I took the pontoon boat that we have. It was a nice Benetton 24-foot with a 15 horsepower motor, and we traveled across and took the readings.
Okay, anyway, let's just say you did. What were your readings? Were they constant?
I'd have to give you the data, but I
Right,
would need
but
to
was
know
the
your
data constant?
email address.
I mean, this is a couple of guys going fishing and camping, and you just so happen, right, to take the readings. I'm fine with that. Was the data consistent like over the 3 days?
No,
Yeah, like I said, except for the varying light conditions on the
Why
third
would you
day of
expect
Sunday.
any difference in your observation caused by that data?
If you've ever shot a gun before, right? Like
Mhm.
which I'm a gold medal winner at a black powder shoot.
I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Bravo.
I while I was shooting, right, like there were certain days where there was sun overhead all the time, where I would aim at particular parts of the target depending on the day and where the light was. And then other days it was cloudy, right? Like I would aim differently. And you know why that is, correct?
Yeah, sure. You get different angles, right, of the light.
Right. Like you see differently.
Of course.
Because of the way yes. Okay, so
And all that. Let's get back
this
to
is
the
why
data.
I think that the light conditions are important with
Oh, of
my
course they
readings.
are. Yeah, angles, light conditions, the light source, what angle it is, if it's in front of you, to the side of you, back of you, how
Right,
high it is,
exactly.
how low it is, if it's reflecting off the water or if it's directly pointing parallel to the water. I mean, all this comes into play. And the data that you took, what were those readings? Atmospheric pressure, temperature, that sort of thing?
Yeah. Can you give me like a
Yeah.
minute break because I gotta pee
Yes.
so bad.
No problem. So what he's explaining here is how he was meticulous on taking all these readings of the atmospheric conditions that caused his observation over that marine layer over 3 miles, and why he couldn't see the dam, as he admitted, wasn't because of Earth curve, because the dam you should be able to see according to the geometric Earth of his model. So not Earth curve, geometric Earth curve, not that. Atmospheric conditions, as he explained. He just doesn't understand that he's explaining that. I'm done with this guy.
Yeah, but what kind of measurement could he even possibly take?
You use measuring tools, theodolites, auto level, water levels to measure the shape of something.
Yeah, but I asked 3 times when he said it. I asked which measurements, like specifically. Surely he could just lay them all out. Well, I did this, I did that, I did this, I measured that.
Right. He's not measuring anything. He's observing.
No, but he says he took measurements.
Yeah, but he's just saying that. I mean, he used a cell phone to observe what he was in his picture. That's it. And what he saw was due to the atmospheric conditions of the day and the distance he's trying to see. We don't see too far or not see far enough. We see exactly what we're supposed to see due to the conditions, the angle, everything he described. He described it perfectly. Light source angle, how far you are off the surface, what type of surface you're off of, what the temperature is, what the barometric pressures are through the corridor that you're observing, not measuring. He was telling the truth. He just doesn't realize it. Anybody in here ever measure curved water of the large variety?
That was my question. That was my initial question, bro.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Yeah."
Spake his face.
Well, I've got the Black Swan here for him anyway. So if he thinks his unprofessional setup, like well phone and shit like that, well, I've got the Black Swan and I've got another Black Swan that shows the horizon in front of the two rigs from the same spot. So it shows that the horizon's apparent. It's not geometric. It's dependent on the elevation and atmospheric conditions and the optics you're using.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
I live
Sorry,
in
Damon.
Edinburgh.
And you described it too, with all your measurements of the atmospheric conditions, and
Where are
talking
you
about the
from,
light.
man?
You asking me?
No, spake is face. Spake face.
Oh, I'm in Edinburgh, brother.
What?
I'm in Edinburgh.
Oh, Edinburgh. Oh, sorry.
Edinburgh.
Awesome. That's definitely
Well,
someplace
what
I would love to see. I'm a huge fan of Scotch.
I'm not. I don't drink Scotch, like, to be honest.
So, Damon, would you agree that's not a measurement? That's just an observation.
What is?
The observation you did with your cell phone 3 foot above the water over 3 miles towards the dam. That's about 6 to 8 foot above the water.
No, I did some measurements too, right? Like, I'd have to get my paperwork out, but yeah, I measured the dam, I measured the distance, I measured how high I was, I measured
Yeah.
the temperatures, the
those are
humidity,
I agree.
and the
Those are
barometric pressure.
I agree that's measurements, but what you did with your cell phone is an observation. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah,
like when
yeah.
So when I asked you, have you ever measured large bodies of water to curve, and you said yes, have you done something else? Because this is what you just agreed to, and I agree with you. It's just an
Well,
observation.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there has to be some explanation why the dam disappears, right?
Yeah, the atmospheric conditions is causing it to
bro.
disappear. Yeah.
Right.
Optical
So, like,
illusion.
if you take the index,
What
the
index?
refractive index, and
Refractive index of what?
that does not account for the 6 foot disappearance of that, then you would have to
fair enough.
bro.
Fair enough. Hang on,
come
give me
up with
1
something
second
else.
again. This is a great conversation. I agree with you. Now we both agreed, right, that it's not Earth curve, because Earth curve wouldn't block, that much. So we're both agreeing that it's something else, and you're saying it can't be just the atmospheric. What did you call it? Refraction due to the index. So what else do you think it is?
It
It
would
can't be just the refraction. It can't be
right. It would be
Earth
the
curve.
curvature along with the refraction. Yeah.
Oh, so both of them add up to be perfect amount of obstruction of 6 to 8 foot over 3 miles from a 3 foot observer.
I'm not sure exactly what it was. I'd have to look
Now
at the
you're not
numbers,
sure?
but it was definitely enough to cover up the dam. Yes, so
Well,
it's at least
bro,
6 foot.
Bro,
Oh, I see. So once you plugged in the refraction index, it was enough to obstruct it?
No, it wasn't.
So why did you just say it was?
I didn't say it was. I said with the Earth curve and the refractive index, it was enough to cover it up.
Oh, okay. How much Earth curve would you suspect that to be over 3 miles?
With the refractive index, it worked out to be pretty close to what it actually is.
What's pretty close? I don't know what pretty close is. I mean, we're dealing with measurements, right? You measured
within
this.
about 20%. Yes.
Could you figure it out now?
20% of what? How much? How much
of
foot
the
and
actual
curvature?
measurements?
How much foot and curvature?
So if you were to take the radius of the Earth and figure,
please let me finish my sentence, man.
I'm sorry, I
Jesus
was trying to
Christ.
answer your question. I
My fucking question wasn't finished. I was going to because you never got me the first time, so I was going to elaborate.
Okay.
And I took a breath, and you just started talking, man.
All right,
Jesus
apologize.
Christ.
Go ahead.
Fuck, I've lost the point that I was on there. I can't remember what you said.
I just was saying that the amount of Earth curve and refractive index together was enough to cover up the dam, but not individually.
Oh, I don't know what you mean. Fuck. Can we get on the Black Swan? Have you heard of the Black Swan before?
Well, there's a black swan fallacy, and then there's this photograph of oil rigs that the flat earthers call the black swan.
Right. So, if you're looking at live stream voice text just now, so would you agree that the horizon that's beyond it's beyond 10 mile, would you agree that or would you say that's refraction that's doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the distortion
Right.
of the oil rig.
So, yeah, we're talking about the horizon, bro. So take a look at that from a different spot.
Well, you can't look at the horizon and the oil rig and not notice that there's distortion.
Forget the oil rigs. We're talking about the horizon, bro. Take a look at the other meme I just posted from the same spot.
Yeah. There's not much refraction there. I don't see much.
So it's just any image that destroys the globe, you claim refraction without being able to prove it. So yeah, so what you're saying is that the horizon is not geometric. Listen, you're saying the horizon is not geometric. It is in fact apparent, like we've been saying for years to globe earthers.
What?
Arguing. Would you say that the horizon is an apparent phenomenon and not geometric?
It's both.
How can you ever distinguish between? How can you prove one
Well,
day?
you can't have the.
Listen,
you can't have the.
I was still fucking speaking, man. How the fuck can you not just let the words stop, man? When I stop for like
I
10
ain't got time
seconds.
for this shit. I'm going to dinner.
Well,
Thank you.
bro,
All right,
just
see
stop
you
speaking
later,
over
Damon.
me.
Yeah, he can't help it, man.
Fuck's sake, man. It's when they get put under pressure, mate, and they'd rather
Nah,
divert and talk
they
over and just not let the points get out, just so they don't have to answer directly.
do it to wind you up, man.
You know, like me up, but I do get like more
He's a new
problems.
guy here, right? Have you ever seen him here?
No, man, I've not
Yeah,
been
I've
in.
never seen him.
I don't see some of the arguments from the old Globers that got banned from 24/7. They all come here now. They're listening to the circular bullshit like Zanuck and Kosho and just listening to that same shit, mate. I heard that over 3 years ago when I joined 24/7, man, and it's
Yeah, that's
still
right.
same. And I'm always, I'm not in VC here, but I go into YouTube quite often, and like I'm always bouncing in and out all the time, and just listening to it, man. I'm like, I'm glad I'm not there because if I was, I would get myself angry and it would be a shit.
Take a breath, bro. I mean, you are kind of long-winded. I'm on your side, but he cut you off on purpose, I think. But you are pretty long-winded. So, have you done any observations yourself?
I mean, I've not got a powerful camera or that. My old, well, I've got a new iPad now, but my old iPad, iPad. I used to go and watch like ships go out and disappear, like, and I only had like rough estimates, and
Mm-hmm.
I never. So I mean, I watched them disappear, brought them back into sight, let them disappear again, zoomed in, like could see them again, but I wasn't really doing anything like empirical.
Yeah, a
And
little long-winded again. I get your point. What do you think made him
long-winded.
disappear in the first place? Like,
Why do you keep saying long-winded, bro?
oh man, I mean, you made a couple points there. I wanted to address at least one of them. Like I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but it is
So,
long.
man, I'm trying to
Yeah,
answer your fucking question fully, and you're telling me my answer's too much for you to comprehend. What the fuck?
no, I would like to hear all of it, but maybe not all at once.
No, mate, I'm answering your point as best I can. I'm not trying to change the subject, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I got you. But so what do you think when you first observed it disappearing? Right? What do you think made it do that?
Angular resolution, atmospheric conditions, the optics of my eye. I don't know. There are many factors we might not even be able to consider. There might be stuff that we are not even comprehending when it comes to these observations.
I agree with you totally. Everything you just said there, I agree.
Which
Yeah.
I don't rely on observations, but when I'm like flat smacking, because I do a lot of like street canvassing and stuff, I used to record it, but people get a little bit sort of, they feel a little bit on the spot if they know they're getting recorded, and it's not sort of conducive with an educational discussion with someone. Like I get them checked in, like I'm out in the park having a joint, and then someone having a can of beer, checking people in, like in the park, and going for the 24-second check-in, basically sitting in the park talking to people, man. So I'm always out and about talking to people. I'd rather not have a obtuse conversation with a guy like that. I'd rather have a nice, friendly, back and forth, chilled, have a laugh, and just like show. No, I don't want to teach them. I just want to show them how to learn. I just want to let them see what I like. Use what's it called? Questioning, Socratic questioning, and lead them to the same conclusions I found. It's easy as fuck.
Whew.
Was that too
You
long?
the man. Keep being you. All right, I enjoyed it, brother. Later.
Longer winded than the last one. I'm just stoned, bro.
So, Spake, you posted that thing about sextants. Are you into sailboats?
I used to sail when I was a kid, up until I was about 15.
Nice.
Catamaran.
I grew up on boats too. What kind of boat did you sail?
We used to sail. Well, my head teacher at the boarding school, he had a monohull and a catamaran. Gave us a trimaran a few times to go out. So it was quite a fair amount. I mean, I must have been at least 50 times I've been sailing when I was younger. We used to like tack, and like he had us doing everything basically. Like he'd show it, obviously because we were youngsters, he would obviously keep control of it, but he showed us a lot, man.
Do you ever do any crossings where you are out of sight of land, when you can look in all directions and see nothing but water?
Yeah, lots of time.
How did you navigate while you were doing that?
That was done by Mr. Quinn. He showed us. He showed us a little bit, and he showed us some maps, and like went through how he did it. But me trying to recall how much I could like comprehend at that time, like it's too long ago, man. It was like 30 odd years ago.
Was Mr. Quinn's map accurate?
As best as I could like gather.
What if I told you Mr. Quinn's map was not of a flat Earth?
If he's using a globe projection,
No projection. Most nautical charts are not projections. They're extremely zoomed in, so they don't have to be.
Which map?
Nautical charts.
Right.
Personally, I use Garmin nautical charts, but if you have a different nautical chart brand, we can talk about that one.
Well, why?
Well, because nautical charts are accurate.
Accurate to what? To a globe?
To within a meter.
No,
Yeah,
what?
they're
To a
accurate
globe?
for all distances to within a meter.
On a globe?
In reality.
Yeah, but what's reality for you, a globe or a flat Earth?
Irregardless, the maps are accurate to reality.
But